console champion will walk away with the coveted title. Last season, it was Bremen's blonde-haired beast on FIFA 20, Megabit, who beat the reigning world champion Mo Ober in a final for the ages. Will we crown a new winner this time around? Hello and welcome, one and all, to the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final by ING. We are swapping shin pads for headsets and full kits for joysticks as we pit the best FIFA 20 players Germany has to offer against one another over the course of a 3-day cross-country event that concludes the competitive season. My name is James Surrogate, and joining me, I have to say, to cast the action, he is the Jubja to my Detto, he is the Josh Sargent to my Claudio Pizarro, he is also my good friend Alex Chaffer. Alex, great to have you alongside. And let's be honest, virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals, we are crowning a champion by the end of this weekend, and what a lineup we've got, a stacked lineup for this.
And thank goodness that it's back. Obviously, it's not as planned to do this in this way, but we're going to have it back. And as you said, we're going to have a champion by the end of this weekend. And we were just talking about it before, that they are such stacked groups all the way through. We're really excited to bring you all of these guys. Megabit obviously is involved as well. And I think he's been involved already earlier on in today, James.
He has actually, yeah. We've had one early kickoff that took place earlier today because Dulan Mike, he's actually taking care of some of his end-of-year exams. That's the age range that we are dealing with in the virtual Bundesliga. So he had to have an earlier match. He actually beat Megabit 3-1, which was quite an upset in the very first game of the day in terms of the reigning champion conceding a loss in his first game. But then again, this is the story of the virtual Bundesliga. It has been this season. It's what we're expecting in the grand final, Alex. We've got some underdogs in here, some untold stories, and some of the newer generation maybe that are coming through and really making their mark at the top tier level of the esports world in Germany when it comes to FIFA 20. And Dulan Mike is one of them.
Totally, and we've got experience as well. Obviously, we've got Mo Ober, who's returning to the virtual Bundesliga for this grand final. He obviously didn't take part in the league season, but he's back for this weekend to try his hand at winning himself a virtual Bundesliga championship. Obviously, the FIFA E World Champion as well. And yeah, just looking forward to getting it started, which we'll be doing very shortly.
I was going to say, and he's got to be in great spirits. The 2020 rendition of the eFIFA World Cup was cancelled, unfortunately, but that means he gets one more year of being the title holder. I'd be quite happy to settle for that if I was Mo Ober. And yeah, he came so close to winning this competition last year in the individual portion when he took on his then Werder Bremen teammate Megabit in the final. As I said, it was a great final. We're hoping for just as many dramatic moments in this virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. We should talk about the format as well. We've got 4 groups of 6 players. 2 groups will be Xbox players, 2 groups will be PlayStation 4 players, and by the end of it, the top 4 teams from each group will qualify into the quarterfinals. What we are doing today is the group stages. So we have on our docket what was going to be 120 matches, is now going to be 110. We'll explain why just a little bit later. But we're going to have 110 games today. Alex and I will be casting 5 live matches. There'll be a home leg and an away leg. We'll be taking you through those, but we'll be bringing you up to date with all the scores elsewhere in the competition as well. And as I said, it's the top 4 from each group that will qualify. Tomorrow we'll have the round of 16 and the quarterfinals. And then on Sunday, after match day 34 in the real Bundesliga, the virtual Bundesliga will close out its season with the semi-final and final. And as we said, we've got such a stacked lineup that we can't wait to see who's going to be able to establish themselves, but we should talk about some of the big changes. Because, of course, the coronavirus pandemic is still ongoing. This tournament was due to take place on March 28th and 29th at a place just down the road from where we're actually casting this from in Cologne. And unfortunately, that has been postponed until now. We have finally got a solution, but what it does mean, Alex, is that we are playing online instead of offline, because normally this event would be in one big hall. All the players would be in one room. They'd all be playing off of the same servers, off of the same connection. This time they're having to rely on personal connections at home.
That's it. We're lacking that atmosphere that we usually get from these sorts of tournaments where it's all in one room. As we saw, it can be quite an atmospheric event, as we saw last season. But obviously it means that these guys have home comforts as well. So we'll be able to see how they deal with being able to play online against these professional guys. Obviously they're used to playing against these caliber of players all the time, even on the weekend basis during the FUT Champions and things like that. So let's see how they can manage these home comforts now in the virtual Bundesliga. It's going to be different for them as it is different for us and everyone watching at home as well.
Well, that's it. It was earlier in this season, actually, that Beynulfir Jubje, the Bayer Leverkusen player, got caught in the ProSieben studios during a virtual Bundesliga match day, just wearing his socks. He wasn't wearing his shoes. He said it was just to make himself feel more comfortable. Personally, I'll just be happy as long as everyone's wearing pants tonight. Alex, it has to be said. Now, we've already covered the bit of breaking news of that there was an earlier game today. Doolan Mike beating Megabit, as we said. Big result for the young 18-year-old who just recently turned 18, still doing his end-of-year exams. But he's carving out the time to be with us again later tonight, and he will be one of our featured games. The other bit of news is a bit of unfortunate news, Alex, because we have actually lost one of our 24 competitors for tonight and for the tournament. But it's VfL Zander 1848 has unfortunately had to drop out due to illness, and he will be watching on, I'm sure, and cheering on his teammate Basinho. But it is a shame to lose him. But of course, in these circumstances, health comes first and foremost. And ultimately, Zander, we wish you a very healthy and quick recovery.
Of course, and obviously for VfL Bochum, it means they lose one man. But as you said, Basinho is still going to be around and he'll still be competing. So Bochum have not lost their chance to get themselves a first ever virtual Bundesliga title. So we'll have to see how Basinho gets on without his teammate.
But what that does mean is that the other members of Group 1 in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final will all be given a 2-0 win to their record to cover the game. But what it does mean also, and we should take a look at the groups as well, that we can show you in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final for Group 6 players. But in Group 1, VfL Zander will no longer be able to take part, and therefore we now have 5 players competing for 4 spots. So it gets a little more tense, but ultimately, while they'll be sad to see Zander go, they'll all know that they've got one less hurdle to climb in Group 1.
Totally, yeah. It means that they've already got themselves 3 points. They've got themselves that 2-0 win, and it means they've already got, that first step of that hurdle overcome, where they want to, get that first win, get on the board, get the confidence going, get the shrug of the shoulders in the moves, and get themselves into this tournament. Obviously, they will have to deal with the other competitors as well. It means it's going to be a tighter group, of course, with everyone still already on those 3 points. But we'll have to make a look at how those guys get on. It's quite an experienced group as well, with Detto leading the way in there for Bayer Leverkusen. So it'll be an interesting one to see how those guys handle not having Zander to play against.
Well, this is it. I mean, we are dealing with the elite of the elite when it comes to German esports pros in FIFA 20 this year. We have lost some very big names already. We lost them in the playoffs. We'll talk about them a little bit later, but we've been left with some very tight groups. It was very difficult, I think, Alex, to pick what would be called the group of death in here. But Group 1 certainly has some candidates in there that will make it very difficult. I mean, Detto for Bayer Leverkusen was such a huge factor in their incredible comeback during the 1920 Bundesliga season. As we see here, this is Group 1 that we are talking about. Detto there, top of the group for now. But they were incredible Bayer Leverkusen over the course of the virtual Bundesliga 1920 campaign, and he was one of the big reasons, Alex.
Yeah, totally. They had a rough start to the season and had one of the most dramatic sort of comebacks, led by Detto, as you can see, who'll be coming up against Werder Bremen's P. George in the first game. Obviously, Zander's results have not been updated so far, but we'll have to wait and see for those to happen. And yes, Detto led Leverkusen to come from way back in the table and finish themselves in a qualification spot for this grand final. And actually, we can look through at the other groups. If you haven't seen them before, we'll go on and check out Group 2. And this is another of those groups of death that we potentially spoke about. So many big names off the board. Dr. Ahano representing Werder Bremen, obviously for Fabio and Mo Ober, the FIFA world champion. Jeffrey, Hakuna Matata of Hertha Berlin, and Lucas _1004 of VfB Stuttgart. We've got so many good names across there, so much experience and youth, a great mixture. So obviously we're very excited to see what goes on in Group 2, James.
Yeah, that's it. Hakuna Matata, a bit of an outside shot there. He came through the virtual Bundesliga playoffs to be one of the 12 players that booked their entry into the grand final through that method. He also had to go to the last chance because he actually lost in the quarterfinals on that occasion. But he booked his place. But I have to say, in Group 2, while we've got the established names like Mo Ober, Dr. Hano, and less so maybe Fabio, but he had a brilliant season in the virtual Bundesliga. The player I am looking forward to seeing here is Lucas _1004. I think he had a really good game and a really good tournament, actually, in one of the FUT Champions Cup runs, and came up short in the semi-finals, unfortunately, but has obviously kind of burst onto the scene, the youngster. And so whether he can now acquit himself in this, the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final, against the best that Germany has to offer, because while he won't have that chance to play in the eFIFA World Cup like he was anticipating, he will have a chance to test his mettle here.
And that's it. A lot of these guys will come into that knowing that, the eFIFA World Cup won't be taking place. So they'll be taking their chances and want to make sure that the virtual Bundesliga is the one that they make the most of and and get themselves a big win from. Hopefully, obviously for them, it's going to be a successful one because it's a shame that obviously the E-World Cup won't go ahead, the global series, but the virtual Bundesliga is, and so a lot of these guys will be extra motivated to try and get something from it.
Absolutely. They're closing out the season. We are going to say, as I said earlier, we're going to have 5 live games that we'll be covering throughout the course of this evening. And I have to say, the first one is quite a tasty one, and it came from Group 2, which we were just talking about. Fabio taking on Mo Ober, 2 of the best around, it has to be said. Mo Ober, of course, I mean, he is the reigning world champion. He's got that extra year on his title reign as well. But Fabio was part of the Greuther Fürth side that finished second in the virtual Bundesliga this season. Kind of came out of left field, caught a few people off, but there was some very consistent performances put out by Fabio. We also saw him in action, Alex and I, in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, which actually started the weekend when the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final was meant to take place here in Köln at Dock 1. And that was a great way for him to kind of prove himself against other esports players from the world of FIFA, and acquitting himself well in the 85 mode, which I do think, Alex, is something we should talk about, because last season in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final, players had the opportunity to build a FUT team, a FIFA Ultimate team, based around Bundesliga sides. They couldn't pick more than 3 players from one Bundesliga team. But essentially, they had a freedom there to pick their squads. This time round, we're talking about the 85 mode. They play for the team that they represent in the virtual Bundesliga. They'll be using those stars. Alex, just talk to us a little bit about what that 85 game mode means to these pros, because they'll be used to playing with the likes of Mbappe and co, but now we're bringing them down to a virtual even playing field.
Yeah, it might seem like not being able to use Kylian Mbappe and instead using the strikers of Greuther Fürth might seem like a disadvantage, but that's where the 85 mode comes into its own. Obviously, we saw it in the Bundesliga Home Challenge as well, where every team is 85 rated, all midfields, attacks and defenders are all 85 rated. Obviously, each of those players having different personal ratings. For example, a defender will obviously be better in the air more often than not than a midfielder, but a striker will be quicker than a defender. So there's small margins of error where teams can try and capitalise on it. But a lot of these guys are obviously experienced in the 85 mode, having played in it during the virtual Bundesliga season. But obviously, of course, they're not used to playing it all the time. They're used to playing the Ultimate Team mode. So for them, it's great to be able to use their own teams as well. Obviously, they're representing a Bundesliga team each. And so we get to see the Bundesliga players. And obviously, some cult heroes have been built over the past. We remember Megabit's love for Nick Voltemada of Werder Bremen, who we've seen actually a couple of times in recent weeks after the restart of the Bundesliga for Werder Bremen in real life. He's one of the sort of cult heroes for Megabit and Werder Bremen, and I'm sure across this weekend we'll get even more built up across this 85 mode.
Yeah, that's it. That's limited to 3-star skills as well, which is, again, something these guys will have to acclimatise to. There were a lot of tweets going out from various pros going, can anyone spend a bit of time with me offline playing the 85 mode? I think they were a little bit at panic stations getting ready for the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. But as we know with Mike Doolan and a couple of the others as well, some are also doing end-of-year exams in the midst of all this as well. So quite a packed schedule, making some sacrifices for this tournament. But we'd expect no less, because it was a fantastic season. It was a shame that it had to get put on hold the same way it was a shame the Bundesliga got put on hold. But fortunately, like the Bundesliga, we now have it back on our screens, and a mouth-watering tie, it has to be said, for the very first of the evening. Mo Ober against Fabio, and really, after seeing Mike Doolan beat Megabit earlier, I really feel, Alex, this is a tournament where it's all to play for. Anything can happen. We could have some real upsets on our hands. And this 85 mode, which does put everyone on an even playing field, will actually potentially bring about a few upsets here. And I think Mo Ober will be intent on not suffering one of those in his very first game out here.
Definitely, because he's the biggest name coming into this. I think he's the name that's most well known, even to non-virtual Bundesliga fans of esports who are tuning in to watch. Obviously, the E-World Champion of last year, he's built his reputation now, and obviously he's representing Wolfsburg in this event, as we can see, ready to go here against Fabio. But again, referring back to the Bundesliga Home Challenge, which happened a couple of months ago, actually, it brings everyone onto a level playing field. As we said, we even saw some Bundesliga players actually get some wins over esports players. So for these guys, if they needed any help getting onto a level playing field even further against each other, these guys at the top of their game, this is what the 85 mode does. It takes away all advantages that they could possibly have, and it means that we are going to see a very tightly contested game. More often than not, we saw in the Bundesliga Home Challenge that there were low-scoring games, and And the second half, it was quite hard for the team behind actually to come back and get themselves a win, having gone behind. So I think the first goal in these tournaments is also going to be incredibly important, especially between Mo Oba and Fabio, two of the best guys we're going to be seeing in action today.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that we did notice in the Bundesliga home challenge, and I think it's certainly going to be a facet of play today as well, is that you may see a few names in the lineups that aren't necessarily, the most recognizable in some of these squads. And already we see it here with Mo Oba there on the left of your screen, getting ready to play Iba Mai, the young midfielder there in central midfield. And I would assume that will come down to, the physical qualities that maybe he brings to a squad. We see Wout Weghorst there out on the wing. I'm not sure Oliver Glasner would really approve of that, Alex. But these are the types of things that we see where they will look to use their tactics, their formations, to ultimately gain themselves any sort of an edge they can when it comes to this 85 game mode. It might be something as simple there as Wout Weghorst will be the target man when it comes to long balls out wide, and that's something that Mo Oba's worked on. He was talking about the fact that for him, João Victor was actually the strongest player in the Wolfsburg squad. And funnily enough, he talked about bringing Wout Weghorst on for the second half in the 60th minute as an impact sub. He's actually gone for him in the starting lineup here. And I think, that just shows A, how seriously he's taking it, and B, what an asset Wout Weghorst can be to this Wolfsburg side.
It's actually really interesting that he is starting, having said that coming in, that he was going to be his sort of super sub if he needed him in the second half of these games. Obviously, that's not the case today, as we see. He's starting from Oba in an unorthodox right-wing position. So I'm very interested to see what his tactics are. We might see his formation change once the game gets underway as well. But these guys, obviously, as we know, will have trained in the last couple of weeks since the draw, knowing that this was going to take place. And here we are, finally ready to get things underway in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final weekend.
It has been a long time in the waiting, but the action is underway. It was a roller coaster virtual Bundesliga campaign, which saw Werder Bremen crowned champions for the second season in a row. The team portion of the competition is now over. It's solos only, and we are starting off our coverage of the group stages of the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final, with a mouth-watering tie between Mo Oba and Fabio. And already we see an early attack for Mo Oba. João Victor will be a problem that Fabio will have to solve at times. And while you may be looking at this and thinking Wolfsburg against Greuther Fürth, this is an absolute mismatch, it's worth, again, underlining the fact that we are playing on the 85 game mode as a result. It is an even playing field for everyone involved. All the players' stats are capped at 85 in terms of their player rating. And while there is a discrepancy in certain statistics based on their position, or their base card position, I should say, we should be seeing a very evenly matched set of opponents whenever they take each other on, and Fabio is carving out the early chance. Now, Mo Oba had one at the other end blocked. This time, the header not very convincing there from Fabio, Alex.
He'll be disappointed, actually, because that could have been a perfect start inside 10 minutes. Nice little bit of movement off the marker to run in behind and actually get a nice opportunity with the header. We don't know how many opportunities these guys are going to get. As you can see, slow build-up is the order of the day, especially for Fabio, wanting to build possession thoroughly and keep control of the ball at the pitch, but you can't let those chances slip away. You just don't know how many of them are going to come through the game.
Yeah, that is something. If there's anything we learned from the Bundesliga home challenge, it really does come down to patience, and defensive work is the priority for these esports pros. And Fabio, has to be said, was one of the most proficient when it came to executing those types of qualities. And he's threatening again here, getting to the byline, a couple of little rollovers, but he wasn't fooling Roussillon. He'll have to settle for the corner. Straight to the edge of the area with Zarpai.
A volley there from Fabio.
If that's the way we open our account in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final, it would certainly be one of the highlights. But the fact is, I'm sure this is going to be full of highlights, and these two, is going to take a while for them to break out of their shells a little bit, Alex, I'm sure. But already we're seeing this be quite a back-and-forth game. And it's coming down to that defensive discipline that is so pivotal at the elite level of esports. Cannot afford to drag any player too far out of position, or it will get exploited. And Mo Oba on the follow-up, and he's hit the woodwork with Daniel Ginczek.
What a chance that was. Just got the rebound to fall the right way to him and took no second touch to try and get that shot away with Daniel Ginczek. Usually that near post is so often a big threat. It was again there, but just going the right way. The bounce was going right for Fabio. And he's had good possession here, but that was the first chance we've seen of Mo Oba getting forward. But at the moment, it's still Fabio trying to dictate this game in Mo Oba's half.
I have to say, there have been more chances early on in this game than I expected, actually. I thought this would be quite a conservative one. Mo Oba, a very possession-based style player, but moving it quickly here with Daniel Ginczek. Gerhardt now onto May, onto João Victor, and he's got the opening goal. He had been knocking on the door, and the man that he outlined as his key player, João Victor, opens the scoring in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final for Mo Oba.
Lovely, lovely football on the edge of the box there. See the replay, just nice little passing. Difficult for Fabio to get in between it, get an interception, try and get close to those attackers as they were in space. And Mo Oba just made every pass perfectly. Every right pass was played. And in the end, João Victor got himself in the right place for a tidy little finish. And that's it. Mo Oba needs just a couple of chances to get himself ahead. Fabio, who often in the Bundesliga, virtual Bundesliga this season, was priding himself on not conceding too many goals, has already gone behind. So we'll have to see if he can build himself back up and get back into this game before half-time, perhaps.
Yeah, but a real signal of intent being sent here from Mo Oba, the man who finished as the runner-up last season, losing out to his then Werder Bremen teammate Megabit in the final. They certainly had fans on the edge of their seat for most of it, it has to be said. But while Megabit came stumbling out of the box, Mo Oba's made a very strong start here against arguably one of his toughest opponents in the group, in Fabio.
Yeah, that's it. He wants to set out his stall, obviously, in this big group with Dr. Ahano, Jeffrey, Kuna Matata and Lucas as well, who are all in action right now, of course. We'll bring you updates of those games after this one. He'll have wanted to get a win to start things off, as will for Fabio as well. So that's why both these guys are going to be going all guns blazing until the end of this game. So don't go anywhere, especially with passes like that potentially going astray for Fabio.
It's the looks of concentration as well, bent forward in their seats.
That's it. They set up their cams before, and then they don't take into account the leaning forward that they'll do during the games. It is good to see, though.
Oh, this is it. They've been waiting for this, haven't they? They've had to wait a little longer than expected based on the ongoing coronavirus pandemic, bringing a halt to all the events. And a couple of the players were talking about how that would make a difference, but they don't have their clan around them to really cheer them on. It's something that can spur them to greater heights. Instead, this is very much going to be coming down to a mental game for right now. Fabio trying to hit back against Mo Oba. Intricate movements down on the byline, but in the end, crowded out by two. Time and space at a premium in the final third at any stage of a game against Mo Oba.
He'll just be looking to keep the ball now until half-time. Maybe try and push on and get another goal, but no need to risk it when you're already 1 goal up.
We say that, and he's given it away with João Victor. No one really streaming forward on the counter, though, for Fürth. Fabio has to check back instead. Now looking to release Hagota. A couple of men to aim for in the box if he wants to get the cross in. Cut back to Stefaniak, and he lost out in the area, and that will be the final action of the first half. And it's Mo Oba at the break that leads by 1-0. And there were more chances they anticipated, I have to say, Alex, in that first half, but Mo Oba certainly having the better of them and making them count.
Yeah, as we see there, Fabio enjoying slightly more of the ball, but Mo Oba's just been clinical, obviously, taking that one chance that he has had of the, I think, 4 shots we saw there in that first half from Mo Oba. In this home leg, of course, it's worth remembering, these guys will face each other again at the home of Greuther Fürth in the second game, the second leg of this tie. All these group stage games will be played over 2 games. And Mo Oba with a 1-0 lead into their second half. With Fabio, though, still controlling the ball into this second half and looking to make the most of his possession now, pushing it into the box, but Wolfsburg's defence, Mo Ober, standing up to it, doing well.
And now a chance to break, maybe. The run out wide, producing too risky a pass. He's not going to push out from the back, but it's not often we go through games involving Mo Ober where we don't see him dominating the possession. So Fabio certainly giving him something different to think about and consider. He's gone long now, looking for the run of Weghorst. Well, some ambitious keeping. Manuel Neuer would be proud.
Very much so, yeah. Fabio not taking any chances there. Well, actually taking a huge chance by bringing his goalkeeper out, but dealt with it, though, for him.
Fabio starting the second half on the front foot, though. Just needs to carve out a chance, and that was good play. The ball didn't ricochet kindly enough there for Daniel Ginczek.
This is what Fabio is trying to do, is building up possession slowly, because he knows that Mo Ober can create chances from nothing, whereas against Mo Ober it's so difficult to create quick chances. That's why he's trying to take his time and work the ball up the pitch slowly so that he can take that one clear-cut chance that he might get in the second half to try and bring it level. Maybe if he can produce 2 or 3, then it makes the game a whole different story. But we're still early in the second half, only an hour gone now. And Fabio just still trying to maintain that possession, maintain control and work a mistake from Mo Ober.
Well, he's not breaking from his game plan, and that's to be admired. That chance comes to nothing in the end for the Greuther Fürth representative. Mo Ober really looking to exploit the counter-attacking opportunities that are being presented. 6-minute halves, it's worth noting as well, for each game. And as Alex underlined, there will be a home and an away leg, so back-to-back games between Mo Ober and Fabio, so it's not just another 25 minutes of FIFA time that Fabio has to work with here, but a whole another 90 on top of it as well. Here's Macklemore.
Fabio signalling for a pause as well. He's not happy with something, wants to make a move quickly before time does get away from him.
Well, this is it, when the ability levels are all capped for these players, substitutes and fresh legs can make such a difference, because at the very least they come on with full statistics compared to those who have had their energy bar drained a little bit by the opening 70 minutes.
That's it. When a defender's, on his last legs after 70 minutes and there's an attacker coming against him with full bar of stamina, it makes a huge difference to their composure and their reactions, and being able to get to that loose ball, get to that pass that's gone through in behind the defence, and those can make huge differences in these games, especially with the scoreline still at 1-0, and chances definitely at a premium in this second half. Still yet to see a shot on goal since the second half began. Here comes Mo Ober, though, looking to change that.
João Victor, the goal scorer, twisting and turning, finding May. Back to João Victor, and the ambitious effort there. Acrobatic as well from Mo Ober, and he's capable of scoring those types of goals, but didn't have luck on his side on that occasion.
He definitely didn't, but as we can see, we're locked in on Mo Ober's screen here, and we're seeing a few changes being made. Karamoko coming on for Weghorst and going straight up front, and Babu now in at centre-back, and Itter, who's a left-footed player, is actually out on the right. So very interesting moves, and obviously, as we just mentioned, it's so important to have full stamina for your strikers, who's brought on Renato Stefan and Karamoko, and they are both straight up front, looking to make the most of their 4 bars of stamina against the Fürth defence.
Karamoko got his head to the ball there, almost making an immediate impact off the bench. That would have been some introduction. Now a chance on the counter for Fabio, but Gilavogi cuts it out, loses out to Paul Seguin, who actually is a former Wolfsburg player himself. Mo Ober, though, comes away with it once again. Karamoko combining with Stefan. The chance was still alive there, but he couldn't squeeze the pass through the Fürth back line. And that has been a key facet of this game. It does seem that a lot of the loose balls have fallen very kindly to Mo Ober. Some will put that down to the home field effect, But that is exactly why we are doing a home and an away leg, just to make sure that we even things out as much as possible, the same way this game is being played on the 85 game mode.
I can feel a lot of pressure coming now from Fifabio in these last 10 minutes. All guns going forward to try and get a goal back before the second leg. It would be a great result if it finished 1-1 after this.
It would set us up so nicely for that away leg. Although the fact that we aren't seeing Mo Oba run away with this after taking an early lead is certainly a good sign. But here he has a chance with Karamoko. The chip over the keeper, and it's off the post. He can't believe it, Alex, but that is another chance wasted for Mo Oba. The keeper committed. He caught him short, but the woodwork to the rescue.
And the defender almost put it in on the rebound as well. I can't believe it. I'm not surprised to see Mo Oba's reactions. Not often we see a chance like that go begging. But Mo Oba will want to take care of the next one. Karamoko does the business. And he might have had that misfortune of hitting the post after lobbing the keeper, but Karamoko with a tidy turn and finish makes up for that for Mo Oba.
Icing on the cake of a very strong first outing here for Mo Oba. He has withstood the pressure that has been applied by Fifabio. Meanwhile, every now and again, Alex, he's just seemed to flick the switch in the final third. He makes these moments count. And as a result, he has a 2-goal lead to work with heading into that second leg. Fifabio wouldn't mind reducing the arrears at least by a 1 with levelling. Gets the shot off. It's blocked behind for a corner. Oh, no, it's actually a goal kick. Got my angles all wrong there.
That's what Mo Oba is so good at, though. He had his back to goal there, and a tidy, quick little turn from Karamoko just needs that half-inch of space and gets his shot away. And you know that in this 85 mode and with someone as skilled as Mo Oba in front of goal, that he's going to make the most of those sorts of chances, even from the edge of the box. And, you know, with Karamoko just coming off the bench, Fabio's disappointed after that first leg to not have taken the chances that he had, and Mo Oba has a big, big advantage going into the second game.
Yeah, considering he is someone that doesn't mind playing a possession-based style, a 2-0 first leg lead will certainly play into the hands of Mo Oba, but I have to say he was certainly a lot more expansive going forward there than I expected him to be. And as I said, there were just those moments where he really seemed to turn things on, and that made a real difference against Fifabio. And this is the problem. You feel like when you look at the roster, the lineup that we've got, Mo Oba is, of course, one of the standout candidates, being the reigning eFIFA World Cup champion right now. And you feel, Alex, that when players come up against him, they're going to have to be perfect and hope he slips up. Right now, he didn't have a perfect game there, but it was near perfect.
It was, that's it. And it doesn't need to be perfect for Mo Oba, because you know that when he gets those 2 chances, you know, that he didn't even make it wasn't even a clear-cut chance. He sort of made the second one and got that finish away, but he doesn't need to work with many chances. Fabio obviously had the majority of the possession in that game, but still Mo Oba comes away with the victory, and a huge one for him going into this second game. We'll have to see if Fabio can do more with his possession, because that's obviously what Mo Oba did, being able to get his chances away and find the back of the net on 2 occasions.
Well, this was it. Fifabio was named as Bavaria's best gamer by Kicker, a very established publication here when it comes to all things esports and real football as well. It should be said it is the go-to Bible for many a football fan. And he was called Bavaria's best gamer. I mean, in fairness, only Megabit had more wins than him in the virtual Bundesliga this season. He picked up 26. He also had the 3rd most goals in the entire campaign behind Megabit and the Stranger. So his accolades really do speak for himself, but he is young. He's still learning his way in this game. But what he does bring, Alex, to the table is a knowledge of real football that transfers over into the FIFA world. And I think we saw that from him in the way that he plays. It is very methodical. He's certainly looking to be patient and not really rush into things. But the problem was, as a result, he really struggled to create chances there against Mo Oba. Not as many as he needed to, and when he did create, he wasn't able to be clinical with them. And that is something that he'll be looking to change in this second leg against a man who is understandably one of the favourites coming into this tournament. Gave an interview with Bundesliga.com coming into it as well, talking about the fact that for him, him, FIFA is very much about mind games. And right now, he believes that he is someone that regularly is the winner of those mind games. And that's what we're talking about. The 85 game mode, players playing at home as opposed to within a crowd. It's certainly going to be a different mental battle that they're facing today.
Totally, that's it. And for Mo'oba, he has that experience. He's got that experience to count on. And for Fabio, obviously, he's been playing the virtual Bundesliga all season, of course, and Mo'oba hasn't this year. But he has that skill and he's able to make the most of the chances that he does get. And as you said, obviously, Fabio, obviously a former Regionalliga player in Germany, so he has that real-life football experience, trying to bring that into the FIFA world. It's not always easy, of course. As we saw, a lot of the football players in the Bundesliga Home Challenge didn't quite make the most of their opportunity to shine on that stage of the virtual world. But for Fabio, he's been fantastic since he's come into the game. And for him, now it's a big hurdle to try and overturn against Mo'oba.
Yeah, it's tough when you've lost the first game in that manner, and you really do want to set your stall in the first game of these group stages as well. But Fabio was someone that, as we said, came in with a lot of hype around him, and rightly so. But he is now learning what it is like to play at the very elite level of these tournaments. And Mo'oba, of course, has a wealth of experience that he can draw from. And right now, you've got to say that given his track record and given the way he started this game, he looks like he's going to be setting a marker here in Group 2. And it is a perfect start with what was a mouth-watering tie between two of the favourites in this group. And I have to say, it didn't disappoint. But we are seeing that there is certainly going to be a little bit of a learning curve in these grand finals for the virtual Bundesliga to close out the season. And you expect the best and the cream of the crop to rise. And right now, some interesting results from the first couple of games, Alex.
Yeah, we can check in and see some of those results from the opening games. Obviously, we concentrated ourselves on Mo'oba against Fabio, but as we can see from Group 2, Jeffrey getting himself a huge 3-0 away win against Lucas of VfB Stuttgart and Hakuna Matata of Hertha Berlin as well.
Best name in the game.
The best name in the game and one of the best results so far, getting himself a big 3-1 win against Dr. Ahana as well. We can go and check in with Group 1 as well, in case you haven't at home. Detto there, we talked about his experience in the build-up to this tournament. He gets himself a win in his home leg, and a huge win for Lefty in his first game. Of course, obviously, no, he's not playing. I just realised that. Apologies there. I thought he would have got himself a 4-0 win, but obviously Zander not playing for us today. He's away with illness, so those games that Lefty would have played against Zander, against Bochum, have now gone down as 2-0 wins.
It's still an impressive result, and let's be honest, I expect equally as impressive results from Leon, Paul George, Detto and Salsor against Zander later on in this tournament as well.
Totally. I expect all the same results to come in against Zander. And as you can see, how SV Leon as well, getting himself a 2-2 home draw against Salzor. Obviously not perfect when you're going into the away leg. We can check in with Group 3.
We now move into the Xbox groups as well. Groups 1 and 2 are the PlayStation groups. Groups 3 and 4 are the Xbox ones, Alex.
Yep, that's it. These Xbox guys. Alex Chappie getting himself a 1-0 win and another win for Leverkusen as well. It sounds like, as we check those standings, we are now ready to return to the action with Mo'oba going into this game with a 2-0 lead. And as we spoke about it, Fabio just needs to look to make the most of that possession that he did have over Mo'oba and not give up those half chances, because with a player of Mo'oba's standards, those half chances quickly turn into goals.
Yeah, there's certainly a feeling that Fabio can't afford to concede in the opening half an hour of this one, but you can make the argument that maybe he needs to score in the opening half hour to stand any chance of turning this around and rescuing some sort of positive result from his opener here against Mo'oba, the man that beat Emdasari 3-2 in the final of the FIFA E-World Cup back in 2019. He said he actually got a few tips off of his Werder Bremen at the time teammate Megabit, given the fact that Megabit had lost to Emdasari earlier in that tournament. Pocketed a cool 225k as well. It's not too bad, Mo'oba, and he was absolutely delighted with it. Talked afterwards about it being crazy. He said, I can't believe it. I had such hard games, but I beat them all, and I didn't expect this at all. And you could just tell he was someone who had become a fan favourite at the tournament for his easygoing, smiley attitude to everything. Very serious so far, but he's under the cosh early as Hagota stings the palms of Kern Castells.
As you said, Fabio looking to get a goal back early. That's what he does need to do. Trying to make the most of that pressure, but this is what he needs to work against as well. Mo'oba trying to get away on the counter-attacks.
He won the ball so well there, Fabio, and he's looking to work it to Macklemore. Still scrapping away in there. Not some of the cleanest defending that we've ever seen from Mo Oba. But it is he who has that 2-goal advantage from the first leg that he's looking to, at the very least, defend here in the second against Fabio. Two of the top guys from Group 2, one of the 2 PlayStation 4 groups. And now Fabio certainly willing to be a little bit more ambitious here in the opening exchanges of the second leg than we saw in the first leg. Breaking out of his shell, given the fact that he's facing up to that 2-goal deficit. He's got to be careful not to concede on the counter, with Mo Oba breaking away from his usual style, Alex, here, and really being a little bit more back and forth.
It's quite an open game here again. It was so in the first leg, but Fabio trying to get more control on it, but still, it's quite an open game in midfield. Tackles flying in from both sides as well. I'm very interested to see if anyone can take control of this, and of course, Moba with a slight bit of control with that first leg lead on the back of him. He won't have to risk too many things, but we know and he knows that he'll want to get himself a win in this leg as well.
But surely, Alex, when you've come up against arguably the best in the business in Mdasari and others on your way to an E-World Cup win, you just know how to handle these situations. A 2-goal lead against some of the best players in the world. If you know how to defend it on that type of stage, then the virtual Bundesliga, while comparable, certainly seems a step down, especially when you are now playing in the comfort of your own home, as opposed to a very intimidating arena packed full of, screaming fans.
That's it, and we can see actually on his screen, he's got the bed behind him, but he's looking to have to defend here. Fabio just not getting the pass that he wanted to, not getting that cut back to a man coming forward. I think we can actually see as well in Mo Oba's screen, we can see the FIFA World Cup perhaps on that bedside table there next to his bed, which is quite a nice move. I don't know if it's there all the time. Maybe he's just done that for us for today for the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final.
I'd have it there all the time, Alex. I don't know about you.
I certainly would as well. So let's go with that and say that that's obviously going to be there all the time.
Every now and again, you just wake up in the middle of the night, roll over, have a glance and go, oh yeah, I did win that. Wouldn't be so bad.
He'll be looking to add the virtual Bundesliga Meisterschale to that as well.
I was going to say, we haven't seen a photo of it yet. We may try and pull one up later, but it is a very lovely looking trophy, it has to be said, the virtual Bundesliga Meisterschale. A very modern interpretation of the real Meisterschale that the Bundesliga sides win, and this season for an 8th in a row, it's going Bayern's way. For now, Fabio with a chance, he's got one back, and it's before the half-hour mark, which is where we were talking about might be a crucial stage of this game. Mo Oba a little frustrated with the fact he wasn't able to close it down quicker there, but that was the goal that Fabio needed in this game.
It's the first time, I think, in this whole tie we've seen Fabio able to get a first-time shot away around Mo Oba's box. He's had to work with scraps, to be honest. Mo Oba's defending is usually so good. He keeps men behind the ball and keeps men between the attackers and the goal. And this time, Agota just got that space. Fabio found the right pass, and in the end, finished the boot as well. Mo Oba has to make sure he doesn't lose his composure here, because Fabio is dominating this first game.
I was going to say, all of a sudden, a few mistakes coming out of Mo Oba. Just after we've been praising him for his ability to handle pressure based on previous experience, it looks like he's a little bit shaky at the back.
See if he can handle this now. Only 1-goal lead. He's going to have to push forward as well, as he does down this left wing with Brekalo.
Oh, he's got numbers over here. He's looking for Joao Victor on the volley. He went for the first-time effort and wasn't far away either.
What a goal that would have been to respond from Mo Oba. Lovely cross. Perfect judgment of the power that he needed to get behind that, to get it over the defender. And onto Joao Victor's Brazilian samba feet, able to pull off those sorts of tricks. Just going wide at the near post, though. But again, Fabio trying to get some control of this game. But Mo Oba's pressing is working well, too. End-to-end stuff here.
Wout Weghorst, the winger, is working wonders for Wolfsburg, it has to be said. Something I never thought I'd necessarily say, but it's certainly working out for Mo Oba.
Have to see if Oliver Glasner's taking a look at this to spice up his tactics maybe in Wolfsburg's push for the Europa League this season with just one game to go in real life.
Wout Weghorst is a man of many talents. I wouldn't put it past him to be able to at least function in that role. Whether Oliver Glasner will go for that, I'm not quite sure on. But you never know. There are stranger things have happened on the final day of a Bundesliga season. I think it was last season that he scored 4 on the final day against Augsburg for Wolfsburg, Wout Weghorst.
a man made for the occasion.
Absolutely. Right now, Wolfsburg coming forward here again with Mo Oba, Joao Victor, the man who broke the deadlock in the first game. Twisting, turning, finding Gerhardt, gets it back to Joao Victor. And I think it was Burkhardt there with an important touch onto the post. And what a time that would have been to level the scores in the second leg and re-establish that 2-goal lead.
So he's hit the woodwork again, obviously just before half-time, as you said, James. What a perfect time that would have been to score. And you can see it plain as day. Joao Victor is the key man for Mo Oba. He's playing in that sort of number 10 role off the striker. No shots on target in this first half for Mo Oba, but he's come so close with a couple of those chances, and both of them falling to his Brazilian playmaker. He's playing up front with Daniel Ginczek, but he's definitely the key man. He's the man that Fabio knows as well he'll have to keep his eyes on in the second half. He's 1 goal short still, remember, pulling this game level across 2 legs, 2-1, the aggregate score so far with second half now underway.
And to be able to take points off of Mo Oba in your opening fixture will be a huge confidence boost to Fabio as well, who, as we've said, certainly has a lot of hype behind him coming into this, the grand final of the virtual Bundesliga after a stellar season with Greuther Fürth, where they finished second. Oh, it almost broke nicely for him there. The player a little slow to react, having committed to the pass, and now Mo Oba on the break once again. And I don't know whether this is something he saw in his scouting tapes, Mo Oba, or whether he just decided that Fabio, he wanted to be a little bit more expansive and a bit more ambitious and attacking instead of playing that possession-based style of play that we're so used to seeing from Mo Oba, and ultimately where he seemed to be at his most comfortable. But maybe just the 85 game mode, playing mind games with him there in terms of breaking out of his shell a little bit and doing things a little bit differently.
He's definitely trying to work with the long ball a lot more, as we see, especially on these counter-attacks, but now he's building play through the middle nicely, and it's Joao Victor again.
Well, there's a run up there with Gerhardt. Back to goal. Fabio doing well to keep things tight. He repels the advances by Mo Oba, but here comes the next onslaught. Ginczek, a few of those 3-star skill moves to try and just get a defender to commit. Waiting for the runners now.
It's worth remembering, as you can see, 2 men up front for Fabio all the time. He's looking for that counter-attack, which he's trying to get on now. He knows that he still needs that goal, so even if Mo Oba has the ball, these 2 guys, Keita Duell and Agota, will be up front and going for it for Greuther Fürth. Watch out for those counter-attacks from him.
Here is Keita Ruel, and you can see there a pause readied by Fabio, trying to get those changes made a little earlier than he did in the last game. But again, the same problem, if the ball doesn't go out of play, oh, and there he's going to get the chance. See, if the commentator mentions it, it happens immediately. We'll bear that in mind for the rest of the tournament. Got to be very careful with what I say now, Alex.
We have to use our powers wisely.
We do, indeed. But in a mouth-watering opening tie of this virtual Bundesliga Grand Final coverage, we've got a very tasty ending here. Not a lot of time for Fabio to work with, but just 1 goal in it between him and Mo Oba, who is understandably one of the favourites coming in, and it would be a shock, even though against one of the better players in Group 2, it would be a shock to see him drop points in his opening game.
Definitely, especially after being 2-0 up from the first leg, of course. He definitely doesn't want to let that sort of lead slip, as we can see. Fabio is changing things around with his formations, pushing his team further up the pitch as well. Look at all the men he wants to try and get forward.
Well, he's got nothing to lose now, doesn't he?
That's it. He's 1 goal away. There's half an hour to play in this game. He's got nothing to lose, especially, as you said, trying to take points off Mo Oba in the first game would be a huge result for him. So why not go for it? As we see, Mo Oba has also made the same changes we saw in the first game. Stefan and Karamoko are on pace up front again for these 2 guys.
Yeah, we didn't see the fresh legs make quite the impact that we were anticipating in that first leg. Maybe they couldn't change things significantly here in the second.
Fabio's just let his control go a little bit in the opening 20 minutes of this second half, and now he's getting it back. Now he's trying to build up that possession, get into these sorts of positions.
Looking for the 1-2. The angles were working against him there, but the chance still alive here with Keita Ruel, and it's played brilliantly in the end. Some strange defending there from the Wolfsburg backline, but they survived the scare, Alex.
Mo Oba with a little shake of his head there. He couldn't quite believe what happened. I think he would have brushed away the sweat off his forehead as well if he'd had the chance to take his hand off his controller. So close to conceding another goal there. Just the luck is on his side as we enter the final 20 minutes of this game. All still to play for, 1 goal in it. This is what we're here for, the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. This is what we want to see, tension until the end.
This is exactly what I was hoping for from this very first game. I thought this was a cracking way for us to get the show started, and it's proven that way. Here's Ginczek. Sarpay picks up the loose ball for Fabio, and he can now push forward from the back. Quick look at the clock there from the Greuther Fürth player. He knows he doesn't have a lot of time to work with, especially in real time. Most he can hope for here is maybe 1 or 2 chances in the closing stages, especially against a backline as disciplined as Mo Ober's here, not pulling anyone out of position. And he does well to make the tackle there with May.
Now he's going to try and break Mo Ober. Fabio's not letting him have any chance. He's trying to keep the ball in the Wolfsburg half, and at the moment, he's doing a fantastic job.
I don't think he's just pressuring the heavy touches anymore, Fabio. I think he's going all out here for the victory.
Nothing to lose.
Or at least the equaliser to take a point in this first game off of Mo Ober. Because the last thing you want to do in these grand finals is really to find yourself on the back foot early, constantly trying to make your way from behind. Roussillon with the cross. But there was an offside in the build-up. Mo Ober, well, to say he's one of the more emotional players, I think, is an understatement. It's written all over his face how he's feeling about this one, Alex.
He's not happy about that at all. I'm not sure what he's not happy about. Trying to work his way down the byline and get crosses into the box. It's something he's not been able to do so far with Wolfsburg. And this is it. This is why we know it's tense at the end. Fabio making so many changes to his team now, trying to get more players forward, get the defensive midfielders pushing up, get them in support of the players going forward. Nothing to lose now, 9 minutes left. Having a look at how Mo Ober's setting up for these final 9 minutes. It's all so interesting to see. It's all what's going to make this a very interesting end.
Yeah, some might say these are the types of games that will really separate the wheat from the chaff, the contenders from the pretenders. And right now, Mo Ober trying to underline the fact that he is a contender in this one. Perhaps a trend that we see cross over from that Bundesliga home challenge event where it was esports pros against esports pros, but there was a whole mix as well with referees, players that are currently on the books at various Bundesliga sides taking to the joysticks as well. But in those games between esports pros, one of the big trends we saw, Alex, was that when they took the lead, it was very hard to shake them off it. And we've seen that with Mo Ober, and now we see that with Fabio as he goes close to a second. Again, Castells to the rescue for Mo Ober. He's made a couple of very big saves in this second leg, the Belgian keeper. And he's lost out there, Fabio in a dangerous position. Looks to make the tactical foul, but fails to do so now. Renato Steffen, the fresh legs off the bench. This really would be the icing on the cake for Mo Ober. It's a great cross, and it's a great save from Burkhardt.
Standing football all round here. In these final minutes, Mo Ober holding nothing back as well. He wants to put icing on the cake, as you said, James, seal this win. But now with just 2 minutes of added time, he can keep this ball to himself. Fabio can try and do everything to get it back, but easier said than done.
He wasn't about to risk that counter from the corner.
And here it comes, perhaps, though, for Fabio. Last chance.
Referee may have the good graces to give him one final bite at the apple, but unfortunately a misplaced pass stops him in his tracks. It was a valiant effort there on the comeback from Fabio against Mo Ober. In the end, it is a 2-1 win on aggregate for Mo Ober to get things going in Group 2. And it didn't have a lot of goals, Alex, but that was an incredibly intriguing encounter between these two top pros.
It's what we said before, that these guys, you know, once they get into the lead, especially in the 85 mode, it's so difficult to pull it back in a single game, especially for Fabio trying to get himself back into the tie, obviously, in the second leg of this one. And he got himself that 1-0 win in the second game, but just not enough to get the win over aggregate. And Mo Ober gets himself a win with his first game of the tie. And he's going to want to build from that, James, because obviously for him, as we've mentioned, it's such a big group, that Group 2, with so many big names, and he quite possibly is the biggest one in it. So he's going to want to build from this first win that he got against Fabio.
Yeah, I'd have to say, while things went according to plan for Mo Oba, there has already been an upset in Group 2 as well, a big one as well, that sees us have a group leader in Hakuna Matata. We checked in with him at the halfway stage of that two-legged tie between Mo Oba and Fabio, and that really is it. Mo Oba can build on top of that early result. Fabio is now clawing his way from behind. Here we see the results there. A 6-1 win for Hakuna Matata over Dr. Ahano, who, let's be honest, along with Megabit, was part of that Werder Bremen side that won the team portion of the virtual Bundesliga for a second season running. He was signed in the summer, and he's come in, he's made a strong start to his career at Werder Bremen, but a very disappointing result here in his opener for the grand final.
Yeah, and Hakuna Matata, as you said, one of the lesser-known names in this group, has made a huge statement of his intentions, getting a 6-1 aggregate win. We saw Jeffrey as well for Borussia Mönchengladbach was 3-0 up from his first leg. He ended up getting that 3-0 win over the two legs with a 0-0 second leg, and obviously we see Mo Oba getting himself the victory in the first game as well. And we can take a look around the other groups as well, check back in with Group 1 to see how it went. Detto getting himself an important win against P. George, and obviously Hauersfeld Leon with a huge win, as you can see, in that second leg. I think being 2-2 after the first leg, he gets himself a 7-1 win against Salzburg of Wolfsburg.
That's a huge, huge result against arguably one of the favourites in that group as well in Salzburg. So strange things happening in the virtual Bundesliga. But this is what we have been accustomed to. This season especially was a roller coaster season. Werder Bremen didn't top the table for much of it. It was Borussia Mönchengladbach who were there at the halfway stage. But then it's also comparable to real life, Alex, because predicting what goes on in Germany's top flight is so hard to do. Let's check in with Group 3 and the Xbox competitors as well. And you have to say, Dulan Mike, after that big win against Megabit earlier today, due to the fact that the game had to be moved forward because of his end-of-year exams, he's still sitting on those comfortable 3 points. But he's been joined in the wins column by Jubje and Alex Chappie as well.
That's it. Got himself a nice big win to start the day. And Chappie does the same against Impact, and obviously Juba as well against Bomber of Cologne. So
and let's check in with Group 4, because I don't think we've done it yet this evening.
We haven't. That's a big drum roll for Group 4, because we are checking in with you for the first time. And as we can see, Bassinho, obviously one man down for Bochum, can't quite get himself the win to start. And Yannick, who's one of the most impressive performers we have in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. We saw how well he handled the Bundesliga home challenge in recent months, getting himself a big win there. And Sakui as well for Bayern Munich, representing the Bundesliga champions in the real world, getting himself a comeback after a first leg deficit against their Gaucho of Gladbach. Gets himself a 2-0 win in the second leg and a 3-2 win over aggregate as well.
Yeah, and people may be looking at this group and wondering, Sakul 970-611 is representing Bayern, Alex. Now, Bayern aren't in the virtual Bundesliga by virtue of the fact that they actually have a cooperation with Pro Evo. But what it doesn't restrict players from doing is, in this case, like with Sakul or Lucas by his real name, he is qualified via the playoffs representing Bayern. So a rare treat to have a Bayern representative in the virtual Bundesliga. He'll be hoping to fly the flag the same way that the side have done in real life, picking up their 8th title in a row, wrapping it up a few games ago. There is one game left in the real Bundesliga season. We've got 3 days of action to close out the campaign in the virtual Bundesliga. The ball is rolling in the grand final. It's been a strong start from everyone. Already some upsets on the card. Some of the underdogs taking the headlines already, and I can only assume that things are going to continue. But Alex, I have to ask you, who are you most looking forward to seeing when you saw the lineup for the grand finals, whether that be those who had qualified through the virtual Bundesliga standings or those that had come through the playoffs? Who stood out? Who are you most looking forward to watching?
I was looking forward to seeing Mo Oba, obviously, just because he hadn't competed in the virtual Bundesliga this
Star
season.
power.
That's it. He comes in, the big name. Obviously, you've got to mention the big names as well. But one guy that I was really excited to see was Yannick of Augsburg, just because of how well we had personally witnessed him perform in the Bundesliga home challenge. And, you know, coming up, he was teammates with Marco Richter there in the Bundesliga home challenge, and he's not got his teammate beside him anymore, but he's still able to get results against Bassinho as well, who's a really, really big name in the virtual Bundesliga world. Him being able to get a big win to start, you know, backs up his big reputation, which he's trying to build up and up. And yeah, he's one of the names that I would have had on my list to watch, other than obviously, the big names that get thrown around the virtual Bundesliga world otherwise.
Yeah, that's it. Coming from a smaller club, Augsburg not qualifying for the grand final based on their league position. It was only the top 6 in the virtual Bundesliga that would take a spot where they'd provide 1 player per console for the grand final. And Augsburg were not one of them, but Yannick coming through via the playoffs and very impressively as well. But he is one of those that strikes you as quite an impressive person away from the joysticks as well. Alex, he's training to become a lawyer at the same time, so trying to fuel a career both in the esports world and one in the real world as well. You can, of course, stay up to date with all of the scores that you see us bringing up on screen every now and again at virtual.bundesliga.com. That's where you can find the live stream of our lovely faces as well. And we have to say, Yannick and Marco Richter had quite a setup in the Augsburg mix zone during the Bundesliga home challenge. I have to say, I'm quite happy with ours as well. I think we've done very well here for the grand final. And you will be with us. My name's James Surrogod. Alongside me, my good friend Alex Chaffer will be bringing you 3 days of coverage, auf English, as they say in these shores, of the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. We're absolutely delighted to be here. We hope you and yours are all safe and healthy wherever you are in the world. It is an interesting period where the ongoing coronavirus pandemic has forced our hand when it comes to scheduling these things a little bit differently. We were meant to do this back on March 28th and 29th. We've had it postponed, but right now, I have to say, Alex, after those first glances at a live game between Mo-Oba, and you have to say it was a great way to get the ball rolling in this event.
Totally, and obviously looking across those scores, we saw some big scores with Hausfeld Leon getting a big win, but we saw tight games as well, and obviously no tighter than Mo-Oba's win over Fifabio, obviously scraping it at the end, Fifabio having the pressure. And, that's the difference that the 85 mode makes. It obviously brings everyone onto a more level playing field, but it also means that anything can happen. It can be a tight game. It can be a 1-goal game between these two sides, especially over 2 legs. Or one team can blow out the other and dominate both legs as well. And so often is the case that the first leg makes a huge difference for the second leg, because these guys see how the other one operates. They see how their own team operates, and they can make those adjustments, make those tactical changes that they want to do for the second leg. We saw Fifabio obviously trying to pull his way back into his game with late tactical moves in his second leg. But it will be interesting to see how the other guys handle it into these next games coming up. Obviously, we've got 4 more group stage match days to go, where these guys will be competing over 2 legs against one another, home and away. And we'll be covering one of those games fully live all the way through. And we'll have to wait and see which one that is. But we've got so many games to cover that we'll make sure that we keep with you on all the updates. And obviously, as James said, you can check them out on the website as well.
Yeah, I mean, we're staying on our toes here, it has to be said, because based on the results, we'll then be picking which games we then cover live in the next one. We've got 5 games today, 1 down, 4 to go, and that's it. We were meant to have 120 group stage games, but because we lost Sander of Bochum due to illness, we are now 10 short, so we'll have 110 games today. Of course, we will not be casting and commentating all of them. That would be quite a wild show. We'd be bouncing here, there, and everywhere. And of course, this tournament and event now is being taking place cross country. So we are relying very much on the online connections of all the various individual players from their own homes. And we talked about the fact that while that does bring an element of comfort and familiarity to these players, there is certainly a mental game that is being played here. And the thing is, we're not going to really be able to judge it, Alex, until the latter stages of this tournament when, let's be honest, these guys are comfortable, they're at home, they might be getting a little weary after what is a taxing tournament, because let's be honest, FIFA 20 is a game that certainly demands a lot of you mentally to stay focused, and it's what a lot of these players talk about. It's where their diets come into it. It's where hydration comes into it. And I'm just wondering whether we may see that take effect later on in the tournament. But of course, we can't judge until then.
That's it. It's a shame, obviously, that we don't get these events now taking place in the arenas that we're used to seeing them in. But obviously, it makes it so much more interesting that these guys are at home in their home comforts as well. And as we can see on the screen, our next match will be a couple of guys who got wins in their first games. It will be B04 of Bayer Leverkusen Dubscher against Doolin Mike, who obviously Doolin Mike getting quite possibly still the biggest result of that first match day. He did it earlier in the day, as we mentioned. He got himself a win over Megabit, the defending virtual Bundesliga champions. So that's what we'll be watching in a couple of minutes' time. And yeah, as we said, for us, it's an interesting aspect, to be covering this from where we are, virtually not in the arenas with everyone else. It takes that atmosphere away, but we've spoken about it before, these guys spend most of their time playing these games from home. It's going to have those comforts as well, and it will be very interesting to see how they handle the situation. Obviously, everyone around the world has actually been having to work from home office for most of the last couple of months, these guys as well. And it's just fun to see the capabilities actually as well of a FIFA tournament taking place online, which is where most of the time it does take place. And, these guys having to handle that situation.
I was going to say, many careers were heavy hit by the coronavirus pandemic. Online gaming was not one of them, unsurprisingly so. That's why we saw tournaments popping up left, right, and centre, whether they were charity tournaments or just tournaments that were essentially encouraging people to stay home during the coronavirus pandemic and during any lockdowns and any potential impositions on daily life. And as a result, those became a popular trend for a fair few weeks. And the Bundesliga Home Challenge was one of the first out there. And we did see Dulan Mike in the Bundesliga Home Challenge featuring 4 Wolfsburg. They came in later on in that tournament, but so far in this individual portion, he is acquitting himself well. As Alex mentioned, that big win over Megabit, now taking on another of the big hitters in the virtual Bundesliga last season in Benofir Jubje. But we have to say, Dulan Mike is one of the, I guess, not unsung heroes, but one of those we're expecting maybe to produce an upset here and there, a surprise package, one of the youngest in the tournament, but his pedigree really precedes him. And the fact that he picked up that big win over Megabit to start it all off, you'd think that'll only give him the confidence to push on against someone like Dubje. And it is worth mentioning, he has just finished today his end of year exams. Excuse me, I'm getting into football mode, calling it a season there, but finishing his end of year exams. And that's why he had the earlier kickoff. He's now done one of his final exams and now coming back to compete in the grand final. It's been quite a day for Dulan Mike.
We have to respect the commitment of this kid. He's 17 years old, having to handle both huge events in his life on and off the virtual Bundesliga pitch, obviously having to deal with his end-of-year exams, as you mentioned, and he wouldn't have wanted to miss the virtual Bundesliga grand finals as well. And so for him to be handling that situation away from FIFA and being able to still get that big win over Megabit in his first game was huge as well. And obviously, he got both wins over Megabit across the 2 legs. He got a 1-0 win in the first leg and a 2-1 win in the second leg. And Dubje as well, of Bayer Leverkusen, he got himself a 3-1 win in the first leg against Bomber of Cologne, and then a 2-2 draw in the second one, giving him a 5-3 aggregate win. So these 2 guys getting themselves victories in their first games, and now they'll be coming into this one. And one of them perhaps will have a loss on their record coming into this. Obviously, with it being over 2 legs, there is the possibility that these guys end up with a tie across the 2 legs, in which case, obviously, the draw is awarded, and we'll have to end up and wait and see later on this evening how these guys fare in the group stage standings, and obviously then how they look going into the rest of the weekend with the knockout stages to begin.
That's it. Any chance just to take a bit of pressure off your shoulders, and these early results will do that for some of them. If Dulan Mike or Dubje can either pick up a win here, 2 wins from 2, you're feeling very strong going into your final 3 games at that point. You've given yourself a great foundation to work with. You've put yourself in pole position potentially for the group as well, which could be beneficial further down the line. And let's be honest, I mentioned the fact that Dulan Mike comes with a lot of pedigree. He was a FUT Champions Cup winner. He won number 3 in Bucharest earlier this season, becoming the youngest ever to win a competition like that in FIFA. I mean, that tells you exactly what this kid is all about and why he is being seen as one of the new Wunderkinder of the esports world in Germany.
Totally, and obviously these guys, you expect them to be of the younger age, but for him to be one of the youngest tournament winners ever, coming up against so many big names across the esports world, one that springs to mind immediately is Tex of the UK. Obviously, he's still such a young guy and such a talented guy, and Dulan Mike's trying to replicate his fortunes and his achievements so far. And if he can build on that with a virtual Bundesliga triumph, it would go no end of helping him to establish himself in this virtual Bundesliga world. And Dubje as well is still a young guy, only 23 years old, so he's been around the block a bit more, you could say, than Dulan Mike. But 23 years old is a lot of experience as well in this esports world. There's not many that are over that sort of age. We know that Detto is maybe one of those guys who's over the 30-year-old.
He's repping the over 30s, I've got to say. Shout out to Detto for that. I really appreciate it.
Representing those guys, but most of them are under the age of 30 and around sort of the early 20s and late teens. So this is sort of the time where these guys are figuring out whether they can do this professionally or not. And so for Dulan Mike, picking up wins against Megabit and picking up big results in the virtual Bundesliga world is going to be the telltale point in his career of whether he can make it a professional career or not.
Well, this is it. I mean, as well, Dubje does come with some pedigree to his name as well. He actually took place in the FIFA eWorld Cup last season, one of the 64 players that featured in that tournament that was eventually won by Mo Ober. And so the fact is he has also got experience at the highest level as well. And as we said, was part of this very impressive team with Detto at Leverkusen. They shot up from 18th place last season to 3rd in the current campaign. They were a team that no one was really reckoning with. But Detto coming in with that experience, which I think, yes, he is the only over 30 in the competition. He's flying that flag, and I respect him for that. I mean, he claims that he doesn't feel like the youngsters have an advantage here, but there are certain qualities where it just comes to sometimes speed of thought, I really think, and it's then the ambidexterity to then produce those thoughts and get your thumbs to do what you want to do on the joysticks. They have grown up in this console generation. Of course, someone like Detto's had a touch of that as well. At 30 years old, he'll have been around consoles all his life, but he claims there's no advantage. I'm not as convinced as a 32-year-old myself, Alex. Well, I have to be honest.
They had obviously that amazing end to the virtual Bundesliga season, and despite having the break in between that end of season and the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final taking place today, no sign that there's rust in the Leverkusen fingernails or the way that they're playing. You know, Dubje as well getting a win, and Detto for Leverkusen. 2 wins from 2 for them to start. Let's see how they can get on in this second game. Dylan Mike already laughing and smiling away. He's happy to be here and involved as we get things underway here at the Bayer Arena in the first leg of this tie between Leverkusen and Wolfsburg.
I just want to know how that end of year exam went, but he looks in good spirits, so I can only assume it's gone all right for him, and he's bringing that type of confidence here into his second game. A chance for both of these players to make it 2 wins out of 2 and really stamp their authority on Group 3. A strong start in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final is so important. We saw Mo Ober on the sticks with Wolfsburg in our first game. We've got Dylan Mike playing with Wolfsburg in our second. Meanwhile, Dubje giving us a look at this Leverkusen side. He's got Folland and Alario out there in the starting lineup. Schlager turning nicely, finding Joao Victor, who it looks like with Dylan Mike is playing a little bit more of a deeper role, not quite playing on that front line as we saw with Mo Ober.
Clearly a playmaker for both of these guys representing Wolfsburg, but yes, very interesting to see that he's almost given a free role, Joao Victor, to sort of roam around Daniel Ginczek, who's leading the line. Worth noting as well, with this game we are switching over to check out the Xbox world. This is part of Group 3, which is alongside Group 4 in the Xbox world, and it's a perfect start for Dylan Mike once again. He's ahead in this game early on, and who'd have thunked it? Joao Victor gets the goal, James.
Well, he may be playing in a deeper role, Alex, but making the exact same impact for Dylan Mike as he made for Mo Ober. A stunning opening goal here. And that is exactly the start that Dubje would have wanted to have avoided against one of the, I won't say underdogs of the tournament, but he's certainly one that's not quite at the front of the favourites list, Dylan Mike. But I think he could be one of the black horses really in this race when it comes to springing a surprise and really making his mark on this tournament. And the early indications after a win against Megabit and now getting an early goal against Dubje as well, the things are looking good for Dylan Mike.
I think it's also clear to see that Joao Victor is going to play a huge role in anything that works well for Wolfsburg today. The power behind that shot. Lukas Radetzky, one of the best goalkeepers in the Bundesliga and in the virtual Bundesliga, but he had absolutely no chance of stopping that one. Power behind the Brazilian's effort was outstanding. He'll be looking to make the most of that Brazilian skill that Joao Victor possesses here on the edge of the box again.
He is the constant link-up player. Ginczek twisting, turning, gets the shot off. This time Radetzky does make the save for Dubje.
Lovely turn and shot there. These guys need no invitation to get those kinds of shots away, but Dubje will be looking to make the most of these counter-attacks. A rare chance, perhaps, to get forward in these early minutes here in the first leg.
Palacios is making the run through the middle. Bailey finds Bellarabi onto Alario, and the first touch took him towards an opponent as opposed to into space. Those are the minor details that can prove so decisive at this level. And a chance that was brewing for Dubje is quickly cooled off by Dulan Mike.
Again, we're seeing the Wolfsburg man is trying to get possession here and keep control of the game. Obviously, Dulan Mike 1-0 up already. He's got control of the scoreline. Now he wants to build his possession slowly and keep control of the game. Dubje is going to have to work with counter-attacks as he tried to there. This is a clear game plan from Dulan Mike to try and work mistakes from Dubje's defence and try and work his way into a scoring opportunity with composure and patience on the edge of the box. But here comes Dubje again, winning the ball back.
I have to say, this is the type of performance I was expecting from Mo Obo, and we're getting it from Dulan Mike instead, but a chance coming alive here for Dubje, which could nip any talk of Dulan Mike running away with this in the bud. He's won it back well, the youngster for Wolfsburg. It was Dubje who was caught in his socks in the ProSieben studios. He said he felt it was more comfortable for him. Interestingly though, Alex, it doesn't look like he's actually at home. It looks like the Leverkusen esports team have maybe camped up in their esports center, perhaps.
Or maybe they've just given him, you know,
Do you think they've given him signage? Do you think they've just given him signage to have in his background?
I mean, it would be very cool. I'd like some advertising behind me at my home if I was doing these sorts of things. Very cool to be able to know that you're sort of playing while also having that interview almost style that we're used to seeing in the football world.
We're gonna have to see. We'll have to see whether Deto's got the same background or whether he's, you know, certainly at home, or maybe he's got the signage as well. You never know. Maybe that could prove your theory right.
These are all the things that the player cameras bring up for us. All these little interesting points.
That's a strong challenge there from Stanilovic for Dubje. It's great to get a little look behind the scenes of exactly what they're going through, how they're feeling, because let's be honest, this is the climax of their current season, the competitive season in the FIFA 20 World in Germany. This is what they have been fighting for all campaign and all year, and there is pressure on. You know, they may be sitting in the comforts of their own home, but there is prize money on offer for the virtual Bundesliga. There's pride at stake. Megabit looking to defend his title. Others looking to take it from him. The question is, will we crown a new winner on Sunday? Because this is a 3-day cross-country event. Group stages today. João Victor with another chance and puts it right in the top bins for Dulan Mike. And João Victor right now is the star of the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final so far.
It's that man again, and all it is just a half chance. Just perfect movement from João Victor. As you see there, got Jonathan Tah up against him, the big German defender for Leverkusen, but João Victor gets in front of him, get the wrong side of him with the pass coming across goal. He curls a perfect first-time finish into the top corner. And I was just going to mention the interesting note that, you know, Dulan Mike got himself a win against Megabit in that first game. It's something that Dubje got in the virtual Bundesliga season himself. He got a win over Megabit in the solo game on Xbox, 2-1. Both these guys beating the big dog. And here, as you see, both those guys coming up against each other, but Dulan Mike is dominating this incredible 70% possession there. Dubje, who is someone who so often controls games, he's won 15 of his 21 solo games in the virtual Bundesliga this season, scored 41 goals in the process, but he has had no shots on goal in this first half.
No, Dulan Mike right now is setting himself apart from the competition and making a very early statement in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final of, I am here to make a claim for Megabit's title, and he's making a very good claim so far. And he might be happy with 70% possession in this game. He'll be hoping for better results on his end-of-year exams that he finished earlier today. But the fact is, things are going absolutely swimmingly for him in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. You've got to think that momentum was kept over in his end-of-year exams as well, Dulan Mike.
100%. If this guy is, you know, playing at this level on the virtual world, and he's keeping up that same level in the real world, his exams will be flying by. Dubje now trying to get more possession of this game in the early stages of the second half. We mentioned it before, that's in this 85 mode, if you're able to control the ball, you're most often able to control the game. We saw Fabio not quite make the most of his possession in the first game against Moyo, but he did better in the second one. Dula Mike's doing exactly the same here. On the ball all the time and dominating the attacking play as well. Radetzky not quite dealing with that one how Dubje will have wanted him to. He's still working with scraps here, James.
Yeah, that's it. He doesn't seem to have any answers to the questions that Dula Mike is posing of him. And right now, the young Wolfsburg star is really showing exactly why his is on the rise so much in the esports world in Germany. And I have to say, Dubje is carrying the look that I have more often than not when I'm playing FIFA 20 and have been this season. Slightly dejected, a feeling of no matter what I do, I can't make anything happen the way I want to. But he is right now coming up against an incredibly confident youngster, someone that is really acquitting himself incredibly well at the top level in Dula Mike, and who right now, has to say, he looks completely unfazed by the situation. This does for him look like it's another casual Saturday at the office, streaming on Twitch to his thousands of followers. Dubje trying to carve out a sight of goal, but you can just see there the time and space he had to work with was minimal. And ultimately, the channels that he was trying to exploit just weren't there in the end.
You could see as Dubje had the ball there on the edge of the Wolfsburg box, Dula Mike had almost all of his men back trying to defend against that. He's happy to work with this 2-0 lead. He's not going to push forward. He's not going to risk things now because he knows that Dubje, with the ability and the strike force that Leverkusen has, the attacking presence that they have as well, so many good attacking players on that team, that he can make the most of the counter-attacks when he gets them. So now when Dula Mike does have the ball, as we see, he's going to be composed. He's not going to push things forward too much or try too many things. He does try a little flick there from Ginczek and gets himself a corner away. And now we'll be able to see the first changes of this game. With just over 20 minutes to go, the yellow card of Bellarabi comes off. Paulinho and Diaby on pace on the wings, and that's what we spoke about. We need to see more from Dubje. He knows that he needs to get control of the ball, push it forward, those wide positions in these final 20 minutes, or else Dula Mike's going to happily sit back and let the clock tick away.
Well, how difficult is it if you're Dubje in this situation? You're 2-0 down, you could throw on some attacking changes, you could maybe, you know, go into attack or all-out attack mode with a different formation or a different style of play that's putting an emphasis in different areas of the game. But then the fact is you've got a second leg to maybe rescue this 2-0 deficit. So do you push maybe for, you know, a goal that reduces the arrears and risk conceding a third time in this first leg? Or do you play more conservative, knowing, you know what, hold on, I've got 90 minutes in the second leg in the bag that I can work with. Let's just keep things tight, keep it at 2-0. Don't push for a goal myself, and I'll try and take it to him in the second leg.
That's what these guys have to remember. They have to remember that they've got a second leg to come, because if this was just a one-off game, he'd obviously go all out to try and get a goal back with 20 minutes to play. But with it being two legs, he knows that he can still go into the next game and get control of it from the off in that second match. And if he can do that and get the first goal in that game, then it's going to be another case that we saw with Moyoba and Fifabio, where he's going to dominate that. But first and foremost, he's got to try and make sure that he doesn't go 3 goals behind. Dula Mike doing well to snuff out his danger, but as we said, there's no reason for him to push forward and go for a third goal. This is where Dubje has to come out and try and win that ball back.
It's these areas, edge of the box, and space worked wonderfully by Dula Mike for Zaverschlager to slam one home. I was about to say that those are the areas that this is most decisive at this level. When it comes to the tight spaces you have on the edge of the area, who can fashion chances? And right now, Dula Mike is doing what Dubje can't, and he's getting chances in front of goal that he's making count.
It's what it's all about, getting space around the box to be able to get shots away, because these guys are so good at timing their shots, getting that green bar so that it's a perfect finish, getting those shots away on goal with little space. So if you give someone like Zaverschlager time on the edge of the box like that, he's going to pick his spot and find the top corner just like he did. Now at 3-0, we know that Dubje has to come out and try and get something back in these final 10 minutes. He's got to go all out, but not many numbers up there actually at the Wolfsburg end of the pitch. And Dula Mike looks concentrated, he looks focused, but inside he'll have a huge smile on his face because he's got Dubje's number here.
Weghorst again thriving on the wing, finding Joao Victor, the hero of the hour for Wolfsburg in these opening 2 games. Unable to get his hat-trick there in this, the first leg between Dula Mike and Dubje. Right now, Dulan Mike is making an emphatic statement, it has to be said, in the grand final of the virtual Bundesliga. Victor with the three-star skills. Oh, he went for the finesse shot and rattles the woodwork. Dulan Mike is starting to have fun, and that spells danger for the rest of this competition, Alex.
He looks so comfortable here. 3-0 up already. This game could well be over if he had scored a 4th or 5th, and it may well be over now at 3-0. Dubsha has so much work to do, but for Dulan Mike, if he can have the scalps of Megabit and Dubsha in these first 2 games, 2 very difficult games to start your tournament with. If he pulls away with 2 aggregate wins, that is going to be huge for both his confidence and, as you said, making a statement to the rest of the competition, who will have obviously had his name in the back of their minds coming into this, but when he gets those big statement wins, cannot avoid his presence in this tournament.
He's just so proficient in these pivotal areas as he finds Karamoko to make it 4. And this is starting to become a little too easy for Dulan Mike. A wry shrug of the head there from Dubsha. And right now, Dulan Mike's dominance paying dividends.
That's it, Dubsha shakes his head. This is poor defending on his part. He has to say that. He will admit the same. Giving someone space like that on the edge of your own box, whether it's Dulan Mike or even a guy like me online, but usually going to take advantage of that. Very disappointing result for Dubsha, 4-0. It's going to be very, very difficult for him to overturn that in the second leg. We'll see how he comes away with that, but as you see, just 33% possession and not a single shot on target there from Dubsha in the first leg. Really, really disappointing from him. But Dulan Mike, what a start he has made to this tournament.
Oh, what a start indeed. And I mean, let's be honest, on our stream, what a start for the Wolfsburg players involved. Mo Ober picking up a win in the first game. Dulan Mike now 4-0 up after the first leg, heading into his second. And right now, he is certainly establishing a grip on Group 3 in the virtual Bundesliga grand final. And you have to say, for a player of his age, this is a very, very impressive start from him. And I think he's going to be one of the ones to watch. I think we knew that coming into the tournament. I think he's now really re-emphasized that point that Dulan Mike is one to watch. And you have to say, that will probably be one of the more dominant performances we see in this whole tournament in terms of Dubsha having just 1 shot on goal, not a single shot on target. The good news for him is it's only up from there in that second leg. The problem is that this looks like it could be quite a convincing end result for Dulan Mike, who will be technically on home soil next time.
That's it. It can't get worse for Dubsha, but he's got his back up against the wall here, as you said, 4-0 down. And, you know, we've seen these big scores already in this game. We saw Haasfeld Leon get a 7-2 win in one of his games, but he conceded 2 goals as well. As you said, James, it's so rare to see someone dominate a team, dominate a game at this high level in the way that Dulan Mike did. Not a single shot on target given up. And now he's at home as well at the Volkswagen Arena with a 4-0 lead to defend. He's got 1 foot already beyond this tie. Dubsha, wonder how many changes he may have made to his tactics after that first game. But this is what he needs to do. He needs to take advantage of these situations and try and get control already early on.
Alario with an early chance for Dubsha to Bailey, and he's taking it as well. And how strange, after producing a flawless performance in the first leg, Dulan Mike makes 1 mistake in the second and immediately is punished.
1 mistake in the first minute, and that is what can happen at this level. Dubsha looked totally out of sorts in that first game, but if you give him an opportunity like that, a guy of his quality will definitely make the most of it. What a start. Absolutely fantastic. We spoke, obviously, about him needing to take control, get that first goal. He's done it inside 2 minutes for Leon Bailey, and I don't want to say that the game is back on because it is still 4-1, but it could not have been a better start for Dubsha to this game. And now Dulan Mike has to switch back on because he's got a young head on those shoulders. He may have already thought he was through this tie, but it's back on if Dubsha has anything to say about it.
Yeah, he let his mind slip to those end-of-year exam results for just a second, Dulan Mike. And as a result, Dubsha has reduced the arrears to just a 3-goal deficit now on aggregate. It's exactly the start he would have been hoping for, the answer provided by Lucas Alario, who went it all alone. Only for his shot to be blocked and fall to Leon Bailey. And now the question is, can he build on that momentum? We saw in the first game between Fabio and Mo Ober how taking the lead can be so important to these teams. We'll see Josip Brekalo, 3 to aim for in the box. Dulan Mike being patient, waiting for more support, trying to work it intricately into the area. Here is João Victor. And this time into the grateful gloves of Fredecki.
He's in an interesting position here, Dulan Mike, because, you know, he doesn't have to go for goals as if he needs to win this tie. You know, he's already 4-1 up, but he just has to make sure he doesn't let Dubce get back into it. He's sort of, you know, in a weird couple of places where he has to decide whether he wants to go for another goal or, you know, trust his defensive skills, trust that he won't make any more mistakes. He could well hold this to a 1-0 defeat, and he'd be more than happy with that to go through with the win across the 2 legs, but has to decide which way he wants to go about it. And, you know, being the young guy that he is, being the attack-minded FIFA player that he is, he'll definitely, I think, be wanting to get himself back on the score sheet and get a win in this second leg.
He's getting into some very promising positions still. This time the chance snuffed out well by Dubce. Chance for him to build from the back with Ezequiel Palacios, now with Folland. 2 proficient finishers on the pitch in Ilario and Folland. They're combining here for Dubce. The little fake shot, not enough to fool the Wolfsburg backline. And that is something that the early goal will have done for Dubce. It will certainly give him the chance to be a little bit more ambitious in chasing the game. He does have nothing to lose, but now he is another goal behind João Victor. I tell you, his star is rising the same way that Dulan Mike's is in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. And after a very promising start for Dubce, the wind taken out of his sails now by that goal from João Victor.
If Dulan Mike makes one mistake, it's probably going to be the only mistake of the game. Here, he takes advantage of a really difficult chance. João Victor having to battle with a defender there to try and get to the ball first. He did so on his left foot. Fantastic finish across the goalkeeper as well. And Daniel Ginczek, once again, working wonders in the attacking line for Wolfsburg, getting to the byline, getting a good ball across. But Dubce will be disappointed because he had so many defenders back there. He's unable to stop that one attacker that was in a difficult position. But as you mentioned, James, it's João Victor, and he's making a name for himself in this grand final.
Well, I guess when you come into the tournament with Mo Ober saying that you're the strongest player on the Wolfsburg team, and it has helped, of course, that we've had 2 Wolfsburg players featured in our opening 2 games of the Grand Finals live stream. But he is certainly putting his name up in lights, the Brazilian, signed in the summer by Wolfsburg. I don't think it's fair to say he hasn't had it quite as good in the real world, but Brekalo to May. Now Ginczek, and well, Dulan Mike is once again carving Dubce apart. He pulled a goal back early in this second leg, the Leverkusen representative. But if anything, he's reawoken the monster that is Dulan Mike.
And it is a monster as well, and that intricacy is monster-like from Dulan Mike. The passing, the movement off the ball from his players, and for him to be able to recognise that movement and then find that pass and then execute the first-time finish from Daniel Ginczek. It's all such high-quality play from the Wolfsburg man. It's so difficult for Dubce to stop. It's also so difficult for him to get forward himself as well. He's had that goal. He's made the most of the mistake from Dulan Mike, but since then, it's all been with the Wolfsburg man again, and he's already ahead again in this second leg. And at the moment, he's just dominating, and it's in my mind, it's difficult to see a player who's, you know, playing better at the moment than Dulan Mike, especially with his team that he's got and the results that he's had already in this tournament.
Oh, that is a lovely ball to split the back line, and Ginczek trying to be unselfish there. Right idea, wrong execution from Dulan Mike.
I think if the score wasn't 6-1 on aggregate, he may have gone for something different there, but that's what we want to see. This guy's young, he's hungry for more, and he wants to show off his talent and his skills. And if he is 6-1 up across the tie, he's going to go for the special thing to try and score a goal.
Well, that's it, 18 years old, but his decision-making is exemplary, both at the back and up front. The one time we've seen him make a very rash decision, it actually cost him a goal. But when it comes to staying disciplined in terms of his movements with his defenders, he's not over-committing, he's not dragging players out of position, he's not leaving gaps exposed at the back. Meanwhile, up front, he's obviously looking for that extra pass, so more often than not, Alex, and really it's working wonders for him. because he is carving out the spaces that Dubje just hasn't been able to find at the other end in this Wolfsburg backline. And I mean, Leverkusen's defending in real life sometimes does leave a few question marks under Peter Bosz, their head coach. And it shows that that trend is still viable in the virtual world as well for Bayer Leverkusen, something their fans are used to seeing, something I'm sure Dubje is very used to seeing over the course of the campaign with Die Werkself.
He's just not getting fluidity in his attack. He's not, getting the pass and move that we've seen from him. And you have to credit Dulan Mike, as we see there. Fantastic defending, getting his player right up in there, pressing well in his own half and making things difficult. Almost got himself a goal back just before the break there, though, Dubje. With little time and space on the ball. And not quite sure that was a planned corner there from the Leverkusen man.
Yeah, I don't think we can call that one off the training ground, because let's be honest, if that is, they need to go back to training quite quickly. I'm sure that wasn't what he intended, a wasted chance from the set piece, but one brewing now with Stanilovic.
Again, Dulan Mike making the tackle in the perfect place. It may look like Dubje has a good chance on. He's getting into that Wolfsburg area, getting his confidence up, perks up his eyes and thinks, oh, maybe I can get something going here. But Dulan Mike snuffs it out so well, especially with those defensive midfielders in front of his defence. He's not just an attacking threat, he's also a strong defensive one. And if he hadn't made that mistake in the opening 2 minutes, he'd still have a clean sheet here in this second leg as well.
Well, this is it. Dubje, during the coronavirus pandemic that is still ongoing, he actually spent some time talking to some of his younger fans via an app called Easy Tutor, talking to them about what a career in esports is like, what they have to do to get there, the types of things that he has learnt over his time carving out a career path in that field. I just wonder whether Dulan Mike snuck into the chat and maybe got a few secrets off of him that he didn't realise, and that's why he's got the answers to all the questions. Right now, he is really enjoying the rub of the green, Dulan Mike. And it's very difficult, actually, to pick out what has been the most impressive aspect of this performance from him. Although a chance now for Dubje. And, well, he wasn't going to miss from there. That was of the clean, clear-cut variety. And Ilario, ruthless in those positions.
And we have to say, one of the new aspects of this being an online tournament now is that some lag may come into play. And it looked like Dubje was able to make the most of a little bit of lag there from the connections between these two guys over the internet, and Dulan Mike not too happy about it, but Dubje, again, making the most of a slim chance. That's at least been a positive for him. He can try and build from that, but as you said, Dulan Mike, it's hard to pick out where he's been best. And I think, for me, it's just his control of the game and also being able to snuff out those chances we just saw at the end of the first half, the way he was able to press and defend on the edge of his own box. It is such a difficult thing to read your opponent and try and guess where they're going to go, and he does it so often. Makes the right decision and makes that challenge. Now we're 10 minutes into the second half. He's going to try and get himself another goal to go ahead in this second leg to all the current score, 6-2 on aggregate. He might get a free kick here, and he does, on the edge of the Leverkusen box here. Can he work something well?
Work to the edge of the area with Ginczek, but that's one hell of a first touch from the Wolfsburg striker. Lets him down, and Babu snaps it back in midfield. Now releases Brekalo. 3 to aim for in the box. Brekalo packing out the skills. And there's a vital touch there from Lars Bender, right when it mattered most for Leverkusen. And this really is consolation central now for Benolfir Dubje. Fact is, he does have 3 points to his name already this afternoon, having won on match day 1 in Group 3. And it really is a case for him of not letting this result get him down too much. I think it's fair to say he's simply been outclassed by a better player. For Dubje, it's about putting that one behind you, moving on, jumping back on the horse. As we see Dulan Mike looking to rub further salt in the wounds, which he does, courtesy of Daniel Ginczek. And this is it. Dulan Mike impressed in the 3-1 win over Megabit. But right now he is blowing Dubje out of the water.
He's just so impressive in front of goal. He just works it so well. This time going wide down the left-hand side. And a low cross into the box. And Daniel Ginczek this time, rather than João Victor, beating his marker to the ball and getting to it first and hitting that volley with power, with venom past the goalkeeper. So difficult to keep that one out from that close range. And when you get chances like Dulan Mike is able to produce from close range, it's very rare that he misses the target. And we've seen it now. He's scored 7 goals across this tie. And he's looking good for a second win already in this grand final weekend. He scored 3 goals against Megabit. He's got 7 so far against Leverkusen's Dubje. How many will he end up? Still 20 minutes to play here.
Yeah, and arguably one of the things that's impressed me most about this before, it's just been ruthless. There's been no let-up, but he could have definitely taken his foot off the pedal a little bit after that comfortable first leg win by 4 goals to 0. But he hasn't. He's kept the pressure on. He's trying to maintain momentum. He's trying to set standards for himself at the start of this tournament that he can follow throughout. And he may have taken a bit of time out already this afternoon, this evening for his end-of-year exams. But it hasn't phased him one bit. And this is it. Dubje didn't wave the white flag. He came out fighting in this second leg. He got that early goal. Dulan Mike will have been disappointed the fact that it came from an individual error. But the response from the 18-year-old has been fantastic. And really, all Dubje can hope for now is what they call result cosmetics here in Germany. Ergebnis Kosmetik. He just needs to make the scoreline look a little more respectable. 7-2 on aggregate. Not the greatest look when you're trying to establish yourself as a front runner in this competition, the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. This day 1 of the 3-day event. Well, Stanilovic was closed down quickly and at the vital moment there. Oh, now Dulan Mike. We may only have 3-star skills, but he's packing out some of the best of them.
He's having fun with this one now. Less than 10 minutes to go. He's looking for another goal as well. Karamoko getting a header on target, but can't beat Lukas Radetzky. The hope as well for Dubje is that in his next game coming up, he will be playing against Impact of Greuther Fürth, who suffered defeat in his first game and is currently playing Megabit. We'll check in with the final score of that. So he'll have had a tough game to come into that tie from. So Dubje can try and bounce back with a victory. Maybe can end this game as well with a goal. He's looking to push it forward. Just can't quite do what Dulan Mike has done in this game, James, and get that final pass into the final third, but then allows a clear-cut chance on goal. You know, you can have all the build-up, you can have all the possession you want, but one pass can take a chance away from you, and at the end, it's been what Dulan Mike has separated himself from Dubje today with. His final pass has been the perfect one, and so has his finish as well to go with it.
João Victor doesn't have a lot to work with and runs out of space with Lars Bender closing him down. Now, his ability to have a man tight to the player on the ball very quickly, Dulan Mike, is something that I'm almost watching going, why do my players not act like that a little more often? What settings am I missing that's the difference between this elite level and the level I play at? As I say, Dubje pulls the goal back, so it's level on the score sheet in terms of the second leg. He does make the aggregate score look a little more respectable. Much improved in the second leg, though, Alex. Unfortunately, it's a little bit, you know, too little, too late.
Too little, too late is the perfect way to phrase it, James. But he's, you know, given himself a bit of pride. He's at least come back from that 4-0 first leg defeat and gotten himself what should be a 3-3 draw here, unless he concedes something late on. Should be able to keep this to himself. But yeah, to be able to come back with a 3-3 draw is, you know, a little bit of pride restored for him. But I think the story of the day and the story of this tie is Dulan Mike, and the fact that he is now 2 wins from 2 in this game and 2 huge scalps in the grand final already in these group stages. He's beaten Megabit, he's beaten Dubje, and he is top of Group 3 after 2 games. And you know, he gave up that 4-0 first leg lead with a 3-3 draw. He let Dubje get some confidence back, but Still scored 3 goals, James, and still kept purring as he was going forward.
Look at that face. It's so innocent, Alex. It's so innocent. And then you get on the joysticks with him and he will tear you apart with no mercy whatsoever.
No innocence.
And smile the whole time he's doing it. Because, yes, by the end of that game, he was having fun. He was packing out a few tricks here and there as well. He was keeping Dubja guessing. But, yeah, almost like a baby-faced assassin here, Doolan Mike. And he is very much one to watch out for. Because in Group 3, we really thought Megabit was the one to beat. After 2 games, I think it's fair to say Doolan Mike has taken that title off him for now. And really, the first couple of games, they have given us a wide array of what to expect from this virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. I thought a lot of the games would actually be tighter, much like the first game we saw between Mo Oba and Fabio. This one was a lot more open. This was a very dominant performance from Doolan Mike and almost one-sided by the end of it.
Totally, and I think what this has already established is that Wolfsburg are one of the most dangerous teams in this competition. And we can check in with the scores from the second match day of these group stages. We take a look at Doolan Mike's group there. He got the win over Dubsha. Megabit as well got himself back with a win over Impact, bouncing back from that defeat to Doolan Mike as well.
And those are the types of results I'm talking about. You know, 2-1, 4-3, tight 4 to fairs.
Yeah, that's it. It's not often we see a 4-0 win for a team in this tournament. And Alex Chappie as well, worth noting. He picks up his second win of the tournament as well. So he's right up there with Doolan Mike after the first match day as well. We can check in with Group 1 as well. And again, obviously, as we have established, Xander not playing for Bochum today. He's away with illness. So Leon picks up a couple of 2-0 wins to go with his first leg result. And Detto and Salzor competing in quite an interesting one. They're getting a 2-2 draw in the end. And Lefty pulling away from George with a 2-1 win in their game. You can check the standings there on the left-hand side of the screen as well. We'll go to Group 2 as well. And Mo Oba sitting atop, 3 points clear.
The Wolfsburg lads are looking strong today.
The Wolfsburg lads are looking strong. Doolan Mike as well. Mo Oba picking up a big 4-1 win against Jeffrey, who was one of the well-established names coming into this tournament. And interesting to see Fabio pulling back, coming back from that defeat to Mo Oba and getting himself a win over Dr. Ehano, who so far, two defeats from 2 games. Hakuna Matata also crashing back down to earth, you could say, and Lucas bouncing back, a 4-2 aggregate win for him. A very, very interesting group there, Group 2. Only 1 player now without a point, and we can check in on Group 4 as well. Interesting to see that Yannick and Sakui, or Lucas Sakul, I should say, 2 0-0 games across their tie. Quite glad we didn't check in on that one, James. It would have been a bit of a struggle for us to build up the entertainment factor of it. But
be careful, we've got Sakul coming up twice later on, potentially. We don't know yet.
It might have been Yannick who had been playing the defensive games there, but
I think it's fair to say it was, right? We know his style.
We know his style. He controls the games as well. Disappointing for De Gaucho. He had a 2-0 win from that first leg, as you can see, and a big comeback from Benner, CR7, 4-1 win in the second leg, gets him a 4-3 win over the aggregate scoreline, and Fenomeno getting his second win from as many games. So he goes into top spot in Group 4, the second of the Xbox One groups in this tournament. So we're 2 match days in. I think it's clear to see which of the teams we are most impressed by so far, James. And that has to be Wolfsburg with Doolan Mike and Mo Oba getting their couple of wins. But it's great to see that so many guys are, might have had their defeats in the first games, but they've bounced back and they've got themselves a win in the second game, Megabit, and the likes of those guys. We've seen lots of points distributed across the groups, and still 3 ties to go, I should say, in this group stage, and still all to play for.
Oh, this is it. We're seeing the results change the standings on a regular basis. We've only had 2 games, and we've seen players like Doolan Mike, like Alex Chappie that we can see on our screens, but also Mo Oba managed to pick up 2 wins out of 2. But that's been a rarity so far, and I think that's a very good thing for the grand final. I think it suggests that we are going to be on tenterhooks until the final match day 5 of each of these groups. But you wouldn't really expect anything else when you're considering that this is the elite of the elite. And yes, we've talked about the mental fortitude they're all going to have to show. And already we're seeing that come to the fore in players responding well, bouncing back from defeats, and then coming back with victories of their own. And yes, things are going really well for the Wolfsburg lads. Less so for the Borussia Mönchengladbach team, it has to be said, so far. far, still without a win so far this afternoon. One of the sides that finished in the top 6 of the virtual Bundesliga in the 2019-20 campaign to book their spot here. But so far this evening, things not quite going according to plan for the Foals. Whereas for Wolfsburg, things are going very well. And we've checked in with 2 Wolfsburg players in our opening 2 games. And I can say that we're going to check in with a third in our third game. And Sakul 97-06-11 taking on Bene CR7X. A name, of course, inspired by Cristiano Ronaldo himself. And let's be honest, Bene has a formidable reputation as well.
That's it. We just spoke about how he kept that comeback win against the Gaucho. He was behind 2-0 in the first leg and pulled it back. 4-1 win he got to get a 4-3 win over the aggregate score, and he'll be coming up against Lucas, as we just mentioned. He actually got himself a 1-0 win in that second game.
Snuck it late.
He snuck it late on against Yannick, so he pulled away with a late goal to earn himself a second win from as many games in this group stage phase so far. So for him, he's coming up against Benner, who, you know, got himself a comeback, got himself his first 3 points, and Lucas, you know, coming with Bayern Munich, destroying the Bundesliga in the real world. He hasn't competed in the virtual Bundesliga world this season, but he's starting well in what is one of the most wide open groups we could say so far. 2 guys are still without a win, and we're looking to make sure that they can get themselves back into this group stage phase without much time left. Basinho and their Gaucho of Gladbach and Bochum, but we're going to be looking at Lucas and Bennett in the next game as well. And it's interesting that we're going to get to watch the third Wolfsburg player already.
I was going to say, will it be 3 out of 3? 3 wins out of 3 maybe for the Wolfsburg players. Maybe we're the good luck charm if you're on stream. But it has to be said, this is the exact type of game we were just talking about, given the fact that it's been very back and forth already in the opening 2 match days. Sakul right now, or Lucas, has a chance to fashion some breathing room above Bene CRX 7X. Or does Bene pull it back and then they're level on points again after 3 match days with 2 left to play for? I mean, this really is going to go back and forth. I think it's going to be quite a swings and roundabouts affair throughout these group stages. And the players that have been able to fashion a positive start have certainly done themselves justice so far. It's whether they can build on that and maintain that momentum. But I expect big things, it has to be said, from this matchup between Sakul and Bene CR7X, because Bene is one that's been on the circuit for a very long time, making waves for this very young Wolfsburg side. I mean, they've got some incredible talent. We've already seen it with Mo Oba and Doolan Mike, and we do expect Bene CR7X to compete at a similar level. And of course, they've also got one final player in the mix as well, 4 for Wolfsburg, Salsor being the final of them. So they really do have a great chance to really establish themselves as a force in the virtual Bundesliga world here at the grand finals. Of course, Werder Bremen, it may be Bayern in real life who are the record title holders. They are the standard that everyone else is judged against. But in the virtual Bundesliga world, you have to say it's been Werder Bremen the last couple of seasons.
That's it, different fortunes on and off the virtual and real world pitches. Obviously, Werder Bremen battling against relegation in the real world of the Bundesliga. They've got 1 game to save themselves coming up this weekend. You can see that on Saturday if you watch the Bundesliga action, and then on Sunday you can come back to us and watch the conclusion of the virtual Bundesliga grand final weekend as we watch those semi-finals and finals take place on Sunday. And obviously Werder Bremen will be looking to have someone involved in that. And as we saw, Dr. Ahano is still no wins from his first 2 games. Very disappointing start for him. Megabit, though, the defending champion, coming back from his opening defeat to Dula Mike, he's got himself on the board. And when you've got teams like Wolfsburg who are gathering wins and gathering momentum as a team across those 4 players that they have, it's important that the established teams like Werder Bremen can build themselves momentum early on, because it's gone very quickly, but we are already 2 match days into this group phase. We're almost halfway through it now. And as you said, James, Lucas or Sakul has the chance to get himself a bit of breathing room between Benner, and that's what these guys have to think about. We've had those opening games where they sort of, establish themselves. What can I achieve in this tournament? Maybe I've, got to change my tactics somewhat after the first game. But this is the 3rd time now. This is where the teams really, the big guys have established themselves in the tournament. The form is starting to build up. And, these guys want to build up results as they look ahead into the knockout rounds, which will continue over the weekend. So very, very interesting tie between Lucas and Benner coming up, because Benner, of course, wants to get himself a win, get himself back amongst the top guys in that group of 4 in the Xbox side of things.
That's it. 4 teams from each group will be qualifying for the round of 16, which will take place tomorrow, along with the quarterfinals as well. And right now, with the way the standard of play is coming out, and it's being played at a very high level, and I think that's what we expected here at the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final as well. This is the best of the best that Germany has to offer on FIFA 20, and the standard of play has certainly not disappointed on our opening 2 games, and we don't expect it to here in our third either. But given just how tight things can be, every little point is going to make a huge, huge difference. And I think in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final last season, a perfect record was something that eluded everyone in the group stages. Got a couple of candidates already after the opening couple of games here, but that would be quite an achievement if you managed to pick up 5 wins from 5 in the group stages. I mean, we've seen some players that you'd now think it's certainly possible for them, and it's whether they can then clinch that throughout the group stages, because that would set them up so well for the knockout stages. They would be looked at as one of the favourites, and day one, I feel like day one's really going to set the stall, Alex, here.
100%. This is where the men are separated from the boys, is the saying in the real world, and it's the same case in the virtual Bundesliga world, with age not being a number at all in this world. But these guys, if they can build that form, as we mentioned, and get themselves into the knockout rounds, they want to build that form for the rest of the tournament. And someone like Dula Mike, who's picked up wins against huge opponents already in the opening games, he's going to be the man that people are going to want to beat as well in the tournament. If I'm someone who's in this tournament, coming up against him in the knockarounds, I know that if I beat him, it's going to be a huge statement for me. So for these guys, it has to be a motivation to come up against the best. They know that they are in this tournament. They are playing against the best of the best in the German virtual Bundesliga world, and we'll be waiting and ready to watch all the rest of the action unfold. And obviously, as we've mentioned, we've still got 3 group stage games to come today, and we're looking forward to all of those, and the next of which will be coming up very shortly as well, and it will be between Lucas and Bennett of Wolfsburg, looking to get themselves another victory. And we've obviously seen 3 games for Wolfsburg so far, James. We've seen Mo Oba, we've seen Dula Mike, and we're about to see Ben, as we've mentioned before. What are we expecting from him? What do you think coming into this game? Obviously, he's looking to try and get a win over Lucas, but he's had a mixed affair so far, it's fair to say, in this early stages of the group phase.
Yeah, that's it with him. We've seen him draw a blank against Fenomeno, but then prove his goal-scoring skills in the second game with a 4-3 win over Der Gaucho. I would expect him to try and build on that type of performance. Maybe, we didn't see it, of course, but maybe he was a little too conservative in that first game against Fenomeno. Maybe it cost him, but showing against Gaucho, admittedly, I mean, he came from 2-0 down in that one, so he'd actually gone the first 3 games without scoring.
Yeah.
And then he comes up with 4-1, and that wins him the tie against Der Gaucho. So maybe a steep learning curve from Bene here in this 85 mode in the early stages of the virtual Bundesliga. And it's fair to say he's coming up against a very established pro here in Sakul as well. He knocked out some very big names on his way to the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. He came through the playoffs. He knocked out Obafemi Mobius in the round of 16 in the quarterfinals. He then came up against Flimsy Rabbit and beat him as well by a 4-1 aggregate score. And then he knocked out a huge, huge name in the quarterfinals to end up booking his place in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. And he took out Niklas Razek, who is ranked number 2 in the world on Xbox in FIFA 20. And he knocked him out en route to booking his place here. So some huge scalps, it has to be said, achieved by Sakul, who is a member of the German Nationalmannschaft as well, so representing his country in esports as well. He's only featured for them once so far, and he actually lost his game against Rasmussen of Norway, but we will talk less about that and more about his accolades, because he is a giant killer, has proven that. And the thing is, in a tournament like this, you feel like someone like Sakul, he really has nothing to lose.
That's it. He's coming into this, having not played in the virtual Bundesliga world, and as you said, he's built up those scalps that he's beaten in the last few years, and he's only 22 years old, but he's been around the block. He's been here since FIFA 17 in the competitive world, and so he knows what it's all about. And this is new ground for him as well. So there's guys that have competed in the virtual Bundesliga world since the start, since the first year, and they're into their second season now and trying to build from that and try and get themselves victories at the top. But here's a new guy trying to come in and establish himself in the virtual Bundesliga world, and we'll have to see if he can do that, because as you said, he's a giant killer, and he's got himself I wouldn't call it a giant killing, but to get himself a 1-0 win against Yannick, as we mentioned, of Augsburg, who is one of the most defensively sound FIFA players that we've got in the virtual Bundesliga world, for him to get a 1-0 win across 2 legs is no easy feat, it has to be said. So for him coming into this game, he's trying to get himself another win over Benner and trying to establish himself in this group. And obviously, he wants to make sure that with Fenomeno getting 2 wins out of 2 for Cologne, that he gets himself into that top spot. Because as you said, 4 of these 6 players will go through to the round of 16. And that's when we'll see the knockout phase come into play, which is going to bring a lot of fun for us to commentate over as well.
No, absolutely. But what we are seeing as well, maybe an early trend, noticing here that the players that qualified via the playoffs are actually faring better so far in the opening 2 games of the group stages than those that were the regulars in the virtual Bundesliga. And we actually thought it may be the other way around, because those who played in the virtual Bundesliga season should be well versed in the 85 game mode and all its tricks and traits that they can try and exploit to really better their results. But so far it's the playoff players, those that have come in with maybe less knowledge on them. There's less scouting on them. And of course, all these players will be familiar themselves. They're all knocking about in the same communities in the FIFA 20 world. They're all probably spending regular time on each other's streams on Twitch, or well, it won't be Mixer anymore actually after the news the other day, but yeah, I mean, you feel like they're going to be familiar. But the ones coming through the playoffs that maybe have less information, everyone knows Fenomeno is a fantastic player. He's someone that has established a reputation in the German esports world, but he wasn't playing in the virtual Bundesliga. There's less information out there about him. He's come in and he's making a real mark in Group 4, and it's great to see that we're seeing some of the players that came from the outside that maybe people are less familiar with establishing themselves, because these are the biggest names in the German esports circles right now when it comes to playing competitive FIFA, and we're seeing why.
Yeah, we're seeing them compete in this level, and it means that these guys can try and get themselves to compete in this level on a more regular basis. As you said, you know, these guys compete against each other all the time. They're obviously not used to playing each other all the time. They're used to playing foot champs maybe on a weekend basis, to getting the stress away with that.
But getting the stress away? What are you on about? That's way more stress.
Getting into the stress to then get it away. I mean, for some of these guys, they enjoy it so much that they obviously keep playing it. For me personally, I've played maybe once or twice on the foot champs weekend, and that's more than enough for me.
It's good enough for a whole season.
But for these guys, you know, they're competing on that level, and now they're bringing it here. They're bringing it into the virtual Bundesliga world, and you know, not all of them are established professionals in the game yet, but they're trying to make that a thing. And these are the opportunities that they need to make the most of. A lot of these guys that we're seeing involved were in the Bundesliga Home Challenge as well. It wasn't as prestigious an event. It wasn't, you know, for all the glory, for the marbles, for the Meisterschale, but it all helps. It all builds up a reputation, and that's what it's also about for these guys personally. It's all about building a personal reputation so that, you know, they can get themselves qualified onto the sort of E-World Cup stage in the coming years, when we try and see these guys compete on that high level again, like we've seen Mo Oba do, winning it last year.
Yeah, that's it. They are representing their clubs, but we, just like we do in the real Bundesliga world, we see a lot of chopping and changing in squads. And it's worth also pointing out that very much like in the real world, the coronavirus pandemic has certainly brought some uncertainty into the esports world as to exactly where the funding's going to come from. Is the funding going to be as strong as it was last season? Right now, especially with the Bundesliga Home Challenge, a lot of esports pros were hoping that the competitive FIFA world could take this opportunity to really propel itself into the limelight. And I think it did that during the ongoing coronavirus pandemic. We saw tournaments popping up left, right, and center, as I mentioned earlier, and that really gave people a chance to get to know some of the players on the other side of the fence when it comes to the esports world, competing with their Bundesliga teams, representing their sides, and get to know some of these players. And Bene CR7X was one of those that featured in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, but it's been a lovely door that's opened into this esports world that's given people a new look at it. And I do think there's an element where it has capitalized on it in a very positive way, and then you're hoping that the interest can maintain its longevity. And the virtual Bundesliga looking to really pick up where the Bundesliga Home Challenge left off. Admittedly, this is the elite of the elite. This is the top level. We had games there between fellow professional players. We even had referees in the mix, and we had some questionable results that probably wouldn't happen at the top tier level in the esports world. I'm looking there at Nico Schlotterbeck and his ridiculous win in that game against Maximilian Mittelstedt. It has to be said that was an absolute blowout, an 11-1 win for the Freiburg centre-back. But when it came to the esports pros going head-to-head, they were a lot tighter. They were a lot more fiercely competitive. And really, it came down to individual moments of brilliance, or mistakes, Alex, that decided those games. And we are seeing an element of that in what we've seen so far in the grand final here.
Totally. We saw it from Dula Mike. He Didn't obviously, lose the game where he made that mistake against Dubscher, but his teammate here for Wolfsburg is making a fantastic start. I can cut away from that because who is it, James, that has got the goal? It's that man, João Victor.
Just give him the ball, Alex. Just give him the ball at every opportunity.
Feed the Victor and he will score. That's the motto for Wolfsburg in this grand final weekend so far. 16 minutes gone and he's on the score sheet again.
I mean, we're not watching every other game, but I cannot imagine that there's a player that has scored as many goals for his side as João Victor has for these Wolfsburg players so far. Unbelievable how he keeps getting into the right positions. I don't know whether it's the physical ability that he has to match with the pace. Don't know whether it's his weak foot that's obviously incredibly strong as well, because we've seen him score goals left and right, and that is obviously proving a very key factor for these Wolfsburg players. And after talking about Sakul and all the pedigree he brings to the table and all the giant killings he's got in his past, he has found himself on the back foot early here, which is exactly where players don't want to be, as we've seen in the opening 2 matches. Oh, I say that, and he's looking for the immediate response. And in the end, Lino Kasten there, diving at the feet of Michael Cuisance.
That actually brings me on to, talking about Bayern, as we see Manuel Neuer come out and make an incredible headed clearance there.
That happens in the real world too, right?
We're not surprised to see that, James, not at all. But it is interesting. This is the first time we've been able to see Bayern at the virtual Bundesliga level and be able to see them line up. Obviously, the best Bundesliga team on the pitch in the real world and the best rated team usually in the Bundesliga virtual world, obviously brought onto the 85 mode. It's interesting to see how Lucas has lined up here. He's got Perisic up front with Lewandowski, and he's actually got Fita up playing in midfield in an attacking midfield role. His defence is, as you'd expect, he's got Niklas Süle back, as Bayern would love to have it in the real world. But as you mentioned, they also have Michael Cuisance there in midfield, almost got the first goal for Lucas in this game, getting himself back into it. But for me, it's just interesting to see how they've lined up. A 4-2-3-1, it looks like. Lewandowski is up front, but he's got support from Perisic and the likes around. But, one of these teams that is so highly rated, usually Lewandowski, an 89 or 90 rated player, usually on the FUT Champs World, he's down to an 85 now. Does that make him a worse player to use? Does it mean that he's more difficult to handle? Someone like Davies as well might have reduced pace. It's all very interesting factors that I'm sure Lucas will have thought about thoroughly before selecting his team.
What are you on about? Davies is so fast. He's even in 85 mode. I say that, and what a chance for Sakul. He pulls it back. I didn't think Gnabry would get there first, but he got the vital touch to play it into the path of the goal machine that is known as Robert Lewandowski. Brilliant play from Serge Gnabry.
I questioned whether Lewandowski would be up to the challenge on the 85 mode, and he has shut me up with one tidy little finish, but it was all the work of Davies first with a lovely through ball over the top, and then Gnabry with that cross beating the goalkeeper to it. Perfect response from Sakul to get himself level early in this first half.
Lino Kasten there with a costly error coming off his line and not getting there first. Gnabry had to pack out the acrobatic effort, and he did to great effect as it's lofted in. Neuer with a vital touch to prevent the ball dropping at the back post. The opening goal from Bene CR7X has really sparked this game into life.
Since then, though, it's been Lucas that's got on the ball. He's had much more of the possession. He obviously hasn't had the chances. He's just had the one where he did find the net with Lewandowski, but he's on the ball. He's taking control of this game since going behind, as Bayern so often do in the real world, and he's trying to replicate that here. Pushed forward as well. He might have a free kick, and yes, he does. This is in a dangerous position now.
3 players over it for Bayern. It's one off the training ground. Pass to Niklas Süle. I'm sure that wasn't the intended target in the box. Here is Fita up, Perisic. Quick combinations, finds its way to Lewandowski. You can see what he's trying to do there. Lucas, in the end, Lino Kasten was privy to the danger.
So often just trying to turn on the edge of the box there when you've got your back to goal with a striker like Lewandowski. You just need to turn it onto their favoured right foot or left foot. Just get a first-time shot away. It's so difficult to defend because you can't really read where these guys are going to go. And Lewandowski has found himself down in the penalty box, and just before the break, a chance for the spot.
Bene CR7X disappointed there. Clumsy challenge. Lewandowski to give Sakul the lead, which he does with a cool, calm finish from the spot. And he doubles up the pole. And Sakul has turned this game very much on its head with 2 quick goals from Robert Lewandowski before half-time.
And it was Lewandowski again. He's back to goal in the box. Again, it's so difficult to defend because with a player like Lewandowski who has such a strong weak foot, I'm sure in the 85 mode it's also 4-star weak foot as well. You just don't know which way he's going to go. He could go right or left. Both are equally as good. And in the end, Bennett didn't know which way to go and went straight into Lewandowski, brought him down. A perfect response from Lucas to turn this game around before half-time, and as we see, go into the break now with a lead.
Well, it wasn't quite 5 goals in 9 minutes from Robert Lewandowski here against Wolfsburg, but it was 2 in quick succession at the end of the first half that have given Lucas a 2-1 lead at the break. Bene CR7X with work to do. Wolfsburg's winning streak here on the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final live stream is under threat right now. He had taken the lead early, but has since been pegged back.
He's got a reputation to uphold here for Wolfsburg. We've only seen them win so far, on our live stream at least, of the Grand Final. Can he respond though? As I said, since going behind, Sakul has been fantastic. He's been dominating this game and he's taken his chance as well. But we're just going to have to keep an eye on how Bene defends Lewandowski now. We know that he's going to go for him. As we look ahead now, Lewandowski in front of the fence with his back to goal there. Doesn't quite get the touch that he would want. But Bene's going to have to work out a formula to stop the pole from finding the net. He almost got it there again. Might have another rebound. Superb defending that time. Scrappy there, but he's able to get it away.
Well, this is very much mirroring real life for me, Alex. Bayern concede early and then all of a sudden just turn it on and make their opponents look inferior as I say that. And Bene CR7X makes me eat my words because that man, Robert Lewandowski, anything you can do, I can do better, says João Victor. And it's 2-2 game on.
This is my stage, says João Victor. This is my Volkswagen Arena. He gets himself a brace. He's matched Lewandowski and he's brought this game level again. Perfect way for Bene to start the game. Start the second half, I should say, sending the ball down the wing into the middle. Again, João Victor just getting the wrong side of his defender. It's so difficult to defend because you can't obviously control every man on the pitch. For Lucas, he's got to make sure he picks the right one to control. Couldn't quite get it there. But again, he's on the ball. He's looking to keep control and bring himself forward with composure. We mentioned it before, and we can mention it again. Lewandowski is the main threat, even in the 85 mode. And with his back to goal, it's almost impossible to stop.
You know what, but I'll take the first hat-trick of the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals, Alex. Haven't had one in our live stream just yet. Anyone that joined us for the Bundesliga Home Challenge may remember the bingo stat sheet that we had. A few of those crossed off already here in the opening couple of games of the Grand Final. A hat-trick would be another of them, and Lewandowski with the chance. He had Kasten at full stretch there. There we can see, top of your screen, the stats for the 2-star men, João Victor and Lewandowski. Victor has been more efficient so far than the pole. But right now it's the pole that is peppering the Wolfsburg goal. So he looks for what would be a winner for Bayern and Lucas. And, well, I'm not sure Bene CR7X quite intended to play the ball straight out for a throw in there, under no pressure whatsoever from a Bayern player, but that is what happened.
Even the best don't quite have every pass perfectly played out.
It's nice to know, isn't it, sometimes, Alex?
It does bring us, give us some positive mindset about our own FIFA gameplay. That's for sure.
Oh, no, I don't know. I can't say that because watching these guys just makes me really sad about my level of play, if I'm really honest. I wish I was close to theirs. As Boateng, that was a vital challenge at the back, a corner for Wolfsburg, and now a chance to make some changes. But in terms of the first leg, this is the most competitive we've seen in our live stream game so far. We had Mo Ober winning 2-0 in his first leg. We had Dulan Mike picking up a very comfortable win in his first leg of the second game. But this one, it's 2-2 with just under 25 minutes of FIFA time remaining. And you still feel like this could go either way. And the advantage going into the second leg could be key as well as Weghorst. Well, there is a chance that he would have been expecting to, at the very least, hit the target with.
That's it, the tallest player in the Bundesliga. So comfortable in the air. So many headed goals this season in the real world, and especially there at the near post, expected to get that header on target at the very least. But as you said, James, one of the most even games we've had so far, 2-2 with 20 minutes to go. Worth remembering, as you mentioned as well, that this is a two-legged group stage tie that these guys are playing. It means that it goes into the aggregate score across the two legs. Lucas and Bennett will be looking to perhaps get themselves a lead to defend in that second tie, which will be played at the home of Bayern Munich. Joshua Zirkzee is on as well, worth noting. The big Dutchman who has impressed so much. Almost a penalty there, perhaps, again, for Lucas and Bayern Munich, but getting away from it there. Bennett trying to break as well.
Lovely play to find Klaus out wide. Fashions a bit more room to work with. Low with the cross to João Victor. And in the end, it became a little too intricate there from Bennett.
Really fun first half, and we've had the second half response as well. The goals have kept coming. 15 minutes to go. We get a winner.
Well, I'd go as far to say as well, I think the backlines haven't been quite as compact or disciplined in this game, and that's why we've seen a few more goals. As Zirkzee picks out the top corner to re-establish Lucas's lead. A picture-perfect goal from the Dutchman, recreating his form from real life in the virtual world as well. He doesn't need many touches, Alex, but he makes them count, Joshua Zirkzee.
He comes on from the bench, and he does what Lucas needs him to do. So well played there. He passed the ball into the box, and he had options there. He could have turned with his own man. I believe it was Ivan Perisic. Could have moved onto one of his favoured feet and shot at goal himself, but he had the composure, had the vision as well to see Zirkzee in a good position and find him, as Karamoko has been found in the Bayern box at the other end. Possibly another chance as well, as Bayern can't clear. It's all a bit of a scramble.
Panicky defending from Bayern. We're not used to seeing that in real life, but those nerves have been held eventually. But that was a great chance for Bene to pull level once again, and after Lewandowski had scored twice and then turned provider for the third, it was João Victor, who has already scored twice, trying to turn provider for Wolfsburg's third, but unsuccessful with Karamoko. This is it, Lucas von der Heide, his full name, was talking before the grand final got underway, saying that he felt he had a very controlled approach when it comes to FIFA. He says, maintaining my overview using tactical details from real football is something he feels sets him apart at the elite level. And he felt that it was really came down to composure on the ball, and it's fair to say he's had that today. But this game between Lucas and Bene has certainly been more open than the earlier games we saw between Mo Oba and Fabio, and Dulan Mike and Jubjit.
Neither of these guys sitting on their laurels. They're going for it right to the end. It's good to see that Lucas as well, even if he's free to up, is going for more, and he gets more as well. And for the first time on our live coverage of the grand final weekend, we have a hat-trick, James. And who else could it have been but Robert Lewandowski?
The man cannot stop scoring. Virtual world, real world, it just doesn't matter. There are goal-scoring instincts that you just cannot teach to some of these players, and Robert Lewandowski has them in droves, Alex. And I'm not surprised to see him being the man to crush Wolfsburg as he almost gets a fourth. The man who's made Bundesliga history with those 5 goals in 9 minutes against the Wolves. Admittedly, on that occasion, he was coming off the bench, as there's another chance here for Zula on the volley. But a game that started so poorly for Lucas Sakul has ended in victory. A fantastic comeback, and it was a battle of the stars. In the end, it was Robert Lewandowski who takes all the plaudits compared to João Victor. And it's right now Bene CR7X who is on the back foot after the first leg. And after 2 Wolfsburg wins in our first 2 games of our live coverage of the grand final of the virtual Bundesliga, we are now staring the first Wolfsburg defeat in the face, Alex.
We mentioned it before, and you mentioned it just there, a comeback from Sakul, a 4-2 win there. We don't often see that in a game, a single game, that is. This is why we play these two-legged ties, to try and make it as fair as possible. We really don't often see a team come back in a single game, and that's testament to Lucas's ability. And he's able to come back and get himself a big 4-2 win. And obviously he's going to look to try and establish that and make sure that that becomes a win over the tie as well, because he's got 3 wins from 3 as things stand, trying to make it 3 wins from 3 in this second leg of the tie. But so far, the way he's played in this game, at least, that we've seen, fantastic from him. And Lewandowski, of course, I questioned. How could I question whether he could be up to scratch in the 85 mode? I apologise, Robert, and I apologise, Lucas, for testing you. Obviously, he heard my voice in the back of his head and thought, I'll score a hat-trick with Lewandowski, shall I?
Yeah, it brought the best out of him. And we do know that he does respond well to pressure situations, the Pole, and doing so in the virtual world as well. But yeah, to question Robert Lewandowski, arguably the greatest goal scorer, if not one of the greatest goal scorers in Bundesliga history. I think Gerd Müller would maybe have a few words of argument against that status for him. But he is without a doubt one of the stars of Germany's top flight in the virtual or the real world, Robert Lewandowski. And now the interesting thing is, what do we see Sakul do? Do we see him maybe drop back a little bit more, try and be more defensively sound than we saw him in the first leg, because he did concede twice in that one. The backlines were a little more open than we've become accustomed to seeing so far in the virtual Bundesliga grand final. Or do we see him maintain the game plan and look for more goals? Because a 2-goal cushion coming into that second leg is very healthy. It's very difficult for teams to turn that around. And while we did see Bene CR7X do that in his last game, I'm struggling to see him doing it in this one, because he did create chances, but Sakul was clearly the better player in that first leg, and it's going to take a lot for Bene CR7X to really battle his way back into this game. At the same time, do we really underestimate any of the Wolfsburg players right now after what we've seen from Mo Ober and Dulan Mike? Do I really underestimate Bene CR7X and say there's no chance of him getting back in this? Of course not. It's the virtual Bundesliga. Anything can happen, and that's why we absolutely love it.
We don't want to write anyone off, of course, especially not a Wolfsburg man, but I have to agree with you, because throughout that game, Sakul, or Lucas as we can call him, was dominating the possession. He may have been behind on the scoreline, but he was in control of the ball. And that's what so often is the case for these games, of picking the winner. Whoever has the ball, whoever has control of the possession, comes out on top in the end. No matter how difficult it can be, they always have the more chances. They always have better opportunities to get themselves a goal. They just need that composure and patience in front of goal to earn those chances. Obviously, Bene was working with some long balls there. We saw, I think it was his second goal with João Victor, that was a long ball over the top and a cross in from the left-hand side. Maybe that's the danger point that you can try and work from in this game. But for Sakul, he's just going to want to keep things as they are. I don't think he should change his game plan at all. Try and keep on the ball and maintain the control of the possession. But he knows that Bene is going to be coming out all guns blazing for him. He knows that Bene is going to be probably changing his tactics coming into this game, but I don't see any reason why Lucas should try and waver from his clearly possession-based style play.
Yeah, difficult situation for Bene to be in, and you have to say, you can see him there, bottom right of your screen. He's not looking in the most confident of spirits coming into this second leg. Needs to pick himself up, brush himself down, and see if he can maybe get an early goal that would give him the lifeline in this tie against Sakul, who right now is, like we've seen with Mo Ober and Dulan Mike, is really starting to establish himself as one of the front runners in the early stages of these virtual Bundesliga grand finals. But we are now underway with the second leg between Sakul and Bene. It's Bene with a 4-2 deficit after the first leg. Scored early in the first half to take the lead, scored early in the second half to level the scores, but it was ultimately the quality of Sakul who managed to make it tell, especially in the final third. And I wonder whether we'll see, Alex, the continuation of the Battle of the Stars, João Victor against Robert Lewandowski. Will those once again be the go-to men for these two teams? Lewandowski 3-2 up after the first leg in terms of his goal scoring, the first hat-trick of the grand final in the virtual Bundesliga. The climax of the competitive FIFA season in Germany. It was delayed due to the coronavirus pandemic. But so far, it's been worth the wait, Alex.
It certainly has. And I think we will see João Victor and Lewandowski play crucial roles again in this game, both starting up front for their respective teams. And it was an interesting point you made as well before the game, that Lucas, tries to maintain his sort of tactical style of play from the real world. He tries to play like Bayern play and play like real football games actually go on. And it's clear to see that that's something he wants to do. He wants to keep possession and he knows that if you have control of the ball, more often than not, you're able to have control of the game and control of the scoreline as well. That's what Bayern have been able to do in the last few years of the Bundesliga. That's what he's doing here, and at least in this first leg so far. We'll have to see how the second leg pans out. But again, opening 12 minutes, he's been on the ball more often than not.
Yeah, that's it. That dominance can carry over. But it really was the fact that despite falling behind early, he just didn't flinch. It didn't seem to faze him at all. As he comes forward here with Ivan Perisic, it looked like the chance opened up for him, but it was quickly snuffed out by Gilles Vogui.
I wouldn't have expected him to take a shot there. It's almost waited too long for it there, Lucas. He sat on it for a little bit and thought, oh, maybe I should go for this then, and he went for it in the end, but got blocked away. And that's what you can do when you're 4-2 up. Maybe you can not take that extra pass, and maybe Bene, that's what he's expecting. Maybe he's expecting that extra pass. Now Lucas has the freedom to try different things, whereas Bene has to try and find any way back into this tie. And as we've said so often, the first goal is going to be crucial, especially here, because it's the difference between 5-2 and 4-3, which is huge across two-leg aggregate tie.
Yeah, it's the difference between game on and game over between this one, it has to be said. Bene did manage to get an early goal in the first leg. So far being thwarted, but if he is going to get back into this game, he's got to be making the right decisions at the right times. And when it comes to his work in the final third, it's not quite coming off for him the same way it is for Lucas and Bayern.
One thing you saw there, just played it to João Victor with his back to goal, but he had Boateng behind him. And in the 85 mode, it does bring these guys onto a more level playing field, but still, João Victor was a lot shorter than Jerome Boateng, and the German defender was just able to easily brush him off the ball. If he does want to try and play that style, which we've seen from Lucas, he's going to have to try and go for Ginczek up front with those sorts of passes, a much more physical presence up front. As Lucas comes forward with art, snuffed out though.
And no nonsense clearance straight out of play for a throw-in. Unfortunately for Bene, that just gives Lucas another bite at the apple with possession. Here he is, Lewandowski, twisting, turning. Oh, what a stunning finish that is from Robert Lewandowski. He has been the go-to guy for Sakul, and, well, it's easy to see why, Alex.
Things don't change for Bayern Munich on the virtual pitch from the real world. Robert Lewandowski is the main man. Just really, really nice composure, again, from Lucas. Able to pick up that ball and know that he could just skip past him onto his right foot. For Bene, disappointing that he didn't recognise that Lewandowski would probably try and push on to his favourite right foot. Can he respond though, Bene, as he brings the ball forward now with Wolfsburg? Block from Davies there in his own box. Big, as we said, for Lucas to get the first goal. 5-2. It's a mountain for Bene to have to climb here with almost 35 minutes of the first half gone here. He's not got much time if he wants to change things, and he's going to change things now early before half-time if he can get a break in play. We have not seen this yet so far in our live coverage of these games. First half substitution on the cards.
He's not happy with something, and I'm not surprised. But it's also a case of, again, right now, he's got nothing to lose in this game, right? He's 5-2 down. He might as well roll the dice, bring on some attacking substitutions, see if he can impact the game in that manner, seeing as right now Sakul is having it all his own way. And the thing is, I don't know whether this is just a case of after the first game, Sakul's picked up on a couple of the things that Benny likes to try and do with his first touch, but he seems to be reading his game a lot better. And therefore, he's getting to the ball quicker. He's stopping him in his tracks when he's trying to build forward. And I just feel like he's picked up a few things from that first game that he's brought into the second to make life even more difficult for Bennett, who's trying to keep him guessing here with Ginczek, but it's off the bar. Those are the chances that he needed to make count in this first half, and he's had two of them, and both have been squandered.
That was the first one we've really seen where Victor had time on the ball. It's been the case so far that Lucas has let Ginczek have the ball. He's not gone into those physical contests, whereas when Victor has had the ball, he's gone into him, he's pressed him hard, and he's won the ball back. That was the first time we've seen where João Victor had a bit more space on the edge of the Bayern box, able to get a shot away as well, with Ginczek taking that and almost a goal. Lucas just has to make sure he keeps his concentration levels up. As soon as João Victor has the ball, he needs to press him, because he might not have that physical presence that Ginczek has, but he has the technical ability and the skills to make things out of nothing.
Brilliant pass there to release Arp. One-on-one with the keeper. The angle was always on his side. And right now, Sakul 97.06.11 is just like Dulan Mike before him, really making his mark in these virtual Bundesliga grand finals. And right now he is showing zero mercy whatsoever up against Bene CR7X. And as things stand, is on course to be competing at the top of Group 4. And he's starting to build a buffer.
Bene just having some struggles in this tournament. It's fair to say he's not quite on the same level as these guys. And Lucas is making the most of it here. Unbelievable from him. Just composure in front of goal. Again, we saw the desperation of the defender here. I think it was Joshua Gilavogi there going to the floor, trying to stop that goal from going in. But before the break, to get a second for Lucas, he's well on his way to getting himself another win here in the group stages of the grand final weekend.
Yeah, but early doors really, again, forging this reputation of one to watch, one to be feared as well in the grand finals. And it is interesting, you know, after this lengthy layoff, it's a bit like with the Bundesliga players in real life. You're wondering who was going to be able to maintain their standards, who was going to be able to maintain momentum despite a hiatus in the season. And this was the question we had for these grand finalists as well here in the virtual Bundesliga. We knew that they were going to have been playing FIFA regularly during the coronavirus pandemic. Lots of people had more time at home, and ultimately for them, there wasn't much change in their daily outputs. If anything, they probably played FIFA even more than they were used to. But this 85 game mode, we did question who was gonna rise to the top, who was gonna thrive, and who was gonna struggle. And right now, Bene CR7X is struggling, and Sakul is thriving.
Yeah, we don't know how much time he's spent in preparing for this, Bene. Maybe he's spent more time in the Ultimate Team side of things in recent weeks, but it's clear to see that the 85 mode is something that you really have to work on just to be able to pick out, first and foremost, your favourite team. You know, you have to pick out the players that you like using the most, whether they have, you know, the extra star weak foot or maybe some technical skills that you can work with. The likes of João Victor and players like that are sort of hidden gems that these guys have obviously worked on to try and pick up. And at the moment for Lucas, he hasn't had to work too hard to pick up his hidden gems. Manuel Neuer is one of them, an established man in the Bayern goal, and he makes a huge save there. But Lewandowski so far has been his star of the show, and I think that's a more obvious one for Lucas to be able to work with. But Arp as well, coming into this team and showing himself, showing his worth. It's all about preparation for these guys, and I think it tells a lot when Lucas is able to dominate a game like this.
Oh, that's a great ball in, and what a header. That was, I think it was Kingsley Coman with the defensive work there for Bayern. There's something that we're not used to seeing. But it looked like João Victor was going to be wide open for a header from the edge of the 6-yard box. Instead, it's now broken down the other end with Bayern and with Sakul looking to make a miserable evening even worse here for Bennett. But the offside flag on that occasion is up against him. And right now, poor old Bennett is having a rough ride of it in the virtual Bundesliga grand finals. We've got the behind-the-scenes footage of these face cams for each of the players, but I'd almost love to have the microphones open as well to hear exactly what's being talked about. I don't know whether Benet's got his stream open. I think Wolfsburg themselves will be streaming on Twitch as well. So he's maybe chatting to his chat while this is all going on and saying, oh, dear me, I cannot buy any measure of good fortune in this grand final so far, because right now he's staring a third defeat in the face. And after Mo Ober and Dulan Mike set the standard for Wolfsburg players in our live stream, Bene CR7 has not been able to match up, but he has come up against one of the strongest in the competition, seemingly, in Sakul, who has barely given him an inch to work with in this second leg. And here he comes again. Arp can't beat out Paulo Otavio. Sakul, who is of the Focus clan, used to represent Schalke in the virtual Bundesliga before making the switch to Bayern. And to be honest, he's a man that's proven that he's got a fair bit of luck in his pocket. He's packed team of the season so far, Virgil van Dijk, twice in FIFA Ultimate Team.
That's just not fair, James.
It really isn't to the rest of us, is it? Xerxes with a chance, and just like in the first leg, Xerxes comes off the bench and finesses home a finish to add to the scoreline for Bayern and Sakul.
He's making his own luck here. Is Sakul. Fantastic finish again. Xerxes coming off the bench, getting himself a goal for the Bayern Munich boys, just as he's done so often in this Bundesliga real-world season. He's doing it on the virtual pitch as well. A very tidy finish there. Composure and clinical attacking work from the Bayern boys again here today. Can they get themselves a clean sheet? That's what Lucas will be wanting to do. If he can do that at this high level, it'll be a fantastic thing for him. Got himself a clean sheet against Gaucho in the first game and a couple against Yannick as well, so it's something he's been priding himself on so far. As much as he's scored the goals so far, this would be his 4th clean sheet already in the tournament across his 6 games played. Fantastic record for him.
Oh, that is absolutely gorgeous FIFA from Lucas representing Bayern. And Lewandowski does turn provider. It's Goretzka with the goal, but that was so easy on the eye.
That has to, all the praise has to go to Lucas there. There's nothing we can say for Bennett. He could not have defended that. Absolutely outstanding team football. We're so often used to seeing Bayern do that themselves, working their way through an opposition's defence with beautiful passing and interplay. And he's brought that onto the virtual world as well. As we mentioned, he looks at real world games and tries to copy them into his FIFA gameplay, and he's doing that here. And so far, he's not letting Benny have any mercy at all. He's building up his goal difference. There's 8 so far in this tie. And is there a 9th on the cards as well? Lewandowski is away. The keeper's out of his goal. And now it is just all too simple for Lucas, cutting his way through the Wolfsburg team. And it's just all too simple for him again here, James.
Slicing and dicing like a Michelin star chef, Alex. That backline stood no chance against the sharpened blades that we have seen here from Lucas. And I have to say, Bene is not giving the impression, he's not giving me the body language that suggests he's a man that can get himself back into this game or measure or restore any measure of pride, but he's also not striking me as a person that is going to be able to get back into these grand finals. This now 3 losses out of 3, so 6 out of 6 technically, if you look at the course of his whole experience so far in these grand finals this evening. And that is very, very disappointing for someone who plays for a team that are really setting the standards here in the grand finals so far. And really, I'm getting the impression he'd rather just have this tournament over and done with now. I don't think he really wants to play his final 2 games. Yes, he still has a shot of actually sneaking into the top 4 in Group 4, but he's not giving me that impression that he's really up for this, Alex. He looks defeated.
Yep, that's it. And, I mean, you would be at 5-0 down, but I know exactly what you mean. Even coming into this second leg, it didn't start the way that you'd want to. It was still Lucas who was dictating the game and controlling the possession. Nothing really changed from that first leg. And as we also said, and as we've seen, Mo Ober and the Wolfsburg boys have had a fantastic start with Dula Mike as well. And Bene just letting them down here slightly. We did mention earlier that in the second match day, we thought that he'd got himself a win over De Gaucho, but in the end, the updated scores did come in and he did suffer defeat. So this will be 3 defeats from 3 for him. And it is a good reminder for us to tell you that you can check all the scores on virtualbundesliga.com. Obviously, so many games going on right now, all across our 4 group stages. You can make sure that you're with all the scores as they go in, all the goals as they go in. I think Lucas, he might have been on for another there, but showing a slight bit of mercy, having already scored 5. He takes his win, and he takes a huge aggregate win. 9-2 is the scoreline. Another fantastic performance from him. 3 wins from 3 for Bennett. It's a 3rd defeat on the bounce already.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, we were expecting big things from the Wolfsburg players. A lot have really risen to the fore, but Sakul just snuffing out any chance that Bene really had there. And I don't know whether it's the pre-match preparations or pre-tournament preparations, but Sakul looked in his groove and he was not going to be deterred. He wasn't going to be bumped out of that groove by Bene. And right now, Bene, I think it's fair to say, is staring the exit in the face here in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. And that's a shame, considering the fact that he's had to wait so long. I mean, he won't be the only one today that we lose at the end of the group stages. Ultimately, we will lose 8 players today, 4 from the PlayStation bracket, 4 from the Xbox bracket as well. And right now, Bene CR7X, you have to say, is going to be one of the leading candidates to, unfortunately, be cut from the competition. But after performances like that, I guess it's not that hard to argue against, really just not having things go his way. And that is, unfortunately, the life of a FIFA player sometimes. And more often than not, I'm used to being the person that is coming up against someone that is clearly better than me in the game. And I know how frustrating it is, that feeling of just nothing that you want to try works and nothing goes your way. The 50-50s, the loose balls are always going to your opponent. The chances seem to be breaking for him. They seem to be finding space that you can't. And those are all the things that go against you sometimes. And for Bene, a lot of those things just went against him. But I have to say, Sakul or Lucas was one of the players I was really looking forward to seeing exactly what he'd be able to do on this stage. 3 wins out of 3. And right now, he is one of the standard bearers in the competition.
100%, and I think we can go and check out one of the other games that's still going on between Chappie and Megabit. I think it is still happening, and we can check in with that score perhaps. Just going on from one of the other guys who's been impressive in this tournament, Megabit, now with half an hour to play in this game, we can pick it up. 1-1 is the score in this second leg. The first leg, we can tell you, Megabit got a 2-1 win, so it's 3-2 on aggregate right now, but Chappie has immediately taken that away. And what a game we have on our hands here as we check in. 25 minutes to go. And it's 3-3 on aggregate between Werder Bremen and Leipzig. The defending virtual Bundesliga champion is right back into action. And he has got some work to do in the final 25 minutes here, James.
Well, Megabit will be mightily annoyed that we just switched over to his game because things seem to be going all right. We switched over and he immediately conceded to Alex Chappie there. And that is exactly what he was needing to avoid right now, because he had picked up that 2-1 win. Now it's 2-1 to Alex Chappie in this game. So all square on aggregate, an easy tap in there for Yusuf Poulsen. And you have to give credit to Chappie there for working such a clear-cut chance against the man who is defending his title. You can see the replica individual rewards there. We've seen the E-World Cup Championship sat behind Mo Ober in our first game. Now we've got Megabit with the 2 individual awards behind him, because he is a man that has won not just once, but twice in the virtual Bundesliga in terms of the team aspect of the tournament. In the solo, he was the man who came out on top last year. It was a thrilling 8-5 win over Mo Ober, his Werder Bremen teammate at the time, to clinch the individual award in the virtual Bundesliga. And this is something that we were talking about, Alex. It hasn't reared its ugly head too much in the games that we have featured up until now. But every now and again, we've got a bit of lag here in the game between Chappie and Megabit. And that is one of the facets, given the fact that this game is normally done in an offline setting. It's done via LAN cables, in one room, in one event hall, as Megabit is looking. Oh, he went for the cheeky finish from Nick Voltemade. He is the virtual Bundesliga legend for Werder Bremen. In the end, though, denied what would have been a sumptuous finish.
He came on for Claudio Pizarro just as we joined there, I think, after Chappie had scored. Megabit came into this tournament saying that, I don't know, it was Mo Ober, I think, who said in his interview with Bundesliga.com that he would start with Claudio Pizarro up front. Megabit obviously doing the same, but the golden child of the Bremen virtual world, Nick Voltemade, is on here. He is on the ball. The left-footed player who has, I believe, a 4-star weak foot as well and has that physical presence up front. What can Megabit try and do here to get himself back into this tie?
First touch there from Nick Voltemade, just let him down, but Full Crew gets it back to Voltemade. This is the chance. And, well, Chappie was so intent on snuffing it out, he conceded a penalty. Voltemade to take straight down the middle, and you can see what it means to Megabit. A man that looks very much under pressure there in his face cam, Alex, but a goal that will certainly bring about a bit of sweet relief for him.
100%. He's under pressure after the start that he's had, that defeat to Doolin Mike. He responded well with a victory over Impact, and now he's ahead again in his 3rd group stage game here against Chappie, who also has some answering to do, because as it stands, they are level on points now at 6 after these 3 games, but there's still some time for Chappie to get back into this. He's having some words there with someone next to him, probably a coach or a teammate from the Leipzig crew there.
It might be RBL Chihan,
I think it is.
Hasn't qualified for the grand final, but did win the virtual Bundesliga individual tournament in one of its very first iterations. I want to say back in 2014, but don't quote me on that. But someone who has pedigree at this level, someone who has won the individual awards, and poor old Chappie he is not a happy bunny right now. And this is the thing, it's interesting for us. We've come in, two-thirds of the way through this two-legged fixture. We have no idea what's gone on with the other goals. Maybe this is more of the same from Chappie, who just seems like he hasn't had anything go his own way, even when he was playing well. And that is the rub of the green sometimes a big player needs, but I'm getting the impression Megabit, he's coming with his reputation. He is the title holder, the defending champion. The players are raising their game against him as a result. It's very much what we see from teams going up against Bayern or Borussia Dortmund. Sometimes they produce performances that are kind of out of the blue from left field, but they are their best performances of the season because they raise it against the big teams. And that's what Megabit is having to deal with here, because let's be honest, everyone wants to beat him. Everyone wants the scalp that Doolan Mike got in that first game of saying, yeah, you know what? I beat the reigning champion and I went on to succeed in this tournament.
100%, because not everyone will go on and succeed, but if they can come away and say, hey, I've established myself because I've beaten Megabit, I've beaten the defending champion, then it's going to be a huge stepping stone for them. At the moment, though, it looks like Chappie may be unable to do that as Werder Bremen are pushing forward once again with Megabit. Not a lot of time here left, just 5 minutes. Chappie has signalled for a pause. He might want to kick the ball out, actually, to make sure that he gets that, but at the moment, he's just trying to get himself the ball away, but not like that. And Werder Bremen have another chance, and Megabit does the business, and it is that man, Voltemada, who snuffs on Chappie's mistake. Disappointing for the Leipzig man, and it could well be the tie over here.
They use the word triggered a lot in esports circles, and Alex Chappie, let's be honest, was a man who was triggered when he conceded the second goal via a penalty after a foul on Nick Voltemada. And the problem is he's still triggered, and he's let his emotions go right now, and I believe it's cost him in this game, because Megabit, while he looks under pressure, he has kept his cool. And in that situation, Chappie didn't. And again, it's this individual mistake at the back. You cannot be making those types of mistakes at this level against a player like Megabit, who is going to be ruthless in front of goal. Nick Voltemada, he is a living legend in this game mode. There's a reason he's a fan favourite, and we're seeing it here in a short burst for Werder Bremen. But having come into this game, and we saw Megabit concede early, he's since turned it around. And these are the qualities that make him one of the best in the business, Alex.
Composure. Composure is the word. We saw him go behind just as we joined, as you said, James, but since then he's been on form and he's found the net twice. And for Chappie, just unable to clear that ball away. I'm not quite sure what he was trying to do. The Hollywood passing around the back was always going to lead to some issues for him. And sadly for him, against a player like Megabit, as you said, so often is the case that those sorts of mistakes lead to goals against you. Frustration building for Chappie, obviously. Maybe he can try and get one goal back. He's 2 goals behind on aggregate, so looks like it is over, and Megabit will kick the ball out of play to end it just like that. Megabit getting himself a win, and for Chappie, I mean, we didn't get to see the whole game, but a disappointing way for him to end that tie.
Yeah, all is not lost for him, given the fact that he does already have 2 wins to his name in the tournament. But Megabit, I think, was the player that was definitely under more pressure coming into that 2-legged tie against Chappie. But he made it count when he needed to, and that is ultimately, not to use a cliche from the real football world, but it is the thing that sets these champions apart, is their ability to win games, maybe even when they're not playing at their best. And it does look like right now Megabit, who has admitted, let's be honest, in the past this season, Alex, that FIFA 20 is not his favourite rendition of FIFA. He doesn't think it plays to the best of his qualities. He feels like defending got a lot stronger, and the impetus then in the attacking sense was a lot harder to generate. And we've seen that from him. We saw him struggle in the Bundesliga home challenge as well, it has to be said, when we were expecting him to come into that and be one of the dominant forces. Werder Bremen as a whole struggled. But at least here, when it's coming down to these solo matches, his individual quality and experience at the highest level can shine through. And I think that's what we saw here. Even though we can't judge the whole 2-legged tie because we came in late, it was the fact that he faced adversity. From the moment we switched on, he faced adversity quickly, and he responded to it in a positive manner, scored 2 goals, got a second win, 5-3 win on aggregate, and that for him was a big, big win because it moves him on to 2 wins out of 3 now, and that loss to Doolan Mike isn't looking as damaging as it was when we first started the show.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Doolan Mike got himself that big win, but Megabit has fought back, and as you said, we didn't get to see the whole of that tie between him and Chappie, but the final 20 minutes is what made the difference there. He got himself a couple of goals and got himself the win in the end, and that's the difference that these guys can make when you keep your composure and keep your cool, you can get yourselves the chances at the end of a game to get yourselves a win. Obviously, the way that he did it would not have been to his liking or Chappie's, the way that the penalty was conceded and then the mistake from Chappie. But you've got to be in the right place to make the most of those chances, and it is about not getting triggered, as you said, James, and making sure that you keep your composure, because never mind the 2 full games that get played over a tie. It can all change in the final 20 minutes of these games, and we saw that there from Megabit to get himself the victory.
Indeed. James Surrogate here with my good friend Alex Chaffer, bringing you coverage of the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final that is being done cross-country due to the ongoing coronavirus pandemic. We were meant to be all in one building, quite a big-scale event in Cologne at Dock 1. We had to change things a little bit around, but we're making the best of the situation, as we have done throughout this whole interesting time in the world. Sport as a whole had to be put on the back burner. They've gradually figured out ways to bring it back. Fortunately for those of us sat at home during the lockdown, it's given us something to get our teeth stuck into once again. And for these esports players as well, they had to wait, they had to be patient when it came to the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final taking place. They have had time to then hone their skills in the 85 game mode, and for some it's been beneficial. For some, maybe the rhythm has just been lost from that virtual Bundesliga season that they were looking to carry over into the grand final event, and instead they're having to pick themselves up and almost start from scratch a little bit. And right now there are some that are reeling from the opening results over the first 3 match days. We were going to have today 110 matches in the group stages all told. We've been able to sneak into a fourth game there, having brought you live coverage of 3 already. But the standard being set, Alex, it is fantastic to see, it has to be said.
It is, and we've seen such a wide range of games across the ones that we've watched ourselves. Obviously, we've seen clinical nature of Mo Ober taking a tight game there in the first one that we saw, and we've seen a wide open game between Lucas to get all the goals he could against Bennett of CR7 of Wolfsburg, and we talked about it before, how these games can either be tight or wide open, and we've seen them all so far. And we've also seen how it's important to keep going right until the end, because an experienced guy like Megabit can get a couple of goals in the final 20 minutes. And obviously, these guys haven't sat there and played the 85 mode just waiting for the virtual Bundesliga to return, but they will have been doing the preparation in the weeks leading up to this since the draw took place last week, I believe it was. They'll have been preparing themselves for this, and that preparation is the thing. It's the key. It takes you up to another level, and I think that's what we're going to be able to see from the guys who come into the knockout rounds from this group stage. I think a lot of those guys are going to be the ones who've been putting in the hours in the recent weeks and days to prepare themselves for this, figure out their tactics, because we've seen such a wide range of tactics as well. We've seen Mo Ober thrived on not having possession and working on the counter-attack. We've seen
Big
Lucas...
surprise.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen Lucas thrive on having the ball and being able to dominate a game. These guys all have different ways of playing. They might be at the highest level. They might be, winning in the most games against the easy opponents in the online world, but they all have different ways of playing, and that's why it's so fascinating to watch, because every game we go into, something different is on offer. So I'm excited to see what the next game is as well already.
Yeah, that's it. A wide spectrum of experiences. And that is something that we have been used to seeing in the esports world, because I think, just baseline, things are a little more unpredictable than they are in the real world. Things can go your way. Momentum seems to play quite a big role in FIFA 20 as well. And we've seen that with teams that pick up that early goal can sometimes be the ones that go on just to cruise to a comfortable victory, as opposed to really facing any real challenge. And so far, I mean, we've got a small sample size to work with. These guys coming back from a lengthy layoff, 3 games in, but already we are seeing some front runners emerge in these respective groups. And it is nice to see, because it's setting us up very well for the knockout stages, where, let's be honest, the group stages count for little at that point, and then it comes down to how do you fare in 2 one-off games in a solo head-to-head, and if you can set yourself apart in those 2, it won't matter if you only scraped 1 or 2 wins in the group stages, and that's how you booked your place in the knockout rounds. Ultimately, what will be decisive is whether you can prove yourself in those moments as well. And so far, as I say, the standard of play that has been set has been fantastic to see. It's what we wanted, it's what we expected. and we have not been disappointed so far. You can keep up to date with all the results that you're not necessarily seeing, because we can't, unfortunately. We are only human at the end of the day. Alex and I, we cannot cover every game that's going on at once in the various match days, but you can catch the scores at virtual.bundesliga.com. Also get in touch on social media. At Twitter, the account is at VBL_official. We'd love to hear from you. Use the hashtag VBL Grand Final as well to get in touch. Let us know how you are watching, where in the world you're watching from, how you're enjoying the experience so far. If you did join Alex and I for the Bundesliga Home Challenge, how are you finding the comparison as well? Because let's be honest, the goals aren't quite as galore, but the level of play is a step up, even from what we saw between some of the esports pros going head-to-head in that tournament. And let's be honest, this next one should be a pretty mouth-watering tie as well, Alex, because we've got Lucas_1004 going up against Dr. Erhano. This is, when it comes to the spectrum of experience, we've got two players at opposite ends. So a youngster coming through for Stuttgart, one of the more established pros in Dr. Erhano. I feel like it's me against you on the joysticks. Maybe we'll have to bill it that way. But right now, Dr. Erhano's experience hasn't served him too well, and he's got a bit of ground to make up.
He does indeed, and Lucas has, he's building on what Dula Mike has done as well. The young guys coming into this grand final weekend, and with no fear, they're coming into this wanting to make a name for themselves, and going up against experienced guys like Dr. Ahano is a great opportunity for them to build up their reputations and continue what they've already established. And that's what he's going to try and do in this game. And as you said, Dr. Ahano not quite had the start to the tournament that he would have wanted, trying to build with Megabit to get Werder Bremen back to where they at least believe they belong, trying to defend their title again. We'll have to see how they can fare. It'll be fascinating to see the first full tie played between a man of the Werder Bremen team. So I'm looking forward to that one. And yeah, hopefully for those two guys, it's a chance at the halfway stage of the group phase to maybe either sneak into the knockout rounds, or test themselves against someone who's going to do that, because there's still 9 points on offer, plenty to play for, and still places up for grabs.
That's it. It'd be interesting to see how many points is enough to get into that top four. One win might actually be enough to sneak a spot in those knockout stages. We wait to see, but we do now have 2 games left. Dr. Ahano, a player who admitted earlier this season in the virtual Bundesliga season in 1920 that he started the season really poorly, and it was only after Christmas that things really clicked into gear. And I think it's fair to say when things clicked into gear with him, Werder Bremen really started to steal a march on the competition. Up until then, Megabit had been doing an admirable job of carrying the side. But compared to the 18-19 season, where Bremen really ran away with that title from very early on in the season, they never looked like they were going to get caught, and they never did get caught. Last year, they really had to come from behind. It was Gladbach who were leading the standings at the halfway stage of the season, but Bremen came on strong in the second half of the campaign. Dr. Hano's results are one of those. But like in the virtual Bundesliga season, he started poorly here in the grand final. The question is, he doesn't have a Christmas, or has Christmas come and gone for him now? Has he now reached the point where he's going to turn things around? Could this be the game against Lucas where he says, you know what, my experience is going to count against one of you new generation players. I'm ready to stamp my authority on this game and get his first win, because it really would be a pivotal time for him to do that if he does want to stand any chance. But Lucas 1004 was one of the players I was most looking forward to seeing. As I said, he was that dark horse in the Foot Champions Cup event earlier this season in Paris, where he really made a name for himself. I think he was ranked 3,255th in the world in the FIFA rankings before that tournament. After that tournament, Alex, he was 13th in the world.
It's what these tournaments are all about, and it's what makes them so good, because anyone can come from anywhere and make a name for themselves, and that's what he's trying to do as well in this grand final tournament. I think we can obviously check in and see how they got on in their last games, just to see how they set up coming into the next games of the group stage phase. We can look here at Group 3. We saw the end of Megabit's tie win over Alex Chappie. We can see there that Dula Mike's winning start to this grand final group stage phase came unstuck against Bomber, who got himself his first point of the tournament, and Impact came up against Dubsha and got himself a win as well. We can return to Group 1 just to check how that started off. And it looks like Hausfall Leon has continued where he started off, and so has Detto as well, obviously picking up those wins. As we mentioned before, if you're just joining us, Xander of Bochum is not with us today just because he's been ill, so he's not competing in this tournament. So every guy that he comes up against will be picking up two 2-0 wins, which will obviously equal that 4-0 win you see for Detto there. But Leon getting another win as well. And P. George beating Salzor of Wolfsburg. So not all
that is
things
tightly packed, that Group 1. I mean,
That
there
is-
is no room to manoeuvre there. Any mistake could cost you. I mean, Detto could lose his next game and drop out of the top 4.
2 points between 5th and 1st. It is all to play for with those games left. 2 ties to go in this group stage phase, so everything to play for, especially in Group 1. So keep your eyes peeled on that one, because anyone could finish in the top spots as well. We'll check out
Detto flying the flag for the over 30s. Let's go, Kai.
James has the
Fully on board with that. In fairness, I thought about wearing a nice shirt today, and I decided I'd save it for the finals on Sunday.
Ooh.
But I was thinking of saying that if Kai Detto Volin was one of the two, I have to say it has to be the semi-finals, because I won't know until that day whether he'll make it to the final. But if he does, I may have a particular shirt that involves flamingos that I might wear in his honour. You know, just as a punishment. But the fact that he's flying the flag for the over 30s is something I'm very proud of.
Age is clearly just a number in the virtual world.
Well, it's just how young you are at heart. And like, quite honestly, if I can wear a shirt with flamingos on it, it proves that I'm definitely nowhere near the age that I have on my pieces of paper. But how are things looking in Group 2? Because Mo-Oba, again, things are tight, but without the Xander effect of having 2 guaranteed victories in the bag, things are a little more open in this group.
Definitely, that's definitely the case, and important as well that Dr. Ahano got himself his first win across the 2 ties, picking up a 1-0 win in that second leg over Jeffrey, getting himself into the qualification spots for the knockout phase as things stand. But as you said, James, it is really tight at the top, but Hakuna Matata has a 2-point gap over Lucas and Dr. Ahano, so he'll be looking forward to his next game as well, knowing that Lucas and Dr. Ahano will be playing against each other, and Mo-Oba, of course, already top of the pile as well. And I think we can check out Group 4 quickly as well. We can obviously see how Lucas got that big 9-2 win over Bennett as well. The goals really are lacking in those games where Yannick is involved. A 1-0 win there for Fenomeno, and those 2 guys are just pulling away from it at the moment in Group 4 on the Xbox One. They've each got 3 wins from 3 and a 5-point gap there to their Gaucho. But as you said, James, there's an opportunity for someone to sneak into the knockout rounds with maybe only 1 win. Even someone like Basinho, who has not won a game, he finally got his first point there against their Gaucho. But if he wins his next game, he's well in with a shout of qualifying.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, this is one where we've seen the breathing room fashioned by Sakul and Fenomeno. And I think with Fenomeno, maybe less surprised than with Sakul, because for me, Sakul was a bit of an unknown prospect. I know he's part of the German national team when it comes to esports as well, but given the fact that we have very little information on him, as Bayern don't compete in the virtual Bundesliga, it really is interesting to see him come here and set a real standard in that Group 4. But yeah, that is the most open group of them all. But now we come into one of these that's more tightly packed. And this is such a pivotal game for Lucas and Dr. Ahano. 4 points each after the opening 3 games. So 1 win and a draw. And they really need to pick up a positive result here to give themselves a great chance of reaching the knockout stages in that final game. We are now underway in game number 4. And well, there's some dim lighting for Lucas 1004, but maybe that's helping him. Whereas you can see, I mean, Dr. Ahano, what a setup he's got behind him there, Alex.
A proper esports professional there. You can tell he's an experienced man. He knows exactly how the setup should look. He's got it in numbers there. He's giving away an early free kick here, though, for Lucas to try and work something with. It's worth noting as well, we'll check in with the scores later on in this tie, but also Mo-Oba coming up against Hakuna Matata in this group. Those top 2 guys competing against each other. So there is really a big chance for Lucas or Dr. Ahano to close the gap to those two guys. What a chance that was to start for Lucas. Perfect turn with his back to goal. And the shot from the near post there, it just hit it wide though, and that could have been the dream start for Lucas to go ahead inside the first 5 minutes here, but in the end, wisps wide of the post.
Yeah, interestingly, these 2 did meet during the 2019-20 virtual Bundesliga season. And in that matchup, it finished in a 1-1 draw. Of course, they're going to have to try and separate themselves over 2 legs this time. There's a home and an away game in each of the individual ties that we are dropping in on. A total of 110 games being played today in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. And right now, the pace of proceedings in this game matching what we've seen in others. Eggestein, the chance opened up. Dr. Ahano delayed the shot. And it was that split second that made the difference, because it all opened up for Eggestein. In the end, 2 extra touches cost him the chance, and it goes unpunished. But now a mistake at the back. Pizarro linking up with Füllkrug. Füllkrug closed down quickly. Back to Eggestein, who just missed that chance a few moments ago. Davy Klaassen on to Eggestein. Dr. Hano with both Eggestein brothers, Maxi and Johannes, out on the pitch in his starting lineup. And in the end, the chance is just gone, but that was a real opportunity for Dr. Hano to steal a march here on Lucas.
We've seen early chances for both guys just go past the post. Not often we see these guys miss chances at this highest level, but positive signs for both of them that they've been able to open up the other side's defence and get early chances away, as Lucas is trying to do once again with Al-Gadahui down the left wing.
Advantage played by the referee. Kaladzic can't bundle his way into the box. Werder Bremen in real life having a season to forget, but it may be one that they're not able to forget. And that's a great ball, back post. Ihorst took a touch, calmly finished. And Dr. Hano with one of the most passionate celebrations we've seen so far.
Absolutely outstanding, and he loves that goal. Look at the passion that he showed in that celebration. Absolutely loving it. The fist pumps were flying. Outstanding cross to the back post, and Ihorst with the composure as well to just take that touch, because he knew that he had the space between himself and the goalkeeper. He knew that he could control that, and that is obviously going to equal a far better shot on goal and the chance to score than he would have had if he'd have volleyed that first time. He puts himself in the lead after 20 minutes here in the first leg.
Now, Lucas is not to be counted out, though, as many of his opponents found earlier this year in the Foot Champions Cup in Paris, an event where he knocked out established pros like Iago, Dilo, and now trying to strike against Dr. Hano, and he had him guessing. And even with the basic skill moves, he made the Doctor look a little silly there, Alex.
Some things just need to be done simply, and that's the way that Lucas has worked. He had that first chance with Kaladzic, with the turn, just like that. His shot just went past the outside of the post, but this one nestles perfectly into the top corner. With 25 minutes played, both these guys are getting opportunities in front of goal, and I think we're going to see a wide open attacking game between these two. Goals galore, possibly. I don't want to jinx it now, but with 25 minutes gone, both these guys looking very good in front of goal.
That's it, those little feints in those tight spaces in and around the area. If you can get your opponent to bite, that's when you have moments that you can exploit. And I have to say, Lucas was clinical there in taking the chance when it opened up for him, in a way that we didn't see Dr. Hano do with that chance for Eggestein. Nevertheless, we are level on the scoreboard. All to play for between these two. The big storyline of this game, the fact that these two are at very opposite ends of the spectrum when it comes to the experience levels at the highest level. But Lucas has acquitted himself incredibly well this season, a surprise package in the competitive FIFA circuit. I mean, he was part of the Stuttgart team that finished as runners-up in the 2018-19 virtual Bundesliga campaign as well. Now on the back foot, Eggestein with space to work with, trying to get to the byline. Does well to hold off the challenge. Oh, it's a mix-up at the near post. Loose ball to Füllkrug. Oh, that's well worked by Dr. Hano. He didn't snatch at the chance. He took 2 extra passes, Alex, but that made all the difference. And a slightly apologetic celebration there from Claudio Pizarro.
The celebration to go with it, but at this level, you need that composure to make the most of a mistake like that and take your chances, and that is just outstanding passing from Dr. Hano. He could easily have squandered that chance with some rash play in front of goal, knowing that the mistake come out of nowhere, really, from Lucas, bouncing around at his near post in the penalty area. But composure from Dr. Hano to play those couple of passes and, in the end, work an open goal that he was able to just slot home with ease. And again, Dr. Hano goes into the lead for the second time in this game. How can Lucas respond? Trying to do that before the end of the first half. It will be crucial if he can, but as I said, his guys just playing a really open game. We're not having that controlled approach from either of them. They're happy to push the ball forward and get into the opposition's final third.
And I have to say, that's something that surprised me about all the games we've watched. I actually thought the 85 game mode might actually make people a lot more conservative. Instead, it seems to have actually broken them out of their shell, and they're almost pushing the action and being more ambitious than I expected them to in this tournament, especially when you consider this is the climax of their season, the competitive FIFA season in Germany. There's a lot on the line here for them, but we're not seeing them play we're actually seeing them play quite expansive FIFA. And that's a really good sign for the entertainment value, and so far the entertainment value and standard of play has certainly not disappointed, and this game picking up where the others have left off. And Dr. Hano right now on course for what would be a huge win for him. Of course, he was in the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Final last season when he was on the books with Stuttgart. These two former teammates, Lucas and Dr. Hano. Oh, Dr. Hano with the chance. It was Claudio Pizarro almost with another half chance that could have made the difference, and you have to think that a 2-goal advantage may have put this first leg beyond Lucas. Ihorst, scorer of the opening goal, losing out to Mangala in the box, and that will be the end of the first half action. Dr. Hano with a slim lead at the break, but just what he wants to work with, Alex.
Fantastic reaction shave there at the end of the first half from Graal, keeping Lucas in this. But as you said, Dr. Hano is loving life right now. He's very happy to be in front the way that he is. He's not dominated this game, but he's just been clinical in front of goal when he's needed to be. Lucas has only had a couple of chances. He's taken one of them, which is one positive for him. But Dr. Hano has definitely had more attacking movement, more attacking control of the game, more pressure on Lucas's back line. And as we go into the second half, I think it's still all to play for and wide open. But as you said, a third goal for Dr. Hano might just put this first leg to bed. Obviously set us up nicely for that second leg, which will be in Bremen, in the home for Dr. Hano, and see if he can try and build a lead from that into the second leg. But Lucas needs to answer quickly here if he wants to get back into this one.
Well, if we've learned anything this season, it's that Bremen cannot rely on their home form, Alex. In real life, it has been the worst in the Bundesliga. It's the reason that they barely have a lifeline in the relegation battle heading into the final match day. It's been a heartbreaking season for a team that were expected to start pushing for European qualification. And unlike in the virtual Bundesliga, where they are the powers that be at the top of the standings on a regular basis, they are the standard setters in the virtual world. That's not been the case in the real world, but this season is one that really everything seems to have gone against them, whether it be lack of form, home form going against them, injury list being longer than anticipated, losing key players at key times. And poor old Florian Kohlfeldt in his young Bundesliga career facing a real test, but Dr. Hano right now giving Lucas a real test here. 2-1 up. Lucas trying to get himself on the front foot in this second half, but has to be said, his game really came out of nowhere. We haven't seen too many chances from him throughout the course of the opening 55 minutes, and it's Dr. Hano who's looking the more threatening. But you do get the impression that the longer it stays at 2-1, the more Lucas will feel comfortable in getting at least a second goal in this and snatching a share of the spoils in the first leg between these two.
That's one thing that you can say. He's only had a couple of chances, but he has scored a goal with one of those 2 or 3 chances that he's had. If he is able to keep Dr. Hano out at the other end, there's still plenty of time for him to work opportunities for himself and perhaps get himself an equaliser. I'm interested to hear as well how many Werder Bremen fans are tuning in to watch the Bremen boys today and across the weekend, just to get some positive news for their team. I know it's obviously not the way that they would want it to be, obviously fighting against relegation in the real world, but at least in the esports world, they're still competing at the very top.
Yeah, it's a shame it doesn't count for anything in the real Bundesliga. And let's be honest, I mean, imagining a Bundesliga without Werder Bremen is hard to do based on what's gone on over the last several decades. I mean, this would be their first relegation in 40 years, only the second in the club's history. They are the longest-serving team in the Bundesliga. They took that title away from northern rivals Hamburg, who were the Bundesliga dinosaurs up until 2 seasons ago when they got relegated for the first time in the club's history. And I mean, we look at this as well, the game between Stuttgart Bremen here in the virtual world. Stuttgart are another of the... Oh, Walter Marder! Oh, that would have been special.
Would that
overhead kick at the near post. He went for it straight from the corner. We never got an overhead kick in the Bundesliga home challenge, Alex. It was one of the things we were hoping for. Along with a direct free kick, we were left wanting. I'll happily accept those bingo lists being ticked off here in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final.
That may well have been the goal of the Grand Final competition over already, had
Wrapped
that
up,
gone in.
done, dusted. Give up everyone else.
I like to see Dr. Hano going for things like that. We need to see it more often. Obviously, not the thing you'd probably go for from open play, but incredible effort from Voltemada. The icon that he is in the esports world just continues to build his reputation.
Well, this is, I mean, Dr. Hano was talking about the 85 mode. He said he's not a big fan, but he does feel in these circumstances with the virtual Bundesliga that it's better than FIFA Ultimate Team purely because of the defense versus pace element, where it is a much more even playing field. And these players in the 85 game mode with their reduced statistics don't quite have this massive discrepancy that can give them such a huge advantage in the Ultimate Team game. And it does mean that we get people like Mario Gomez all of a sudden have a bit of pace about them, which we're not used to seeing on FIFA or in real life. But as a result, he felt, yeah, Dr. Hano, that this was a better game mode for the tournament setting that they find themselves in.
It means that these guys are down back to the basics, you know, of FIFA playing, and it's a test of, you know, who really is the best FIFA player. You know, on a level playing field, they've got to overcome their opponent, who they know is dealing with a very similar team than what they've got. And, you know, they haven't got the best players in the game, but they've got some good ones, and they just have to figure out the best ways to use them. And obviously for these guys being fans of football themselves and playing with these teams for most of the season, if they have been in the virtual Bundesliga, they've been able to find out the little kinks, the little traits that each team has, the little hidden gems of each club and each player, the likes of a Nick Voltemada perhaps, and a Luca Ehrhorst as well. And it's what makes it so interesting as well, to see these teams that, you know, players that we don't often see in the real world becoming big stars in the virtual world.
Right now, Lucas unable to produce that final pass that could make life interesting in the closing stages of this game.
Time ticking on.
Oh, that's a lovely ball over the top for Goller. Two to aim for in the middle. One's wide open on the penalty spot.
Oh.
And it was exactly who he wanted to play it to.
The cutback just behind him. So unfortunate. Obviously, the forward just came in with a bit too much pace, and Dr. Hano hadn't really you know, seen that was going to come. But maybe a chance here for Lucas. We haven't seen one in the second half from him, really. Can he do what Dr. Hano was unable to do just there? Find the right final pass.
Not rushing into it here, Lucas. Just look how many white shirts are packed out around the edge of the area. Gomez. They don't want to give him a sight of goal, but they gave him one, and he took full advantage. Dr. Hano is not quite sure how the angle worked there for Mario Gomez. But when it comes to goal scoring, Gomez is one of the best in the business, has been for years. There's a reason he's got his own button, Alex.
There is, for sure. And you just said it. There were so many Werder Bremen men back there. Only one really was at the other end of the pitch on the halfway line. And somehow Gomez and Lucas was able to work space for a shot. Superb little ball rolls and touches to get some space onto his right foot. And it has to be said, Dr. Hano should definitely be doing better with the amount of men that he had in his back line. Perfect for Lucas to find the back of the net in the final 10 minutes. Still got 5 minutes to play here. So much can happen, but a 2-2 draw sets us up perfectly for the second leg to come. Will we get any late drama, though?
I wouldn't rule it out with Nick Voltemada on the pitch, but the pass that time cut out at the back by Stuttgart. I have to say, you feel like Dr. Hano has had the better of the play largely. Both of the goals for Lucas kind of coming out of the blue, coming out of, or against the run of play, I should say.
Again, he's had to work with very few chances. That's it. And he's found the net a couple of times. I'm interested to see how many shots he's had in this game when we look at the stats.
I feel like it's 3.
Yeah, I think it is just 3. And he's taken 2. And that's something Dr. Hano has to be careful of, because he now has to realise that Lucas is a guy you can give very few chances to, or else, you know, he'll be clinical and he'll take them.
Yeah, an elite level finisher. The problem is his defending hasn't quite been as up to scratch for Lucas in this one. He's had to withstand a lot of pressure, but now he is mounting a late charge. This will be the last chance of the game. But there is going to be no shot at the end of it for Lucas. A little bit of frustration there for the Stuttgart player, but you have to say, considering the fact that he was twice behind on the score sheets, he's done well to get a 2-2 draw there in his home game. It will now go back to Bremen. We see there, it was a very tight affair. Just 4 shots for Lucas, 5 for Dr. Ahano, 2 goals apiece. So both really acquitting themselves very well in front of goal. But as Alex pointed out, a 2-2 draw from the first leg sets us up so well for the second in what could be classified as a must-win match for both.
100%, just because they know that Mo'oba and Hakuna Matata are playing in the other game as well. These two, with only one tie to come after this, Dr. Ahano and Lucas have to make sure that they get these 3 points now while they still can. There's not many opportunities left for them to work with. And with the scoreline that it is at 2-2, it's all going to come down to this second leg. And, you know, it's going to be going back to the Von Invest Weserstadion in Bremen in the north of Germany. Dr. Ahano is going to have home field advantage. Can he make the most of it, though? It's going to be the question mark. We've seen, obviously, in the real Bundesliga, without fans involved in the games, that home advantage has sort of gone out the window, really. Away teams have been able to go away from home and pick up big results. And that's what Lucas will be looking to do here. If he can get himself a big result against Dr. Ahano, then he'll put himself in with a fantastic opportunity of qualifying for the knockout rounds. And as things stand, he is going to be in one of those 4 knockout places. Each group obviously made up of 6 players, we can remind you, and 4 of those 6 players will be going through to the knockout rounds. And we'll just check in now, actually, with how the first games went there across the board. You can see goals galore between Mo'oba and Hakuna Matata. 3-3 the scoreline. 6 goals in their first leg. For Fabio as well, getting himself a 1-0 victory over Jeffrey, who has struggled so far in this tournament. We can go across the board as well. We will quickly to just go to Group 1. Hausfall Leon continuing his surge, as is Detto as well. Both of those guys picking up wins so far. And as you see, another defeat for Xander, as he is away with illness. Each result is a 2-0 defeat for him. So Salzor comes away with the points already. Move on to Group 3, and we can see Doolin Mike, and low scoring group here so far. Doolin Mike with an advantage over Chappie. Megabit has got himself ahead against Dubsha as well. And Impact, who has struggled so far, and you know, in this tight group, it's going to be these late victories that might well push someone into a qualification spot. And we could go for Group 4 as well. It was one of the ones that almost looked sewn up already. Phenomenal and Lucas going up against each other in this game, and 1-1 draw so far. Bennett has bounced back, and Bassino continues his struggle for Bochum, and Yannick as well for Augsburg. Does not concede many goals, does that man? And he is 1-0 up in his tie from the first leg as well. So lots of interesting scorelines to go across from our games. And of course, the one that we watched unfold was that of Dr. Ahano and Lucas, a 2-2 draw between those guys in their first leg. We're looking forward to getting that second leg underway. And as you can see, the updated group table at the moment, they are not changed because Mo'oba and Hakuna Matata are level, but anything can happen in the second legs. And you know, if one of these guys is able to get a win and get themselves onto level points as Hakuna Matata with 7, then it's going to give them some big breathing room going into the last game. And, you know, with Fabio and Jeffrey going up against each other as well, it could well mean that one of them gets a confirmed qualification spot. So big things to play for here between Lucas and Dr. Ahano.
Yeah, absolutely. And so finely poised as well. I mean, it's hard to tell, even after this is our 4th game that we've been watching now. And of course, we haven't been able to check in with all the players and their results. But the fact is, we're seeing some players really kind of start to come to the forefront and set themselves up as favourites for this competition as we look to enter the latter stages tomorrow in the knockout stages for the round of 16 and quarterfinals, or of course on Sunday when we'll be at the semi-final or final stage. And right now, there's some people really, you're seeing them kind of get ahead of the competition and set themselves apart. And I have to say, Fenomeno and his game right now, I mean, I just wonder whether that's a small preview of the final up against Sakul or Lucas of Bayern. In terms of 1-1, poised very well. They were the ones that had the perfect records coming into their fourth and final game. Now with Dr. Ahano and Lucas, who we've got on our screens now, here for the second leg, which is underway. They weren't playing with perfect records. They were both on 4 points coming into this tie. And you feel like the winner is going to take the impetus and maybe get their place in the knockout stages, Alex. Whereas if you come out on the losing side of this one, a huge, huge setback to your chances.
Yeah, that's it. The winner may well join Mooba and Kuna Matata in the knockout rounds, whereas the loser will have work to do in their final game. Could be either of these two guys with 2-all the scoreline. Dr. Ahano is looking to make sure he is the one with a confirmed place in the knockout rounds. But again, Lucas defending well. And he didn't do that too often in the first leg. We didn't see him defend so fantastically. He took his chances at the other end, but it was the keeping out of goals at the other end, which was his struggle. Can he change the fortunes of his defence here in this second leg?
This is it to continue the story with Lucas reaching the final four on PS4 at the Foot Champions Cup Phase 4 in Paris. He ended up losing 3-2 to Zezinho of Benfica, who actually went on to beat M. Dossari in the final of that regional tournament. Oh, nice turns in the box, and he had so little space to work with there, Lucas. Dr. Ahano, I mean, did really well to defend it. He tried to close down every angle possible, and somehow Lucas found that little sliver to work with, and Kladziak opening the scoring here, perfect tonic to what he experienced in that first leg.
We've seen that that's something that Lucas is clearly so good at. He scored a couple of goals with very little space in that first leg. And he's done it again here, working with very small amounts of space and a lovely little drag back to get away from the Bremen defence. And that's all he needs, just one turn and one touch of a shot at goal. He's one of the most clinical finishers. That has to be said now, as we have seen with his 3 goals so far and working with very few chances, whereas Dr. Ahano trying to work with the ball and keep the possession up so that he can control the game, but he knows that he just needs to keep Lucas away from his own goal.
Oh my word! Dr. Ahano, sit down, new generation. Dr. Ahano's not out of this one yet, and he's loving that effort. And understandably so. What a belter, Alex.
What an absolutely stunning strike that is from Nicholas Füllkrug. The ball into the box, you know, it could have had anything on the end of it. It could have had a header across goal. It could have had a first touch to control from Füllkrug. But just as we saw with his corner in the first leg, he goes for the jugular. He goes for the full volley, and he connects with it perfectly. What a stunning hit. It's not often we see goals like that at this high level. Goals from the edge of the box, volley into the far top corner. But Dr. Ahano, he's playing with a smile on his face, and he is enjoying himself here, even if this game is on a knife edge.
Oh, this is lovely play from Dr. Ahano. He's got the bit between his teeth. Well, just as I say that, I cursed it, didn't I? Of course, Ihors was going to run the ball straight out of play after I started praising him. But that is definitely a candidate for one of the, well, it's, I think, comfortably the best goal we've seen already this evening in the featured matches that we have had on this live stream of the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Final by ING. And the goals do keep coming, and the storylines, or the plot lines, I should say, keep getting thicker, seemingly. And right now, this game, I cannot call which way it's going. No. And I feel like I've gotten the impression from what we've seen so far, for Lucas, he takes a little bit of build-up play to score 1 goal, whereas Dr. Ahano needs a lot of build-up play to score 1 goal. And that does maybe favour Lucas when he's working in these intricate areas of the pitch like he is now. And there is a chance, he's got the lead back. That didn't last long for Dr. Ahano. But you have to say, Lucas, when he comes forward, he looks ready to score on every single occasion.
This kid is ice cold in front of goal, absolutely clinical. And just as you were speaking about it, he really does not need much build-up. Just one simple pass to the man on the edge of the box and another to match the run of his striker in behind the Bremen defence. It was at a difficult angle, a tight angle, Wouldn't be the easiest shot for him to score, but he went for that near post, which is so powerful on this game. And Lucas, again, showing how fantastically composed he is in front of goal, using the near post to his advantage, as we so often see. And just one touch is all he needs, one pass into that dangerous position, and Dr. Hano is struggling to contain him.
Oh, but he's working the ball well here, the Doctor. Oh, that's surely one pass too many. I think Pizarro was indeed coming from an offside position, a relatively easy decision there for the referees. But I think what we're seeing here, Alex, is there's a reason that Lucas is seen as one of the Wunderkinder, the wonder kids of the new generation when it comes to the competitive FIFA scene in Germany. Dulan Mike's up there, Benny CR7X as well. These are the names that you keep hearing. Lucas 1004 has broken onto the scene this year, and we are seeing why. He's underlining it here in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final because, again, he was seen as a player that was kind of on the fringe of the radar, Alex. When it came to teams or players that could go deep in this tournament, I think everyone knew that Lucas was a very talented youngster. But whether he had the composure to make it work when it came to the biggest stage of them all here in the Grand Final, and right now he's answering that question well, but Dr. Hano has not given up on this game just yet. Unfortunately, the chance snuffed out there. Eggestein with a heavy touch on the edge of the area. Dr. Hano bringing men out from the back to try and apply the press, but Lucas has worked it well to avoid it, and now actually he's got space to work with here with Koulibaly. Earhorst out of position. Koulibaly streaming forward to the byline. Just checks the run, waiting for options. Now with Stenzel. Work to Castro. On to Mangala. Two men in the box to aim for. He wanted the hat-trick. Risky challenge in the box there from Dr. Hano as well.
That might have been a penalty there for Lucas. He had a little look, but in the end, well done from Dr. Hano to read that, because, as we mentioned, Lucas looks really difficult to contain and control when he's in and around your box. So good at working the intricate passes through the tightest of areas and the little turns to open up space. Went for it again there, but a good challenge from Dr. Hano. But it is so fun to see both these guys just going all out for goals. You know, it's not one of those control games we've been used to, and it's also not one of the ones where it's, you know, uncontrolled. It's very much both these guys having their game plan and happy to stick to it, no matter the fact that the other game plan from their opposition is exactly the same. They both want to have control and get goals and get chances on goal, and it means that we're seeing a really even game. Can we get another goal before the gate? Perhaps we will, as there's a penalty here for Stuttgart. Michael Lang is the man who's brought the Stuttgart forward down.
Mario Gomez to take, and, well, just like we've seen with all the other penalties, straight down the middle is the trend in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. And it's that man, Mario Gomez, Mario Gomez, Mario Gomez. Cha, cha, cha. There you go. We did a rendition of the Mario Gomez song for you. It had to happen. 3-1 up, and Dr. Hano goes for a goal from the halfway line from kickoff. But right now, it looks like Lucas has stolen control of this tie, Alex. And he's got 45 minutes to work with to preserve this one-goal lead. But just look at that. 3 shots on target for Lucas, 3 goals. 1 shot on target for Dr. Hano, 1 goal. I mean, you can't really fault them for their work in front of goal, but unfortunately, it's Lucas making the better of it.
That's it. He's taken his chances, and he was denied a penalty just a few minutes before that, but wasn't to be denied at the second attempt for it. Michael Lang just getting the wrong side of the Stuttgart forward and unable to make the right challenge. And it is interesting, as we saw, another penalty straight down the middle. It's clearly a trend now in the virtual Bundesliga, and I'm interested to see if perhaps that's something these guys pick up, if not in the next games, the final group stage games, possibly tomorrow. If they look back on the highlights of today, they might well see that those penalties are going down the middle, and it could, as we all know, in the knockout phases, come down to a penalty shootout perhaps, and that could be a critical little bit of knowledge that each player picks up. These guys obviously will have been practicing their penalties plenty to make sure they're prepared. Lucas is one of them as well. He's definitely been practicing his finishing as well, because he's taken all his chances so far.
It's these basic skill moves that are really making a difference for him. We've seen other people try and pull them off, and sometimes they do, but not quite in the effective manner we've seen Lucas do it here, I have to say. Like the little drag back to the shot really produced 2 of his goals in the 2 legs here against Dr. Ahano. And considering the fact that he lost his first group game, a remarkable response from the youngster to now come back and go 3 games unbeaten. Or 6 if you want to look at it across the home and away ties. And that's exactly what you want to see from someone in this position. And he's gone from, as I say, losing his first game to now being a contender, a real contender in Group 2, just behind Mo Ober in the standings as things stand right now. But right now, he is cruising to this second leg victory. Dr. Ahano did very well in the first leg to keep things tight. And I almost feel, without wanting to jump to too extreme a conclusion, Alex, but we're almost seeing a player that really thrived in FIFA a couple of seasons ago to one thriving in the current iteration of the game. FIFA 20 has been hard for a lot to get used to, but for someone like Lucas, who, let's be honest, this will be one of his first in a competitive sense in terms of playing FIFA. And he seems to have worked out all those little tricks that could just play to his favour, the intricacies that can give him an edge over an opponent, and he's made them count today.
And it may not look like it, but, you know, some guys are better than others at those little intricate moves and the basic moves that can get you that inch of space. And, you know, they're all able to do them, the ball rolls, the drag backs, but it's about using them and doing them at the right time. That's what Lucas has been able to do here. He's been keeping those ball rolls to the perfect moment where he's been able to open up space. We saw that for the first goal. We've seen that so often from him, and that's what's made the difference so far. That's the only thing that's separating these 2 sides. And in the second half as well, Lucas's defence has certainly improved to try and keep Dr. Ahano out. A 2-goal deficit for him to try and overcome in these final 20 minutes. But at the moment, Lucas is handling it really well. He's handling the pressure of this situation superbly.
Yeah, right now, Dr. Ahano's experience unable to buy him any margin of advantage here against his younger counterpart in Lucas. Dr. Ahano, who reached the quarter-final stages of the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Final last season. He ended up getting knocked out in the quarter-finals by Mo Ober, who he faces in his final game. So a rerun of the PlayStation quarter-finals on match day 5 of Group 2. So could it be Mo Ober that maybe knocks Dr. Ahano out again of the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Final? Admittedly, this time a little earlier in the competition. But that could be a storyline to keep an eye on, ladies and gentlemen, because it was Dr. Ahano who, that time around, finished 4th in his group as well. And that's arguably probably the best he can hope for as things stand. With him losing, he ended up having to beat H96 Itachi in what they call the Zwischenrunde, which we actually don't have in this year's competition. There was only top 3 got through from the group stages, and then there was a competition, a head-to-head for the final spot in the knockout stages last year. This year, it really is a case of top 4 from the groups go straight through, no messing about in between, and they are the teams or the players that will make up the lineup for the round of 16, which will take place tomorrow, along with the quarterfinals before we book our final 4, who will take to the stage on Sunday to vie for the coveted prize of the Virtual Bundesliga Meisterschale, which I have to say is a thing of beauty. We haven't been able to pull up a picture. I don't think we'll be able to, but I'm sure before the close of play on Sunday, we will have seen the title that they are all craving.
This, 15 minutes to play, it looks like Lucas is going to come away with a victory here, but as you mentioned, Dr. Ahano going up against Mo Ober. As things stand, he's actually going out of the competition on goal difference with Fabio just ahead of him. Fabio is going up against Lucas in the final match day, so huge incentive for Dr. Ahano to try and get back into this game with time ticking on. It's going to be really difficult for him, needing 2 goals to get level, but anything is possible. Not if Lucas is defending the way he is and playing balls like this. Oh, but he's offside. Saving his blushes, actually, having missed that chance. We've talked about his composure in front of goal. He fluffed his lines there, slightly hitting the post, but the flag was up on this near side.
Well, I think it's fair to say that there are signs there that Dr. Ahano is on all-out attack. His defence went walkabouts there. They disappeared. A lovely vanishing act at the perfect time. Just what you want when you're playing FIFA 20 against a player as good as Lucas. And they've done their vanishing act again there. Bremen playing the high line, but the ball forward looking for the run of Koulibaly straight out of play. And now instead it's Bremen coming down the other end. That is a delicious delivery to pick out Josh Sargent. Unfortunately, a little heavy on the joystick there from Dr. Ahano when it came to knocking the ball ahead of him. And the ball does go out of play. And he's very much in last chance saloon and playing like that, a little desperation creeping into the game of Dr. Ahano. Would be a big, big name to lose at the group stage of the grand final in the virtual Bundesliga, and he may not be the only one either. And as a result, it would leave Megabit flying the flag for the virtual Bundesliga champions, the back-to-back champions Werder Bremen. Meanwhile, Lucas starting to establish himself as one of the players to beat in this tournament. Right now, were it not for Detto, the new generation would be winning this grand final head over heels so far.
And even in these final few minutes, Lucas has been fantastic, just because it could have opened up for Dr. Ahano to try and get goals on the counter or build up some pressure, but his defending has been fantastic. High up the pitch as well. He's not given any sniff for Ahano to work something in behind the Stuttgart defence, and even if he's not gone on and scored another goal himself up to now, as he looks to try and play the ball into the box, he's kept control and he's not let Ahano have any chance of coming back. And there it is, a little fist pump from Lucas. He's very happy with that.
I was going to say, by his standards, he's very happy. That's it. We saw a range of emotions from Dr. Ahano throughout that game. I'm not sure Lucas's facial expression changed once in that. I mean, the guy barely broke a sweat against one of the most experienced players in the competition, and arguably one of the most successful ones from the current, 2019-20 virtual Bundesliga campaign, and just made it look relatively easy. And this from a guy with Stuttgart who they struggled in the virtual Bundesliga, surprisingly, this season. They finished in the top 3 in the previous campaign, but in the end, the former teammates, it's Lucas who gets one over his more experienced counterpart, Dr. Ahano. Dr. Ahano now very much on the brink when it comes to his survival here in the grand final. A knockout stage berth is looking unlikely, but it's not out of the question just yet. But he does have a huge, huge game now up against Mo Ober in his 5th and final group stage matchup. But this one, I'd go as far as calling it an upset for the odds. I think if you looked at this coming into the game, a lot of people would have been backing Dr. Ahano to get the victory. But Lucas showing again why he is seen as one of the rising talents of the German esports scene with a very, very convincing win there against Dr. Ahano, who, let's be honest, when it comes to the FIFA scene in Germany, I mean, this guy has been around the block in the best possible way. He's been, a strong standpoint that the esports world in Germany has been able to build around. One of the forebearers, along with Detto and certain others, but one of the biggest names out there.
Yeah, it doesn't get much more experience than Dr. Ahano, and as you said, he's one of the names, even in this sort of group of death, as it has been labelled coming into this tournament, he's one of the ones where you would have said, surely he's going to be heading into the knockout rounds, especially after the way he performed last year with Werder Bremen in helping them to get the crown overall. But disappointing from him today. And, sometimes when it comes down to these group stage phases in tournaments where it's all happening on one day, it can come down to form. And for these guys, if they're not in the groove, not feeling it on the certain day, then sometimes it just doesn't work out. And, a lot of them can change things in the tournament. Maybe they've lost the first couple of games and pull a couple of wins back. We saw Megabit lose his first game against Dula Mike, but he's since returned back to form. It's the same can't be said for Dr. Ahano, sadly, his Werder Bremen teammate. And as we mentioned before, he now has a huge game against Mo Ober to try and overcome the looming cloud that is exit at the group stage phase of the virtual Bundesliga grand final weekend. It's worth mentioning we will be done with the group stage phase today. That's all our coverage will be for today. We'll be going into the knockout rounds tomorrow, and we do have one more round of ties to play in the group stage phases, and lots of questions to be answered. I think there's still a few games are going on, so we're just going to wait a few minutes before we do give an update on how the standings are looking, just to make sure we've got them all right this time. We don't want to give any false information about anything as we look ahead to what will be a crucial final round of matches with not many players actually perfectly confirmed in going through.
Oh, this is it. It's still all to play for, and we're dipping back into the Wolfsburg market for our next game. We've checked in with all three of the other Wolfsburg players, so to complete the collection, our final game, our fifth of the day, will be between Salzor and Lefty. Salzor representing Wolfsburg, Lefty representing Leipzig, and that, again, promises to be another good one. But it's been difficult for us to judge exactly where everything is at with the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final, because we haven't watched all of the games. We have had a select sample size to work with, Alex, but right now we are seeing some front runners emerge. Who is impressing you most so far, and maybe who are you looking forward to seeing tomorrow in the knockout stages that we haven't seen so far today?
I think the main man that I'm looking forward to seeing is Fenomeno of Cologne, just because he's got 3 wins out of 3, and you know, in the fourth group stage matches, he came up against Sakul of Bayern Munich, a huge side at the top of their table, and it looks like he's going to get himself a win. We haven't got the confirmed final scoreline, but we can take a look at all the scores as they are now and check the standings as well. And as you can see, Fenomeno there, as things stand, is 4-1 up in that tie. Not confirmed as being over, but looks like he's going to be well on his way to the final round. Sakul will join him as well, but a huge statement for Fenomeno to not only beat Lucas, but to destroy him, really. 4-1 is a comfortable win for him. Passinho there as well. Disappointing for Bochum to not have anyone going through into the knockout rounds. But you can see there, Bene and De Gaucho will have the chance to get themselves into the final knockout places in Group 4. We'll have to see how those final games go as well. Yannick is also there, only on 6 points. He has to make sure of his place. Goal difference might come into play with Bene struggling on -12.
Just a little bit down there.
Just a little bit down there, but he's going to have to make sure he's on form as well. Well, Yannick will go and check out Group 1 as well. It's obviously the group where we've got Zander from Bochum, and obviously he's going to be going out with 0 points. And Salzor, who will be watching in the next game against Lefty. And this is
a huge game.
Yeah, you can go away with it. It's a huge game.
I mean, yeah, we're just talking about it out loud here. But yeah, after that loss for Lefty, a tight one against Detto there at the bottom of your screen, 6-5 on aggregate. Lots of goals in that one. Right now, this is really the game to decide who goes through to the next round. I think at this point, P. George, Haasval, Leon, and Detto can feel quite comfortable about their position. It really comes down to this final game. Salzor against Lefty, and Salzor hasn't had the best of tournaments so far, conceding better or doing better in terms of a defensive sense than Lefty. We can see here it's so tightly set up. Paul George, of course, has already got his win, so he's sitting comfortably in the knockout stages of this one. And this is exactly what we wanted from some of the group stages, wasn't it, Alex? This final game, our game 5 of the day, we wanted it to be something on the line. This really is, it's a whole tournament on the line, potentially, for these two, Salzor and Lefty.
Yeah, that's it. It's a game where we wanted to see it come down to the last game of the group stage phase, where something would be there to be played for, and that's what we're going to see between these two guys, and we're going to see the full collection of Wolfsburg players. So fantastic for us to see. Obviously, maybe there's an omen there. Perhaps Wolfsburg are going to be going all the way through to the end. We'll have to wait and see. We've got a couple of their names going through already. Perhaps maybe Salzor can join them as well. Moober is one who looks like he'll be going through. But you know, in this group, at least with Zander obviously not able to compete, it's made it more difficult for everyone. Well, not more difficult, but more of an open field for everyone else, and we can see it's still quite an open field at the end of the group stage phase, but still all to play for between these two guys.
Yeah, and Salzor, I mean, he's one of the more established names on the Bundesliga FIFA circuit as well, it has to be said. And this is it, the question for him with these Wolfsburg assets, will he be more Mo Ober and Dulan Mike or more Bene CR7X? You know, it's just, we don't know what we're going to get. We could have a 2-2 complement where it's 2 wins and 2 losses for Wolfsburg, or maybe we really reclaim that good luck charm feature that we had in the opening 2 games, where they get back to winning ways, the Wolves, with Salzor, who also does a lot of work as a trainer on the side for FIFA as well. It's not just playing and competing himself, but he does certainly coach people along as well. I think it was him who had in the Bundesliga home challenge the Wolfsburg foam finger that he busted out when he scored a goal. I would love to see him recreate that here in the virtual Bundesliga grand final, but I think I can only hope at that point. But those are the types of little things that we like to see on these face cams. We like to get that behind the scenes feel with some of these players who are all competing in a very comfortable and familiar environment, of most of them their own homes. If not, they seem to be going to the esports centers that these teams use when they are playing the regular virtual Bundesliga season. I think we've seen both Leverkusen's players and Leipzig's players kind of bunkering down together. And maybe that is something that these teams have tried to do, Alex, because much like in the Bundesliga, where we have lost the magic of the fans, and let's be honest, it's one of the unique aspects of German football is the magic of the fans from the stands that they bring to games, to atmospheres. But we're lacking the atmosphere here as well, because this was meant to take place in a big event hall. It's meant to be packed out with, 1,000 people or so. There was going to be a lot of atmosphere there. You were going to have these players with their teams and clans behind them, really egging them on, and they're not having that. So with Leverkusen and Leipzig, they seem to have gone to their esports setup to maybe try and foster some of that environment. And I think it's fair to say we are seeing it affect some players more than others, but it's not proving that big of a factor, really, because as we talked about at the top of the show, this is a very familiar situation for a lot of these guys who, let's be honest, spend a lot of time at home streaming to their chat rooms, their audiences, and that's really how they make a living. That's what they're used to, and so this really isn't too much out of the norm for them.
Yeah, that's it, because a lot of players actually, thrive off the tournament level. Excuse me. They thrive off the tournament level of having those guys around them and actually being able to get that sort of atmospheric feel of, having a guy, you've just scored a goal, you might have gone behind even, you're getting a little pat on the back to say, come on, keep going, but they don't have that this time. But that's why some teams will have come together and looked to build a sort of, group camaraderie in these games to try and, build that atmosphere and try and pick each other up. Obviously, they won't all have been doing well so far, but if you can help to push on someone else while you're sat next to them, it can make a huge difference as well.
That's it. I'm wondering whether the likes of Dulan Mike or Mo Ober may have got in touch with someone like Bene CR7X, who is struggling down at the foot of his group, and kind of just egging him on and going, you know what, we'll get in touch with you behind the scenes, even if we can't get in touch with you the way we normally would when it comes to these tournament settings. And it has added a new facet to this grand final in the virtual Bundesliga, to go with the 85 mode being employed, because initially this tournament was meant to be part of the FIFA Global Series, which was then adding to players' ranking points when it came to qualifying for the FIFA E-World Cup in 2020. That event has been cancelled. As a result, Mo Ober will be the title holder for an extra year, free of charge. I mean, that's you got to be loving that if you're Mo Ober, it has to be said. But what it does mean is that they have decided to keep with the 85 game mode, even if that tournament has been cancelled and even if the Global Series points aren't on offer here in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. They still want it to be as even a playing field as possible. It's also considering the fact that we are playing online as opposed to offline. Normally, this would all be done by computers that were linked up to one another in one location. Instead, we're having to rely on Ethernet cables, high-fi, the high fiber wiring and whatnot that goes into any internet access. And so far, I'm glad to say that we haven't encountered any problems as a result of that. It seems like it still has been a very even playing field. We haven't had anyone complaining about being at a disadvantage because of it or anything like that. We did have earlier this season, it was called Controller Gate in the virtual Bundesliga, involving actually two players that we saw go head-to-head earlier when we dipped into their game, Alex Chappie and Werder Bremen's Megabit. It was Alex Chappie's controller that had a bit of a malfunction towards the latter stages of the game, but before he was able to do anything about it, Megabit had made it 3-2 in that match, and that was the way it finished. Megabit did admit that that was not the type of win he wanted, but fortunately, technical issues have not been a problem here for the grand final, and that is a very good thing for us.
A huge plus, because obviously we've had to, come together in difficult circumstances to get this show back on the road, and we're very, very happy that we've been able to do that and bring this coverage to you, and obviously having to rely on the internet to help us out. Obviously, with FIFA as well, it's not always the case and not always a certainty that you're going to be able to go through a game without experiencing some lag, but it's been kept to a minimum so far in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, and hopefully that continues throughout the weekend, and hopefully as well into this next game between Salzburg and Lefty, and we can check in now to see them checking through their tactics. What have you spotted there, James?
Salzburg needs to snap out of it. A bit of a big yawn there from the Wolfsburg player. No, we need him at the peak of his powers. He cannot be getting tired now when ultimately this is a must-win match for him.
That's it. It's winner takes all here between these two guys. Lefty sat in 4th place in the first group. Salzburg in 5th, currently just 1 point between them and just 2 goals separating them. Salzburg has the advantage over goal difference, but of course, with only 1 point separating them, it really is a winner-takes-all game because a draw would see Lefty go through ahead of Salzburg, but a win will see Salzburg go ahead of Lefty if he can get it. So it does all come down to this. We'll be interested to see if he does bring out any foam fingers. If it is him, that's the showman to come forward as well.
I'm pretty confident that was the setup that we had for him in the Bundesliga home challenge, that yellow background with the tree off the shoulder. I distinctly remember that. So I really am. I'm hoping and praying that he's just going to bust out that foam finger at some point. And I have to say, I'm very glad that Lefty has gone with a simple gamer tag because his real name is a mouthful, but I'm going to give it a go. It's Eleftherios Ilias. So we've got a bit of Greek flair here in Group 1 because the same goes for P. George 7, whose real name is Georgios Papatoulis. So we've got a bit of Greek flair in this Group 1. And right now, it looks like 2 are on course to get themselves into the knockout stages, but that may change if Salzburg has anything to say about it. And again, he is someone that does come into this with a enviable track record. He works actually as the DFB E-Nationalmannschaft coach, so leading the charge there for the German national team in esports. There was recently a friendly game of FIFA 20 against Spain. So it would be a 4-legged tie, 4 different players competing against 4 from Spain. And Timo Werner was the national team pro that was brought into the fold. So he spent a bit of time working with Timo Werner on his FIFA skills. Unfortunately, it was Germany who suffered. Excuse me, it's actually 5 legs. It was a 3-2 loss over the course of the 5 legs that Germany suffered in that one. But the fact is he's someone that likes to ply his trade beyond just competing himself, but he likes to train other people. He also worked with a fair few celebrities from the music and showbiz world in Germany during the coronavirus pandemic for a charity stream. And the thing is, he thinks, though, that esports still has a long way to go in Germany. He feels like it's still at a 5th-tier level compared to what it could be. He sees it having a very bright future in Germany. And this is it. We've kind of scraped the surface with that a little bit, haven't we, Alex? With the Bundesliga home challenge, now with the virtual Bundesliga grand finals, capitalizing on the momentum generated by that. I mean, it was a big deal last year in Germany when Megabit went on and won the tournament. But we're seeing... as I say, that the surface is truly being scratched in the esports world when it comes to dipping into the mainstream a little bit more. And I think that's where his comment, Salzburg, is coming from when it comes to they have so much more potential to do even more in the esports world in Germany than they are doing right now.
100%. And I think personally, a lot of it comes down to that sort of stigma about esports players where, a lot of sports fans will usually say, they're just sitting at home playing FIFA, what are these guys actually doing? There's no sport involved. But, once you play this game, you realise what incredible talents these guys have to be able to produce the FIFA gameplay that they do produce. And then to cap it all off, these guys are doing things like Salzburg is off the pitch and coaching other teams and, helping out young kids looking to make their way into the esports world. And we've also seen, as we mentioned before earlier in the stream, if you are sticking with us all the way through, we talked about how these guys have helped out charities in the difficult coronavirus time. A lot of them have done charity streams where all the donations have gone to different charities across not only Germany, but Europe and across the world. So not only are these guys esports players and players of FIFA at home, they're also making a huge impact across the entire esports world and trying to make an impact in the greater world. So these guys are definitely, for me, sportsmen, and it's fantastic to see the way that they are trying to build up the reputation of esports players and take away that sort of stigma of them just being, guys that sit at home and play FIFA.
Oh, don't get you wrong. I mean, the argument is there to be made that, no, of course, they don't have the same physical exertion as a professional footballer would out on the real pitch, but My goodness, I tell you, you sit down and play FIFA for 2 hours straight and tell me that your brain isn't a bit tired, and the sheer mental focus that is demanded of these top-tier players at the highest level, because we've seen it in a couple of games already today, Alex. The smallest mistake will be punished by an opponent. If you give them that just sliver to work with, they can be ruthless in front of goal. And that's the fine margins that can be so decisive at the highest level. And those are the fine margins that you have to make sure you are on your toes at all time to cope with and ultimately try and swing them in your favor. And right now, we have the game between Salzburg and Lefty, our final of today. We will be back in action again tomorrow for the round of 16 and quarterfinals before we return on Sunday for the semi-finals and the final. But this will be our final game of day one in the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. And it is a do-or-die battle at the foot of the table in Group 1. We lost VfL Zander 1848 after he was confirmed to be missing out and dropping out of the tournament due to illness. We wish him a speedy recovery and all the best in his battle to get back fit again. But as a result, Group 1 kind of got thrown into disarray. All of Zander's opponents were picking up two 2-0 victories in the home and the away leg. So again, the playing field has remained even, but there is just a point between Salzburg and Lefty as things stand. So Salzburg has to win. For Lefty, a draw would be enough here to book his ticket to the knockout stages of the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. And let's be honest, when it comes to the patience that these players have had to show in waiting for the Grand Final even just to take place, really not getting beyond the group stages would be a hammer blow for these players, Alex.
Definitely, it would be really disappointing. We saw the passion on show from Dr. Ahana there, where he sort of knew that his time was probably up in this competition already after his defeat to Lucas of Stuttgart. And neither one of these guys will be wanting to feel the same way at the end of this game. And you know, it's been a long day for them as well, having had to wait so long to get this tournament back underway. This is their 9th game now in just a few hours' time, and obviously coming up against the best of the best in the German esports world. It's such concentration that these guys have had to uphold for the best part of 3 or 4 hours. So credit to them for being able to do this, and then for these two guys in particular, Salzburg and Lefty, to have to bring out your best show really in your final game. It's going to be difficult for both of them. Salzburg, as you can see here, looks like he's just trying to build up possession slowly again. It seems like it's something that both these guys are trying to do, but Salzburg is executing it a bit better here. But one of the reasons we've been able to talk so much so far is that we've not had any chances on goal so far. So hopefully one of these defences gets unlocked in the next couple of minutes, because they both look quite sound and happy with the way things are going after 21 minutes.
I think it's also just a case of, in this do-or-die match, neither wants to concede that first goal. Neither wants to make that first mistake. It really is a case of keeping things tight as possible, staying disciplined, and trying to be as error-free as possible. And I think the conservative approach doesn't surprise me in the opening exchanges of this one. They will stroke the ball about with confidence, but they won't really look to probe and show that ambition in the final third unless they see what they would consider a gilt-edged chance, I think. For now, a set-piece opportunity for Lefty. Worked with Angelino, who, strangely enough, has a bit more hair in FIFA 20 than he does in real life.
I'm sure he'll be contacting EA producers to ask how they've done that, because I'm sure he'd like some tips probably to... maybe he's one of these guys that we've seen the lockdown haircuts from players where, you know, they've usually been bold. They've kept their hair down to a minimum, but during lockdown, obviously, haircuts have been at a premium, and they've been allowed to sort of grow that back out. Maybe he's one of those guys.
I think he's given up well and truly, because I can tell you a fun story, because there was an interview with Angelino with Sport Build where he said that he once allowed his girlfriend to do his haircut. And basically, because she did it so badly, they buzzed it off. And then it's just stuck. That's a clear penalty, Alex.
It looked like it should have been a penalty, and Salzburg is not happy about that. I think it's Ginczek who chested that to control it and bring it down, and then the challenge, which was actually initially made to challenge the aerial duel there, left Ginczek on the ground. I think it was Kanate who was on the floor and ended up tripping Ginczek up. One of those where it looks like it should be a clear penalty, and FIFA clearly just doesn't pick it up, and Salzburg disappointed. It looks like Ginczek has a knock as well. Hopefully that gets worn off in these next few minutes, but yes, he will be disappointed with that not being given.
The game mechanics there, I think, going against Salzor at the vital moment. Disappointment for him, and things could get worse if Lefty is now going to capitalise on a chance down the other end.
Happy to be patient in his build-up, both these guys. Neither of them taking rash shots. Maybe there's one here from Werner. Does produce a good save from Castile as he went for that finesse towards the far bottom corner. First real shot in anger that we've seen so far.
Yeah, it is one of those interesting facets in the 85 mode. Timo Werner is one of the players that suffers most, right? Because his pace gets reduced so heavily, and given the fact that it is his main attribute in this game, and an overpowered one as well, I should say, in the normal game modes. But while he still has a bit of pace about him, it's not what we're used to seeing from Timo Werner in FIFA, or in real life, it has to be said. And a player that has now confirmed that he will be joining Chelsea in the summer. Doesn't want to play for Leipzig in the Champions League when that does get back underway in August. He'd rather spend the time getting to know his new team and starting to get to know his new teammates as well. But a shame to see him leave the Bundesliga, Alex, because he has been... It's been wonderful to watch him grow. It's been incredible to see his development. But I hold the thought because he's here on the ball. He's teeing it up for Hartmann. And poor old Salzor, he knows that was a mistake, all of his own making. And really, that is the reason he's fallen behind, because we talked about it at the top of the show. When it came to this game, neither player wanted to make a mistake. Salzor's made one, and it's cost him.
And as the way this game is going, it might come down to 1 or 2 goals being the difference between these two sides. And as you said, Salzor making the first of those. And as is so often the case at this level, the mistakes get punished. We don't see them very often, but when we do, they often produce goals for the benefactor. And the benefactor here is Lefty, just before half-time as well. Crucial time for him to go ahead. It's been a really open and even game here. With these guys trying to get control of it, Castile's not trying to get control of that moment there as he punched clear. Salzor probably not happy with his Belgian goalkeeper. But maybe he needs to get João Victor on the ball. He's been the danger man for Wolfsburg in our games that we've seen, at least. He's been a bit quiet so far in this first half.
It's also interesting to see how each of the different Wolfsburg players we've seen uses João Victor differently.
Yeah.
Right? And I get the feeling here for Salzor, he's not quite as prominent as he is, at least for Dulan Mike and Mo Ober. And maybe that's the key, right? Those are the guys with the positive results. They're the ones that have unlocked the best out of João Victor. They're the ones that are on course to reach the knockout stages. Whereas Bene CR7X, who struggled with João Victor, and now Salzor, who doesn't seem to be able to get the best out of him either. They're the ones actually struggling to get results. Maybe João Victor, maybe Mo Ober's right. Maybe he is the most overpowered player in the game. If you get him to work, you win. If you don't, you don't. It's really just one of those interesting trends that we've seen develop. And it has come about from the fact that we've watched 4 Wolfsburg players, right? We could have had a plethora of options. We could have ended up dipping into other teams instead, but we've seen the Wolfsburg players, all 4 of them. And that's it. They do have a good chance of, you know, getting a winner out of all this when you've got 4 of the 24 players in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. That's good odds, it's fair to say. And Salzor would love a goal back. Oh, it's a great ball to the back post, but Angelino using the extra inches there of the haircut that FIFA's given him to make the difference at the back post and get the header on the ball. And now a chance even in the 85 mode. Werner's pace almost causing Brooks problems. Wolfsburg just about get away with it. Well, to finish the story about Angelino and his haircut, his girlfriend botched it so bad once they shaved it all off. And ever since then, he's had a shaved head. And that's the reason that he still keeps a very, you know, low-fuss hairstyle. But really, it all comes down to blaming his girlfriend, who got it all wrong one time, and as a result, he's just stayed that way, essentially.
For her, letting the side down for Angelino. Or maybe he's just happy with how it looks now, because it's not a bad look at all for him.
Gives a lot of aerodynamics down that left-hand flank, which he loves to bomb up and down in real life and in the virtual world. For now, Wolfsburg and Salzor trying to start on the front foot in this second half. A wry smile from the man who was denied a penalty in the first half due to some questionable FIFA game mechanics working against him. Paulo Otavio can't keep up with Paulsen. Here is Hartmann trying to dink it into the danger area, but Mbabu, the right back turned centre back in FIFA 20 for the Wolfsburg players today. Covering well. Almost a mistake at the back again from Salzor. He does have to be careful because every now and again he just seems to be letting that focus slip. And I feel like that's going to be one of our big lessons learned from day one of this grand final event, is the fact that just the tiniest mistake will be punished ruthlessly.
These tiny mistakes can often be what settles the game. So far, 30 minutes to go here. Just 1-0 the scoreline, and it did come from that mistake from Salzor. He will be gutted if it ends up like this. 30 minutes to play, though. He's still got plenty of time to make a difference. And, of course, a reminder, we've got a second leg to come between these two guys. It's not just one game that they play. There'll be two to settle the aggregate score. And as we mentioned earlier in the build-up, both these guys looking for a win to confirm their place in the knockout round. And as we see, the first change coming here for Salzor. Interesting formation, actually, from him. One that we haven't seen so far. It's the 4-4-1-1. You know, lacking the sort of real push up the pitch. And João Victor is actually one of the men that he's sacrificed here. Bringing on Wout Weghorst.
It's game over then. It's game over. If he's taking João Victor off, it's game over for him.
I totally agree. I think João Victor, Salzor clearly has not watched the other Wolfsburg games that have been going on to see how he can be used, and it may well come back to haunt him in this do or die game here, the final match of the group stage phase.
Pass cut out there. One back straight away by lefty. Here is Bias. That was a devilish delivery into the box. Fortunately for Salzor, there were no takers for Leipzig. This is it. Lefty was actually on the books at Werder Bremen last season when they won their first of 2 virtual Bundesliga seasons. He was playing back up to Megabit, and at that point, Mo Ober, when they were going away for individual tournaments, Lefty was stepping in, and it was actually Mo Ober that said of Lefty, he could be an even better FIFA player if he wasn't as focused on real football. A chance for Salzor, that would have been the equaliser. John Brooks with a thunderous volley. Brekalo still with the chance, and this time he makes it count. And that was exactly what Salzor needed in this game, the first leg, all tied up now.
Did really well to recycle that as it came back out to him on the edge of the box. A nice tidy pass across the edge of the box and into the box there towards Brekalo, and a nice turn onto his left foot, and a finish to boot as well. Really, really good play from Salzor. He's been good in this game. He's just not had the rub of the green so far. The luck has not gone his way. He's had a couple of penalty shouts and with disappointed chances and half chances that have not gone his way. But it seems in these final 20 minutes that he is finding his groove, keeping his composure around the edge of the Leipzig box. And with 15 minutes to go in this first leg, remember, it's 1-1. Still all to play for, and that just leaves us so perfectly set up for a second leg, which will be at the Red Bull Arena in Leipzig, the home of Lefty. Try and make the most of being at home. His bias now working away into the box. Loose touch there from him. Not the ideal way that he wanted to work that into the Wolfsburg box. He's keeping his composure as well. Winter looking around, searching for options. Just a couple of men forward, really, for Lefty to work with. Poulsen is one of them. We haven't seen set-piece goals from our live games so far. Maybe we can see one here. Often it is the case that they go short, try and work a nice shot in goal, but Salzor defending superbly here. And he's just not really giving Lefty a chance. Lefty's had good bouts of possession, good spells on the ball, but he's just struggled to break through the Wolfsburg defence. And leaves him here, 5 minutes to go, looking for an answer, trying to possibly get himself a lead to take into the second leg. He doesn't have to force it now. He knows that there's a second leg to come. And at 1-1, still wide open. His bias on the edge, looking for a way through, but the Wolfsburg defence once again in the right place at the right time. Salzor not exactly in the right place at the right time there with his passing, though.
Well, that's it. I mean, the only reason that Lefty is in this game is because of Salzor, a mistake of his own making. You know, and it's one of those that he'll look back on, especially if it's one that costs him his place in this tournament, and go, how avoidable was that? And really, at that point, he will only have himself to blame, I think. And you can look at the game mechanics as Lefty almost retakes the lead when it comes to that penalty that he was denied, Salzor. But really, when it comes to the goal he conceded, the responsibility and the buck stops with him. But he is still alive in this game. He is still alive in this tournament as things stand. He needs to win, though. Over the course of 2 legs, a home and away tie against Lefty, he needs to come out on top.
That's it. It's important to remember a draw between these two sides will send Lefty through. He does have a 1-point advantage. Maybe a last chance here, right at the end, for Salzor to go ahead.
Oh, he's trying to fashion a clear-cut chance. It may not be forthcoming, and he did. He went for 1 pass too many when maybe a snapshot with Karamoko would have been his only chance of getting a goal there. Salzor looks to the heavens, questioning how he let things slip there, because that was a very strong performance from him. But the score sheet doesn't necessarily show it. And then you just look at how evenly matched they were, and you got to think that was it was a chance for Salzor in this first leg to make his chances count. He didn't, and while things may have gone against him in certain aspects of the game, I feel like he can build on that in the second leg, Alex.
100%, because it was a really tight game, as you see there. Able to see the stats here, just 5 shots between the two guys, only 3 of those on target, a couple of those going in as well. It was a very tight affair between these two guys, and it is going to come down to whether or not someone makes a mistake, whether or not someone shows a moment of brilliance, maybe a little drag back, or that perfectly timed pass that leads you to a shot in front of goal. These are the things that can make the difference. And possibly, for Salzor, could be something that takes him into the knockout rounds. So we are perfectly set up, really. It's 1-1 from the first leg. Salzor 1 point behind Lefty in Group 1. A reminder for you again, you can get involved with social media. You can go to the virtual.bundesliga.com website just to check out all the standings, all the results as they are happening. Obviously, all these games being played simultaneously. Sadly, we can't watch them all unfold, but we can definitely check in at the end of our games and see how things are looking ahead of the knockout rounds.
I think there have been other great games elsewhere, Alex, but the 5 that we've actually had the opportunity to cast and watch live from start to finish, none of them have disappointed. We've seen some fantastic matchups so far between arguably some of the best players that we've got in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final here, and I think a lot of players that will feature tomorrow we have seen in action today, and some of the best amongst them, Mo Ober, we've seen Megabit in action, we've seen Dulan Mike, and you have to say, it's been a great selection of talent that we've had on display here. And Salzor and Lefty, they are 2 of them as well. And this is a do-or-die match. Salzor, he is a 4-time German champion when it comes to his FIFA accolades. His first title came back in 2012. So this is a player, despite still being quite young, is well-versed in what it takes to win a tournament like this. Things haven't gone his way today. And with Lefty, you've got one of these young up-and-comers that was brought in by Leipzig when Diego Demmer left. Of course, Diego Demmer, the first Bundesliga professional, I should say. I was about to say professional, but it's Bundesliga because there were guys in the Bundesliga 2 or the Zweite Bundesliga doing it with Wehen Wiesbaden. Shout out to Sascha Mockenhaupt. But when it came to Bundesliga professionals, Leipzig's Diego Demmer was the first to then go, you know what? I'm going to represent you guys in the esports field as well. He came in, he played a couple of virtual Bundesliga matches, acquitted himself really well. Julian Nagelsmann, the head coach, even dropped by to watch in on some of his games. Now, of course, Diego Demmer left the club in the winter to join Napoli, which has kind of cut it short when it comes to Bundesliga involvement. We were wondering whether the Bundesliga Home Challenge may inspire that again. We had people like Nassim Buyalab, Nico Schlotterbeck, Munas de Boer really excelling on the joysticks in a way that they were competitive with the esports pros. Now, we don't have professional players. We are seeing the elite of the elite in the esports world here. And so far, they haven't disappointed in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. But the interesting thing is, I think, Alex, we're seeing some big names drop at the group stage. And it looks like we're going to have a few underdogs and some of the lesser known parties, the new generation, really making their mark on the knockout stages the way things have transpired so far.
I'm already starting to wonder whether we're going to see a new champion because, as much as Megabit does look like he's probably going to get through to the knockout rounds, he hasn't been as impressive as you said. Many of the young guys have been. In the games that we've watched, Dulan Mike was fantastic in the way he played, and obviously he beat Megabit earlier in the day. We didn't get to see that, but we saw the result, and it was an emphatic one for him. And that's what it can come down to for them, being able to make this sort of statement today. Maybe they can take the form into tomorrow. It will be very interesting to see how these guys who've impressed in the group stage phase, how they take that into the knockout rounds, because this is the area where experience pays off. And, you know, for guys like Salzor and Lefty, who maybe don't have that, you know, big tournament experience, these do-or-die matches are the ones that are crucial. And obviously in the knockout phase, it's going to be exactly the same. And that's where a guy like a Mo Oba or a Megabit can make the big difference and get ahead of maybe one of these wonder kids who's looking to make his way, you know, into the final stages of the weekend. Let's see who can make it to Sunday. First and foremost, we're going to see who can make it to tomorrow, because we are setting ourselves up here between Salzor and Lefty for their final group stage game. The tie is very nicely set at 1-1, and James, it is all to play for. This is what we were hoping for, and I'm really excited to see how this one unfolds.
Look at this as well. We've got Salzor making changes to his controller settings as well. This is how deep the competitive nature goes. They are not just dealing with in-play tactics and formations here. There are controller settings as well that they're looking to use to give them an edge, or essentially let them settle into the type of performance they're more comfortable with. Salzor, this is a must-win match, and it is so finely poised. I mean, we couldn't have asked for a better first leg. It's not like Lefty has run away with it, and Salzor really has a long way to come back. In fact, this is being played on a knife's edge. This could go either way still, and it makes for a fascinating second leg. And I'm just looking there at his lineup as well. It does look like Joao Victor's a little more advanced than he was when he started the game last time out. Maybe he's just got a word from Dulan Mike and Mo Oba going, "What are you doing, Benedict? Come on, get Joao Victor up into that final third," because they were both playing him as a striker.
Yeah.
And this is it. The two that have played him in midfield in Salzor, and I've forgotten the name of the other Wolfsburg player now off the top of my head. Bene CR7X. Yeah. There's 4 of them to remember now, and they do have good odds. But those are the two that were using him in midfield, where he wasn't quite as effective. He's been one of the players that has stood out. We've had some fine individual performances already in our action today. Robert Lewandowski shining brightly in games against Wolfsburg, as he tends to do. That is just part and parcel of Robert Lewandowski's experience in the Bundesliga. And right now, this is a clash between Leipzig and Wolfsburg, Salzor and Lefty. The do-or-die moment, the all-or-nothing. Who can book their place in the knockout stages of the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final? One of 2 will qualify from Group 1, joining Detto, Lyon, and P. George 7 in terms of making their way through from the first of the 2 PS4 groups that we've got going on. And the big question now is, will Wolfsburg have 3 players in the knockout stages of the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final, or will they have 2?
That is the question that needs answering. Again, Salzor going with that 4-4-1-1 formation. It does leave a fewer players up the pitch than you'd expect for someone needing to get himself a win, but it is certainly the tried and trusted formation for him. He must enjoy using it. And we have to say, Joao Victor, if he does want to get a win, will probably have to be the key man for him in that number 10 role, trying to link up the midfield with Daniel Ginczek leading the line. There's options off the bench, the likes of Wout Weghorst sitting and waiting there. The tallest player in the Bundesliga, Wout Weghorst, outfield player that is. He can be a threat if he comes on, but Salzor will be wanting to make sure that he has control of this game and doesn't need to rely on late drama. There's almost some early drama there, as I think it was Patrick Schick shooting at goal with his left foot, and Lefty so close to opening the scoring early on.
Yes, Salzor did not close that door quick enough. And Lefty tried to take the chance, and it was a good early snapshot. Looked to try and catch the keeper off guard, and it didn't seem to go too far past that post. But those are the types of things Salzor cannot afford to let happen too often in this second leg. He's got to close the door quickly. He's got to make time and space a premium product for Lefty. What he can't do is afford him space to operate with, which is what he's finding right now, the Leipzig representative. And he's got an early corner here. And in fairness, it's worth noting, Lefty does have a track record of beating Wolfsburg players on FIFA. It was during the coronavirus pandemic hiatus that he played in the Interwetten Home Cup where he beat Robin Knoche, the Wolfsburg centre-back, a man who has not extended his contract with the club and will be leaving in the summer. Destination unknown just yet, as Brooks cuts out a vital pass at the back. Chance for Klaus now to break forward for Benedikt Salzor. Problem is he's short of options up front. Joao Victor is one of them. Couldn't quite use his pace to full effect there against Marcel Hausenberg.
One interesting thing coming into this that we haven't mentioned is Salzor's record against, you know, from the virtual Bundesliga season, his record against these guys was a difficult one. He struggled against Detto and Leon and Zander, who had obviously not been involved today, but he hadn't actually picked up a win against one of his opponents. He hadn't played lefty in the virtual Bundesliga, obviously with lefty uninvolved through the league season, but he seems to have struggled against these bigger names, the talents right at the top of the board. But this is his opportunity now. This is his chance to rewrite the wrongs of the past. Perhaps maybe a chance now. The pass just doesn't quite work for him. You can see the frustration on his face. The time run was perfect from Victor. It looked like it was going to click for him. But the defence from Leipzig just gets there and makes that interception as well.
The slightest of differences can make a big difference, and that is what we're seeing at this level. Whether it be individual brilliance or mistakes at the back, the fine margins can prove decisive. Right now, it's fair to say that the fine margins aren't quite working in Salzor's favour. He seems to be the one more likely to concede here with the scores at 0-0 in this second leg after that 1-1 first leg. And that was it. That moment gone at the other end, the pain etched on his face as the pass was cut out, but all it took was the tiniest of deflections off the defender. Now a chance from the set piece. Again, it's going to be taken short. Schick continued his run. Quickly had his personal bubble closed down by the Wolfsburg back line there.
Interested to see who can really take control of this game, because Salzor's tactics seem to be, as he is doing now, pumping the ball forward and just trying to be a bit more direct with his attacks. Hasn't worked out for him yet. Maybe he can do here.
Oh, this is well worked. Oh, no, it is offside. I was just wondering. I knew it was tight, Alex. And it took a while for the flag to come from the assistant on the far side, but it did come in the end. Oh, poor old Salzor, he thought he'd intercepted the ball there, and he'd done everything that you would expect him to need to do to intercept that goal kick out from the back.
Got himself in the right position there, but maybe just mistimed his run. His play didn't quite lock on there. Disappointing for him, misfortunate, but he's picking up pace here. He's picking up some momentum, and he could find himself going ahead before the break if he does finally get a bit of luck going his way. That's the only thing that seems to be lacking for him. He's been direct so far, which has been good. His defensive work has been sound as well. Just needs that final thread in the bow to come together. Can he get a goal to go ahead? Would be huge to force Lefty to come out to try and get a goal in the second half, perhaps. 10 minutes to go here.
It's one of those moments where if we had fans in attendance, we'd be on the edge of our seats right now, Alex, I think, because there would be a lot of nervous energy, a lot of tension instead. We see it etched on the faces of both of these players. I mean, Lefty's barely broken his concentration levels down here on the bottom left of our screen. He's totally focused. Salzor, we are seeing a few more reactions out of him, because I think he's certainly a player that wears his heart on his sleeve when it comes to FIFA. And they are emotions that anyone watching who's ever played FIFA 20, or maybe not even played FIFA 20, but FIFA 19, 18, 17, these are emotions that we are well versed in as FIFA players. We've all been there where Salzor is, where it just doesn't seem like anything's going to come off. The runs are being made, but the pass gets the little nick on its way through that stops you in your tracks. At the other end, you know, time and space just seem to open up for your opponent at times when you are desperately trying to close it down at every opportunity. As I say that, Werder has that done by Otavio, and Salzor waves goodbye to the Bundesliga grand final. He is absolutely gutted, but the ball broke for Timo Werner, and Lefty wasn't going to leave the chance unpunished, Alex.
He got there. He got to the loose ball first. I was going to say it was a fantastic tackle from Salzor initially, but the loose ball just ran the way of Timo Werner. Paulo Otavio couldn't get there. Salzor can't quite believe what has happened here. But what he does have to realise is that there's still 45 minutes to play, and there is still only just one goal in this. He needs 2 to get the all-important win that would take him through. Maybe luck can swing his way. Maybe before the break he can find the back of the net.
If he were to level, this would be huge, but we spoke a little too soon there for Salzor.
Can understand his frustration. He's played well in this first half, and then one, not necessarily a mistake, but one unfortunate moment as another one comes from Mbabu with his failed side tackle, and the pass is across goal. That could well be the tie all over here. And unbelievably, Salzor watches this game slip away from his fingers in unbelievable fashion.
I'm just trying to work out what really happened there. Why was his player going to ground off the ball in a 50-50 with Yusuf Poulsen, stay on his feet, and there's a chance to snuff out that chance? But because he had committed to ground, I mean, it is one of those where you can see the frustration's boiling over now a little bit for Salzor. So much has gone against him in this game, and some will feel like it's unwarranted and some will be warranted, right? There was a mistake in the first leg that allowed Lefty to score the goal, but he will feel hard done by about the fact that he didn't get the penalty in the first leg, and now again, he's arguably... Well, no, actually, I mean, you look at the statistics there, and you can't really complain about Lefty being in front, but the problem is they've come from moments that he feels are avoidable, and they were avoidable, Alex. And game mechanics can be blamed for a portion of it, but I hate doing that because I do, at the end of the day, feel like the person on the controller, on the joysticks, is the one responsible. You are the one in control, and yes, there are button presses that don't necessarily correspond to the action that takes place on the pitch, but you are the one that has the control at the end of the day. And I think the feeling for Benedikt Salzor right now is that the control got taken away from him by a few of these game mechanics that have proven costly. But you've got to then give credit to Lefty for being clinical, taking those chances, not leaving them go unpunished. And unfortunately, Salzor just having one of those days at the office on FIFA that we've all had.
100%. That's the way to put it. He's just having one of those days where, you know, he's clearly he's expected his player to be locked onto that ball there, and he's looked to clear it away first time. But Mbabu's gone to ground, and as you said, credit where it is due to Lefty for being clinical in both scenarios, taking both chances, because, you know, there could have been mistakes that Salzor was able to laugh away with the goal maybe not coming from it, but Lefty is clinical. And for Salzor, this is where, you know, the elite guys come into their fore, because this is when they have to keep composed. Don't let the game go to their heads, and don't let the frustration build up and overload. They need to remain calm and trust that they have the ability to overcome maybe the luck that's going against them, or the randomness of the game that's maybe not helping them their way. João Victor looks and gets it in behind for the first time, really. Unlucky for him, though. Just a final pass not coming off for Wolfsburg again. Maybe it can do now. Here's João Victor with a shot at the near post. And finally, Salzor has a moment to celebrate. And it is that man again, João Victor. Fantastic control, fantastic movement, and a tidy finish at the near post.
It's the first time he shot with him, Alex. Right, he's been trying to set up every chance through João Victor, and finally just goes, you know what, I've had enough, I'm just going to bang this at goal with the Brazilian. And look at what happens. Seriously, he just needed to learn that a little bit earlier, Salzor, and things could have been going so much differently.
João Victor is the man.
He is the man, and it really, I do feel like that's a massive lesson that we've learned with these Wolfsburg players. The ones that have been able to get the best out of the Brazilian have actually thrived. The ones that have struggled to use him in his most effective way have actually have come out on the losing side more often than not. But Salzor does have a lifeline in the game with just over half an hour to play. And the thing is, this is the other thing with Salzor, we don't know how the rest of his games have gone. We've only looked into this last game. For all we know, instances like this have been happening in every single fixture, and it's just a case of it's getting too much for him. And of course, the frustration is going to mount and mount and mount and mount. Now, he picked up some strong results in the opening 2 match days of Group 1. He picked up a draw against Detto on match day 2. On match day 1, it was a draw against Lyon. But again, you don't know whether those were back and forth games. Was he leading in those games and then let goals slip? Or was it a case of him battling back the whole time with games that constantly seem to be going against him?
It might have been the case that, you know, frustration has built up to this point where maybe he's had the chances to win those games, and getting draws against the likes of Deto and Leon, who are top of that group, the Group 1, is no bad result. But for him, it may have been disappointment with chances that had gone away from him. Maybe a chance here now for Victor again. He's definitely the key man, but just the pass is slipping away from his fingers. And time is running out for him if he does want to get back into this game. He does need 2 goals to confirm his place in the next round.
Oh, Lefty trying to seal the deal, and John Brooks ends up basically climbing on the shoulders of Timo Werner there to win the header. And let's be honest, he's got a sizable height advantage at the beginning of that head-to-head. Here is Joao Victor. Camacho out to Klaus. Ginczek trying to find Joao Victor again inside the box. Again, it's a little too intricate from Salzor. And I feel that has been one of his downfalls in this game. For Lefty, he's kept it simple. He's really stuck to the basics, whereas Salzor, on a couple of occasions, has indeed just made things a little too complicated in the end, and that has thwarted him in his most promising moments. But this is it. I mean, this is what an elite level tournament is all about, Alex. There is an element where things have to come together for you in those moments as well. And Salzor may feel a little aggrieved, but again, I point out the fact that when it comes to the majority of this match, he has control over his own fate, and he had his control over the fate of his, of his fate in this tournament as well. And just it does seem like one of those where things have certainly gone against him. Frustrating when you were in Group 1 and we lost Sander due to illness as well, and you went, okay, right, this is great, the odds are even better now, as he dinks one in at the back post, and Yusuf Poulsen, well, you have to say, would have backed him to score from there 9 times out of 10, but couldn't get his header on target under pressure for Lefty. That could have been the goal that was the final nail in Salzor's coffin. Instead, he's going to look to come forward with Paulo Otavio now, releasing Brekalo in behind up against Ibrahima Konate. That's a good early ball, and a strong save. Again, Salzor's left shaking his head and wondering, goodness me, I feel like I did everything right in that moment, but somehow I still haven't been able to get that second goal. That really would have put the cat in amongst the pigeons as well.
100%, but now the cat could be among the Leipzig pigeons. He takes it around Castells, and Ademola Lookman looks to have sealed Lefty's place in the next round. Castells coming well out of his goal, and Lefty with some lovely composure to set up Lookman, and that could seal the deal for the Leipzig man.
Yeah, that mental fortitude. Salzor's been a flurry of emotions all game, and in the end, frustration seems to have gotten the better of him here against Lefty. He waved goodbye at 2-0. He clapped his opponent out at 3-1 in this second leg. But Lefty, with a 4-1 aggregate lead, is not going to be caught with just under, or just over 10 minutes remaining of FIFA time in this one. And Salzor's had bright sparks, but in the end, Lefty is the one that has made his chances count the most. And as a result, it is he who will be booking his place in the knockout stages of the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. The round of 16 and quarterfinals to take place tomorrow. James Surrogate and Alex Chaffer are your casters. We will be back in the hot seat on the hot mic once again for that action. And I have to say, I'm really looking forward to seeing some of the players that we didn't see today take to the pitch tomorrow, having booked their place in the knockout stages, because we are on course to lose some big names, but that does mean that there are some storylines to get our teeth stuck into tomorrow. And as Alex and I were talking about earlier in the show, the odds of us crowning a new winner, I think, are looking quite good right now, it has to be said.
There are so many options now as we looked here to Lefty, pushing forward again. Maybe he can put the cherry on top of the cake. Werner tricking his way past Castells. He finds the right pass, but Kraus cannot find the right shot at the near post there. Perfect pass across goal to set up that opportunity. But Lefty left shaking his head there. But luckily for him, the win looks like it's already sewn up. And that chance doesn't go begging.
I mean, let me ask you this, Alex, because, I mean, it's kind of my read of the general play here, is that it's not the players that are thriving when they have to be patient and in possession a lot of the time and are hold the thought for a second, but chance is gone now for Lefty. It's actually the players that can be at their most effective when all of a sudden space opens up and all of a sudden they can move it quickly. When they get things clicking in those moments where space opens up and they can move it with a little bit more pace, they are the ones that seem to be thriving more in this virtual Bundesliga grand final, as we see Lefty secure his place in the knockout stages at the expense of Salzburg. It was so finely poised after the first leg. The second almost seems to be a bit of an anticlimax with so much going against Salzburg and so much going for Lefty. But in the end, it's the Leipzig man who books his spot in the knockout stages. It's a 50% success rate for Wolfsburg players. There were 4 of them in the group stages of the virtual Bundesliga grand final. And I have to say, I almost feel like telling Salzburg to stop. Just save yourself the pain, Alex. Don't watch the replays over and over again. It was bad enough one time in real life. You don't need to relive this, but he's wondering what on earth happened with Mbabu there.
That is certainly not helping him to get over the disappointment of being knocked out.
He's
earlier.
torturing himself here.
I feel bad for Salzburg here now. It's not gone his way in this game, and sadly that is his tournament done. Not the way he would have wanted to end his virtual Bundesliga season, as he will drop out of the competition here as the knockout rounds get settled up.
And now he's looking at the challenge on the third goal when it just broke to Werner. Can't believe that Paulo Otavio didn't win the ball cleanly. And I have to say, I feel like just telling him stop. Just seriously, just forget about it. Put it out of your mind. It's happened. Unfortunately, that is FIFA. And that is the reality of FIFA sometimes, even at the highest competitive level. And it's something that's why I think the best players of the best really do talk about the fact that FIFA 20 they've struggled a little bit with FIFA 20. It's been a bit sweatier than other versions, and it really is a hard grind. And we saw that there. I mean, Lefty just seemed to be able to use his chances when he got them, and they seemed to come very quickly, whereas Salzburg was toiling and just couldn't get anything going in the final third. And those are the days that we have sometimes when you're on the controllers, and you can't, unfortunately, that is one element of the game you cannot control.
Hearts in the chat, as the saying goes, for Salzburg. It's we said it before that these guys can have, good days and bad days, and especially when it's all these group stage games in one day, it's important that they're in the right mindset and feeling the right way to be able to get the correct results for them to push on and, get the results that they want to send them through. Because obviously that's ultimately what everyone is here for, to get themselves a position in the knockout rounds. Sadly for Salzburg, he won't be one of the teams. We're just letting the other games run out, though, right now, just because a few late starters for the final match day, so we can hold up and check on all the other results as they have come in. We can start with Group 1 as well, with Salzburg and Lefty's group. It looks like all the results have been sewn up here, so we can go through the group and tell you that Detto is leading the way. James is absolutely delighted by his fellow, I'm not going to call you a veteran, but...
Oh, come on, I think in FIFA terms I am, right? At 32, I think I count as a veteran. But no, Detto doing it for the over 30s here. Unbeaten in his group. 1 draw, 4 victories. And I think, he's got to be really pleased with that. He is someone that does have, previous when it comes to title-winning exploits in FIFA. But it's certainly been a rough road for him kind of getting used to the more modern versions of the game. But something is clicking for him at the end of the season in FIFA 20, and he was one of the foremost players in the virtual Bundesliga season. He's carrying that form over into the grand final on the individual basis, and you have to say he has sent out a message to his competitors with that performance in Group 1. Yes, he got the bye of the Xander wins, but the fact is he's then ground out 3 more victories and 1 more draw, so unbeaten in the tournament so far, and one of the few, it's worth saying. We'll see in the rest of the groups as well, but well done to Leon and P. George 7, who both came through the playoffs in order to book their place, and Lefty, actually, as well. All 3 of them not booking their place through the virtual Bundesliga standings, but through the playoff. And I think that's a trend we're going to see in the other groups as well, Alex, if you want to take us through them.
Yes, we can move on to see how Group 2 has finished up. It looks like all the results are in there as well. And for Fabio, a fantastic late result for him to get in. Mooba, though, clearly ahead of the game. And, even though he had that 2-0 result from the first leg, you can see Dr. Ahana did come back and Caused some late drama there, perhaps. Moreover, just sneaking away with a 3-2 win.
Yeah, two grand finals in a row now that Dr. Ahano has been knocked out by Mo Oba. He will be gutted the fact that he got drawn in a group with him.
100%. Lucas and Hakuna Matata making names for themselves early on. Two of the sort of lesser known names in the virtual Bundesliga world. Two of the young guns trying to make their way through, and both of them are into the final, the knockout round. Sorry,
and again, 3 out of the 4 players coming from the playoffs and not via the virtual Bundesliga season. That's it. Fabio was the sole representative in those 4. Hakuna Matata, Lucas, and Mo Oba all came through the playoffs. And we've lost 2 big names in Jeffrey and Dr. Ahano there because they are established figures in the esports scene in Germany in FIFA 20 as well.
100%. Jeffrey is actually one of the biggest disappointments for me today. I was very much expecting him to go through. And it is an interesting trend, actually, that the playoff winners seem to be faring the better in these group stage phases so far, and obviously going into the knockout rounds. We'll have to wait and see how that fares out tomorrow, but maybe it comes down to, the fact that they've only come into the 85 mode in the Bundesliga world, that is, in the last few weeks and months when they've known that they've qualified through the playoffs and qualified for the grand final. Maybe they've been able to experiment a bit more, whereas the guys who've been through the whole season, they maybe not stuck in their ways, but feel like they know their team and have stuck with what they've gone with all season. Perhaps there's a lack of tactical manoeuvring from those guys. It could come down to anything. So possibly that's one of those reasons, because you've got Mo Oba there, who's an experienced guy who's used to winning, but you've also got guys like Lucas and Hakuna Matata as well, who are new to the game and doing well.
Well, I also wonder whether you can move on to Group 3 while I finish the thought here, but whereas Fabio, Dr. Ahano, Jeffrey there, they were used to, right, if I lose my game in the virtual Bundesliga season, I've got my teammate behind me who can maybe pick up a win in his solo, then we've got the 2-on-2 to make amends. Whereas the players that have come through the playoff, their whole experience in the virtual Bundesliga has been a solo individual campaign. So they are very used to being on their own, taking each other on and going head-to-head one-on-one. And this is where we see those players separate themselves sometimes. But again, we look here, and it's 2 out of 2. So 2 coming from, 3 out of the 4. It's only Alex Chappie who's come through the playoffs here. So the trend may be not the same in the Xbox world as it was in the PS4 world.
Yeah, we've seen 3 guys there at the top who've had very successful days. Megabit, Alex Chappie, and Dula Mike sort of dominating this group, all of them getting 10+ points. Megabit and Alex Chappie right up there at the top with 12 apiece, and Dula Mike able to come back from behind there against Impact, you can see, with a second leg 3-1 win. And it's Dujba and Bomber who are going to be heading out for us. And we can go on and check the final group as well to just make sure we've got all our finalists. And a very interesting result at the end of this group. It didn't mean much for the standings, but for Basinho to have struggled so much today, for him to turn around and beat Sakul, firstly 6-1 in the first leg, and maintain that form into the second one. He did lose 3-2, but to win 8-4 on aggregate, one of the most dominant displays of the day, and against one of the most informed players of our day so far. Very impressive result for him, but sadly too little too late for him. And that means that group is sewn up with Fenomeno, Sakul, Yannick, and Der Gaucho, all heading through to the knockout rounds. And that's it. We've gone through all of our group stage games.
But again, 3. In that one, 3 coming from the playoffs, and just 1 in Der Gaucho from the virtual Bundesliga season that have qualified there. Because Bene CR7X wasn't one of the Wolfsburg players to qualify via the playoffs. That was Dulan Mike and Mo Oba. And so once again, it does seem to be this trend of those that have come through the playoffs either have momentum on their side, but they've had the same layoff, they've had the same lockdown, they've had the same hiatus as all the other players. But it is these ones that have come through the playoffs, the ones that started this whole tournament on an individual basis and are finishing on an individual basis, that are thriving. And I think, it sets us up so well for the knockout stages tomorrow. I cannot wait to see Fenomeno in action, even if he did lose his last game there against Der Gaucho, as he snuck in to the final top 4 of Group 4. But I think, Sakul has really stood out today. Dulan Mike did in the performance we saw from him earlier. It looked like he may have dropped off later on in the group stages as he finished 3rd in that one. But we have a very tasty affair on our hands tomorrow when the knockout stages get underway. And we can't wait to see who gets drawn against who. for that, but it should be very exciting.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that as well, knowing that all these guys are fruit from our group stage games. We've had an abundance of games so far today. I hope we've brought you some good coverage of all of those games. We've not been able to cover all of them, obviously, but been able to go over and check out all the scores and all the standings. You can do the same on the virtualbundesliga.com website, virtual.bundesliga.com, that is. And make sure you stay on the social media channels just to check out how the knockout round looks. When we get that all sorted and set up, we'll be bringing you all the news, of course, over social media, of course, as well. But what a fantastic day this has been, James.
The standard's been set, and I think genuinely from here, we can only expect the standard to get better in the knockout stages. I think the games are going to get tenser. I think there was an element where it maybe took people and some of the players a little bit of time to get acclimatized to, hold on a second, I am in a thoroughly competitive experience here. I need to be on the top of my game if I want to be getting anywhere. And I think the ones that had that mental sharpness and had that mindset the minute they came into the tournament, I think are the ones that have succeeded more today than the ones that took a bit of time, kind of breaking out of the comfort zone of being in their own homes and being in a very familiar setting and not being in a competitive setting, or maybe having the crowd behind them or a team behind them to spur them on that little bit further. I think those players suffered. And it's interesting for me that the trend in the virtual world is similar to the one in the real world, because we've seen that players or teams in the Bundesliga that really rely on their crowd, their atmosphere to spur them to greater heights have struggled since the Bundesliga's restart. And now we're seeing it in the virtual world as well, where these players that coming from the individual setting are certainly thriving a little bit more. But as I said, we've lost some big names already, but I think that sets us up really well in the knockout stages tomorrow. And I do think we are very much on course to crown a new winner of the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final this year.
It could also be the fact that, you know, the case where Megabit turns around over the weekend and says, hey, this is my crown and I'm going to defend it. I may not have been on form as I could have been. He did win his group, that has to be said, with 12 points. We can't take that away from him.
Despite losing his first game. Crazy.
Lost his first game and came back from that to win the group. So he's not done badly at all. But it's not the Megabit that we've been used to seeing and that we saw in the last couple of years to win the virtual Bundesliga. Perhaps he's one of those guys who steps it up on the Friday on the knockout phases in the next day and on Sunday for the grand final. Hopefully, possibly we'll see him, or as you said, maybe a new champion to be crowned. There's a few names that have surprised me just from the Bundesliga home challenge. Detto as well was fantastic as well, getting himself through. But we'll have to wait and see who those guys have to face in the knockout round in the coming days, and look forward to all that action happening tomorrow.
We've seen some great goals. We've seen some great results. We've seen some upsets. We've seen some, run-of-the-mill results as well in this, and ones we were expecting to see where favourites have come out on top when they were expected to. But it all sets us up really well for the knockout stages of the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. It is all to play for, and as Alex mentions, it's in the knockout stages that we really see the champions emerge. And who will be crowned a champion, we will find out on Sunday. Tomorrow, it's the round of 16, it's the quarterfinals. It is all to play for as these players look to book themselves in the final four of the competition. But what a stacked lineup we've had. The standard has been set today. We do not expect it to drop tomorrow or on Sunday either. So join us again then. For now, my name's James Sarragod. Alongside me was Alex Chaffer. It has been our pleasure to bring you coverage of the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. Join us again tomorrow.